Over the past few days, several mysterious and inexplicable incidents have been reported in the city. Local residents attributed this to supernatural forces. Eyewitnesses reported strange lights in the sky, mysterious sounds, and shadows. Last night only confirmed the disturbing rumors, as it became another link in the chain of paranormal events, and enveloping the city in an atmosphere of mystical uncertainty. A woman, returning home late at night, fell victim to an attack by an unknown assailant. The incident occurred on a dark, deserted street, where the only witnesses were the cold wind and the rare lights of street lamps. The incident heightened the fears of the townspeople, who were already alarmed by a series of paranormal events. Lu Xiaoyu was now watching the news, reporting on it. Her brother scolded her for once again being unable to leave medicine alone, as if she were overcome by an insatiable hunger that drove her to dangerous actions. The girl held a warm teapot in her hands, steam rising from it in thin wisps. As if justifying herself, she insisted that she had taken only one sip, assuring them that she only wanted to take a small sip. Unable to tolerate any objections, he demanded that she go to Aunt Lin immediately and apologized. The girl was as if her whole body was filled with the weight of lead. Her hunger was so strong that she seemed to have no strength to even move. He looked at her doubtfully, trying to understand if things were really that bad. He asked if they had at least some carrots left. People from Zhang said that Hu was often called vegetable ginseng because of its special properties. They claimed that it was really nutritious. She noticed that because of her, he looked tired and pale, like a dried carrot. She sharply objected, saying that she did not want to look like that at all. He just replied wearily that she should do whatever she wanted if that's what she decided, as if taking responsibility off himself and ending the argument. She exclaimed that she wanted some ready-made noodles. Usually, they weren't allowed to indulge themselves like this, but this time, it was New Year's Eve. He smiled and said that she was just dreaming, hinting that her wish would hardly come true. She said irritably that he didn't have to buy her noodles then. Instead, she suggested he crack a small walnut for her. He replied sternly that it was not a walnut, no matter how many times she repeated it. Ever since he had been in the orphanage, this nut had not been ordinary. It had taken on a special meaning for him, which is why he carried it with him. She looked at him with concern and said that Lu Shu had changed a lot. Before, they could have acted differently, but now something was preventing them from doing what had previously seemed possible, as if new circumstances had limited them. Soon, he felt her clutching his hand tightly and quickly replied that he agreed and would buy whatever she wanted. Just let him go. She beamed with pleasure, feeling that she had achieved her goal. This small victory brought her a sense of satisfaction and self-confidence. Since he had agreed to buy it, she immediately specified that she wanted noodles with beef stew flavor. Her voice sounded impatient and joyfully expectant. Her aunt, having finished her holiday cooking, happily announced that her brother would be back soon. She explained that she had made an effort so that they could eat together. It was getting dark outside, and her aunt decided to make a small exception for her. Although everyone was only supposed to get half a serving, she said she would give her more. The girl was pleased and happily accepted the treat. She was especially pleased to get a little more delicious and hot food on this cold evening. She also thought about her brother, reflecting on how weak he was. Therefore, despite the rules, she decided to give him another ball, out of concern. She quietly decided to herself that she had handled the situation well, but she would not give him more than 3 balls. She decided to keep the rest for herself. She asked in surprise why Lu Shu was still not there, realizing that it would be bad if the food got even colder. Then they would have to eat it without enjoying it. At that moment, he was filming the fireworks with his phone camera and thinking about the coming new year. He understood that the current holiday was about to end, but he hoped that next year he would be able to give his younger sister a real fireworks display, a full-fledged and bright spectacle. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. A bright light blinded him. It reminded him of events from the past, strange and inexplicable phenomena that caused alarm. But it turned out to be just a truck that suddenly ran into him. The loud crash and impact brought him back to reality, instantly shattering the illusion of the mysterious light and making his heart pound with fear. He fell. He thought to himself that he had failed to keep the promise he had made to Xiaoyu. His thoughts were filled with regret and the heavy responsibility of his words. At that moment, he felt that this could be the end of his life. Thoughts of this filled his mind with panic and horror. Lu Shu lay on the ground. His little sister, unaware of what had happened, wrote him messages asking if he had bought what he had promised. He thought to himself that his story had not yet begun, that there was still a long way to go and new events ahead. But on this New Year's Eve, everything changed, and he died. The truck driver stopped immediately and ran out of the cab, unable to believe his eyes and what had happened. He hurriedly said that it was New Year's Eve and he didn't want anyone to get hurt or anything serious to happen. But Lu Shu barely got up and quietly replied to the driver that he had big problems. When the driver saw Lu Shu, he thought for a moment that he was seeing a ghost. Frightened, he quickly jumped back and hurriedly ran away, leaving Lu Shu alone on the road. Lu Shu struggled to his feet and shouted after the driver, demanding that he take responsibility for what had happened and compensate him for the damage. The driver didn't even stop or turn around, ignoring Lu Shu's cries. He quickly disappeared from view, leaving Lu Shu alone and confused. Lu Shu didn't understand why he was still alive, and why he didn't feel any pain from the impact. His mind was struggling with confusion, and his body seemed completely unharmed. When Lu Shu approached the house, his sister had already run out to meet him, happily talking about the meatballs that Aunt Lin had prepared for them. But when she saw him in such an emaciated and shaken state, his sister instantly stopped. Joy and excitement gave way to anxiety and concern. She stood motionless, not understanding what had happened to him. Then she timidly asked Lu Shu what had happened. She tried to understand how and why her brother had ended up in such a terrible state. Lu Shu replied that he had crashed into a car and that the driver seemed to be okay, but the vehicle itself was not. She stood nearby, still thinking about what they should do now and how to pay for what had happened. Would they be able to compensate for everything? Lu Shu replied that he had already paid the driver with the money he had saved for their trip to the festival. But she didn't seem to believe him and told him so directly. Her voice was wary and distrustful of what Lu Shu was saying. Lu Shu tried to defuse the situation by explaining that he was just joking and that someone had actually been in an accident and he had helped. His words were meant to calm her down. After everything that had happened, Lu Shu felt he needed to wash up. He headed for the house, wanting to wash away the remnants of stress and fatigue. Stepping into the shower, Lu Shu continued to think about what had happened. The warm water washed the fatigue from his body, but thoughts of the sudden accident and the strange rescue would not go away. He still did not understand why all this had happened. The events seemed chaotic and meaningless to him, and his mind tried to find logic in what had happened. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, Lu Shu thought that nothing seemed to have changed. Outwardly, he looked the same as before, although inside, he felt tense. He carefully examined his hands, trying to find at least some traces of what had happened. His skin was intact, with no bruises or cuts. Suddenly, a bright, sparkling line pierced his palm like a flash of lightning. Lu Shu froze, unable to believe his eyes. And then, Lu Shu realized that everything had happened for a reason. The flash on his palm made him understand that the events of that night had a hidden meaning, and that this was the beginning. He began to suspect that now his superpowers would also awaken. His heart beat faster with anticipation and slight fear, because this was unusual. He even thought that God was so kind that he had given him a superpower that automatically created money. The thought of such a possibility was amazing and very exciting. He decided to use this opportunity wisely, to earn enough money to pay his sister's school fees and provide her with a comfortable life. However, he saw that the story mentioned negative emotions. Lu Shu began to think that Zhang Donglai was the owner of that convenient little shop, which meant that Zhang Jin was probably the driver of that truck. Then he asked his sister not to forget to cook noodles for herself and to make some for him too. His words sounded caring, and she noticed it right away. He thought about how intimidation and bullying could cause negative emotions, and that these emotions could in turn be used by him as points. He continued to wait for the money to appear miraculously. In his mind, he imagined how his new abilities would immediately solve all his financial difficulty. Then he realized that these points could only be used within the system. He thought that if this was his personal lottery, it should bring him good things. He was curious and excited to find out what treasures were hidden there. In the end, nothing happened, and Lu Shu felt irritated and angry. It seemed that luck had turned its back on him again. He was disappointed. Annoyed and disappointed, Lu Shu hit the monitor with his hand, struck by how unbelievable everything that was happening seemed. The metamorphic fruit was automatically added to his inventory. He carefully examined the item, realizing that he could use it or remove it. He decided to try the metamorphosis fruit, believing that it would not harm him. Curiosity and the desire to test new possibilities prevailed. He cautiously brought the fruit to his mouth, convincing himself that everything would be fine. Thoughts of possible consequences ran through his head, but curiosity prevailed. He believed that everything would turn out for the best. Even in the face of the unknown, he remained calm and hopeful. But as soon as he swallowed the fruit, something began to burn inside him. He soon realized that metamorphosis meant something more. The fruit was rebuilding his body, changing his internal meridians and energy flows. He came to the conclusion that these points of negative emotion were no worse than yuan. Their power was tangible, almost material, capable of influencing his life. His sister, noticing that the noodles had already cooled down, shouted loudly to Lu Shu, asking if he was finally going to finish his procedures. He thought about how impatient she was, and how she didn't know how to wait. Realizing this, he decided to postpone everything he was going to do until another time. He hurried to fulfill her request, trying not to keep her waiting. When he came out of the bathroom, the food was already ready on the table. The sight of this carefully prepared meal filled him with joy, and he felt the warmth and comfort of home. He praised her for the noodles she had prepared. She replied, acknowledging that his words had warmed her heart, but emphasized that his cooking skills were still superior to hers. He replied that it was no problem, and that she could cook again next time. At that moment, he was again awarded points for her being angry with him. Thanks to her help, he had already had a good harvest. He decided to continue teasing her in order to earn points. He also thought that with her help, he could improve her life and make it more comfortable and joyful. He suggested that they build a snowman as soon as they finished eating, wanting to spend a fun time together filled with joy and festive moments. She warned him that if he changed his mind, he would have to buy her tanshulu sticks at tomorrow's festival, insisting on her condition. He warned her not to ask how good her snowman was, reserving the right to judge everything at his own discretion. But she added that he would definitely not dare to say that the snowman was not beautiful. Soon, she had made 2 snowmen, carefully shaping them and decorating them with details to make them look alive and joyful in the snow-covered yard. Then she asked him if he thought the 2 snowmen resembled them, as if reflecting their images and moods in the winter yard. He was silent, not knowing what to say, lost in his thoughts and feeling a strange connection between them and the little snow figures. He asked her what she wanted to achieve when she grew up, trying to understand her dreams and aspirations, and quietly watched her reaction, waiting for her answer. She replied that she dreamed of learning how to make tanchula and then selling them. He, in turn, noted that he was glad she didn't dream of becoming an actress or a sculptor. His sarcasm visibly hurt her, causing slight discontent, but at the same time, he continued to score points thanks to her negative emotions. At that moment, someone was watching them unnoticed from the roof, hiding in the shadows and closely following their every move. It was obvious that the person on the roof possessed some supernatural abilities, and his movements were very unusual. It seemed that he was using magic on Lu Shu and his sister. He continued to watch Lu Shu and his sister. His gaze was attentive and focused, as if he were tracking them. When his sister tried to catch up with Lu Shu, he quietly told him not to run away. Then the man suddenly disappeared, as if he had never been there. Meanwhile, Lu Shu picked up his phone and focused on it. But his sister immediately asked Lu Shu, reproaching him for flirting with some girl and not caring about his little sister. She was surprised and wary to see Lu Shu chatting with strangers, not understanding why he was doing it. Despite his sister's surprise, Lu Shu continued to use the chat to earn points by eliciting negative emotions and reactions from other people. But his sister never understood what was really going on, remaining completely in the dark. She noticed Lu Shu's strange behavior and, concerned, asked if he had caught a cold or was sick, trying to understand what was going on with him. Lu Shu told her to go back to her room, otherwise they wouldn't go to the festival. She had to listen to him, even though she was unhappy. After several messages in the chat, Lu Shu finally decided to try again, hoping that luck would be on his side, and that this time, everything would work out. He wanted to get something in return for his accumulated points. Again. But the system again replied that it thanked him for participating and nothing more. He was outraged and annoyed that she didn't even want to write a complete sentence, perceiving this as her seeing him as a loser. The system suddenly displayed a message about the light of the stars and the beauty of the heavens. Lu Shu watched this with complete bewilderment. Lu Shu tried to understand the meaning of the message and hoped that the system would be able to explain what exactly these words meant. He waited for a clear answer. He noticed that there was nothing on the screen except for the night sky and twinkling stars. He tried to figure out what it really meant. Lu Shu stared at the screen, which displayed words about stars and the sky, shining like lights from dreams. He felt an unusual atmosphere. It also said how light and darkness intertwine, how the sun gradually drives away the shadows, enveloping everything around it. And there were words about hidden paths with twinkling lights, creating a feeling of a secret refuge. The lights had to be extinguished, and the songs understood. Lu Shu tried to comprehend what was happening around him and pondered every word. He decided to look up at the night sky. He carefully examined the dark expanse, studded with twinkling stars, hoping to find answers in their glow. As he continued to gaze at the night sky, something incredible happened. He realized that the falling stars had created an entire galaxy inside his body, awakening in him an incredible feeling of cosmic power and connection. He understood that this starlight was capable of increasing his strength, awakening new abilities within him, and giving him a feeling of unimaginable energy. He noticed that his sister seemed to be falling asleep and decided to check if she was already asleep. Hearing her confirmation, he realized that she was indeed already asleep. He thought about how his sister hadn't noticed anything, not even the lights falling from the ceiling. When he asked her about it, she replied that she hadn't seen anything. She asked if he had sung the song, "Burn, Burn, My Star." He sang quietly, almost whispering, and was surprised that she could hear him. Next time, he decided to sing even more quietly to avoid laughter and awkwardness. It seemed that only he could see the star map. These stars were probably part of one of the training techniques from the legends. When they went to the festival, his sister handed Lu Xu some balls, admiring his incredible singing and rewarding him with small gifts for his efforts. Lu Xu was embarrassed, assuring her that she was mistaken, and suggested they hurry to see the show, trying to hide his embarrassment and divert her attention. She did not understand why Lu Xu had changed the subject so abruptly, and it caused her slight confusion because she felt that something was hidden behind his words. He only replied that she should eat more and talk less, trying to avoid explanations and, at the same time, cover himself with concern. Soon they arrived at the venue, where the performance was already underway. The atmosphere was lively, the stage was lit up with lights, and a large crowd had gathered around. On stage, a man was performing incredible stunts, causing amazement and delight among the audience. His every movement was precise and very impressive. His sister complained that she couldn't see anything at all in the crowd. She tried to look, but the large number of people prevented her from seeing what was happening. He, on the other hand, was amazed at how clearly he could see all the details of the performance despite the crowd and the distance. His eyes fixed on every trick and movement on stage, causing him to feel a mixture of surprise and admiration. A strange, almost inexplicable feeling suddenly arose in his chest, a mixture of excitement and anxiety, as if something inside him was responding to what was happening. He came to the conclusion that the man on stage was probably just like him, awakened and possessing unusual abilities. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by his sister, who distracted him with her words, bringing his attention back to what was happening around him and throwing him off balance a little. His sister said she hadn't seen anything and asked him to take her behind the scenes so she could get a better look at what was happening. He agreed and led his sister behind the scenes, but something very strange was happening there. Behind the scenes, they met people who had come to see the performer. These spectators looked very stern, their faces expressing severity and seriousness. The performer began to demonstrate his tricks in front of these people, impressing them with his agility and strength. But they were not weak either and wanted to catch him. Two people who had come for the performer suddenly flew into a rage and began to attack him, creating a dangerous and very tense situation. He dodged with all his might, deftly avoiding blows and trying to keep his balance, feeling the adrenaline rush through his body as danger closed in. Finally, one of the men grabbed him, and he felt his strength weaken for a moment as the tension reached its peak. He was literally knocked out with a weapon, and he felt his consciousness gradually leaving his body, plunging him into a sleepy and helpless state. Another man was supposed to take him away from there. It was clear that they wanted something from him. The girl did not understand why they had grabbed him and began to scream loudly out of fear and confusion, trying to attract the attention of those around her and save him. Those people clearly did not like that Lu Xu and his sister had seen them. Their presence annoyed them and aroused suspicion, intensifying the tense atmosphere. Lu Xu immediately covered his sister's mouth with his hand to silence her, realizing that any unnecessary movement or scream could aggravate the dangerous situation. The two men justified themselves by explaining that they needed to investigate the incident, as the man did not have permission to perform a fire show. He had violated strict safety protocols, so his detention was a necessary measure. He thanks them for their hard work. He emphasized that safety always comes first. He himself did not believe them. He apologized for the inconvenience and wished them all the best. When he left, they were still standing there, watching him and his sister walk away, as if trying to memorize every movement and detail. One of them noticed that he did not detect any energy flow from Lu Xu, as if assessing the situation from a scientific or magical point of view. They still needed to hurry and take that man away, otherwise the situation could get out of control. They quickened their pace, clearly acting according to plan. As Lu Xu walked, he wondered where these people could have come from, and were the awakened really being taken away for study? This suspicion was disturbing. He thought he was lucky that these people did not pay attention to a newcomer like him. Next time, he would have to be more careful because he could have revealed himself. His sister wondered if these people were really different from ordinary people. She tried to understand what exactly made them so serious and dangerous. Lu Xu told Xiaoyu that there were many people in the world who were stronger than them. He tried to explain that their encounter with those people was just a part of the world. Xiaoyu wished that they themselves would grow up and become stronger than them. Lu Xu agreed with her, acknowledging that her idea was correct It would indeed be better if they themselves became stronger by developing their abilities. The person who was watching them told someone that this time the witnesses were released without hesitation, which surprised and alarmed him. Xiao Yu told her brother not to worry, assuring him that in the future, she would protect him and always take care of his safety. The one who was watching them approached and said his name was Ji Wei and greeted them, showing interest in his new acquaintance. Lu Shu replied, asking how happy he really was to meet them, trying to understand his true intentions or the sincerity of his emotions. The man clearly did not expect such a reaction and was slightly surprised to realize that his simple greeting had aroused interest and attention that he had not anticipated. He was confused, not knowing how to respond to the unexpected interest, and struggled internally with awkwardness, trying to find the right words. Ji Wei finally came up with something and said that he was very happy to meet him. He wondered why this guy couldn't respond normally and began to reflect on his behavior, trying to understand it. He called after Lu Shu, trying to find out what had happened behind the scenes. He was full of curiosity, as if he wanted to urgently understand the whole essence of what had happened. When he got home, Lu Shu silently reflected on what had happened. His thoughts revolved around the person who had been taken away. He thought that this person also possessed superpowers. Lu Shu continued to ponder, asking himself who could be studying such phenomena. He understood that he needed to be extremely careful. He went online to see if there was any information about the past festival. He carefully reviewed the news and discussions. While looking through the information about the festival, Lu Shu suddenly realized that the people who had taken the man had been there from the very beginning. Their presence seemed carefully planned, which heightened his sense of anxiety and alertness. Lu Shu came to the clear realization that these people had come for the young man who was playing with fire. Their appearance and actions no longer seemed accidental. Xiao Yu looked at her phone and noticed that they had another class meeting without Lu Shu. She asked in surprise why he had missed the event. Lu Shu replied that he didn't have the money to go with them, so it was natural that they wouldn't invite him. His words were calm, without self-pity. He told her it was time for her to go to bed, and she replied sharply that this was how he had lost his only friend, clearly expressing disappointment and slight resentment. Lu Shu was scrolling through the chat when he came across messages from classmates complaining that the holidays were coming to an end. Many of them did not want to go to school. With a slight smile, he noted that even his classmates' complaints and discontent benefited him because the system awarded points for their negative emotions. Lu Shu noticed a new increase in points in the system, this time because Ju Wei was holding a grudge against him. He smiled to himself, not understanding why Ju Wei was upset. At that moment, Ji Wei, wrapped in a thin jacket, was standing on the street, shivering from the cold. The ice penetrated his clothes and the wind whipped his face. His interlocutor grumbled discontentedly, thinking about the strange calm. He called those people rats who usually sniffed around the neighborhood, but now there was silence. Ji Wei replied that the reason for the silence was simple. Ni Ting had finally begun to act. Thanks to the points he had recently earned, Lu Shu realized that he now had enough to buy a star fruit. The thought of this caused him slight excitement. Now, Lu Shu decided to buy another fruit. He understood that each such purchase was not just a waste of points, but an investment in his own strength. Lu Shu felt the energy of the star fruit flowing inside him. He reasoned that since the store called it fruit, it must be edible and beneficial. Inside, he felt curiosity and a desire to gain strength. He decided to try the fruit, feeling excited at the same time. As soon as he tasted the fruit, he felt warmth and light spreading through his body. At first, it was a slight tingling sensation. When the first and second stars in the galaxy lit up, he felt a surge of incredible strength. It seemed to flow into his body, filling every cell with energy. He felt that his body had never been in such excellent shape before. Every movement came easily, and his muscles were filled with strength. Shortly after that, he felt a sudden pain. At first it was faint, almost imperceptible, but gradually it grew stronger. Xiao Yu quickly ran up to him, anxiously asking what had happened. She thought something had fallen, or something unusual had happened. He explained that he had hit his head on the wall, trying to calm Xiao Yu down. She said that he should take good care of himself and look after her. Xiao Yu went to the window and listened, thinking that she had imagined it all. Then she called him to look out the window, where something seemed to have fallen from the sky, and she wanted him to see this amazing sight too. He sternly said that it was too late, and that it was no longer possible to go outside to see what was happening, regardless of what was going on there. She insisted, pushing him toward the window and saying that what was happening outside was very serious and that he should at least take a look. Despite her insistence, he still did not want her to go outside, fearing for her safety. It turned out that there really was a person lying there. Suddenly, he noticed something falling from the sky and couldn't help but scream, expressing his shock and surprise. His gaze was fixed on that person. Soon he realized that the man lying in front of him was the same one who had recently performed on stage. This caused him mixed feelings of surprise. He hurriedly ran out into the street, overcome with excitement and anxiety, trying to quickly figure out what was happening. Xiaoyu also went with him. She looked at him in confusion, asking what to do now and seeking his reaction, hoping that he would tell her how to act. He suggested calling an ambulance, even though he knew it would be expensive. The decision was simple. Say they didn't know the guy and let him pay for the help himself when he woke up. When Lu Shu began to calculate the points for the guy's negative emotions, he realized that he was pretending. He must have been one of those superhumans they talked about on the news. Lu Shu immediately noticed that he was lying there pretending to be unconscious. He decided to take him away from their area. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain to him why he was there when he woke up. This decision seemed right to him, but Xiaoyu thought they should at least give him some water. She understood that even the slightest show of concern would not hurt. Lu Shu, knowing that he would be penalized, said that boiling water took too long, so it would be better to feed him snow. It was a pragmatic calculation. He lay there, thinking about how inhuman people had become, observing their cold rationality and calculating attitude towards him. He raised his head and asked for help. Despite his pretense, this movement betrayed his weakness and need for support. But Lu Shu pushed him away and categorically refused to help. He left him without support, demonstrating coldness and not allowing himself to show pity. He asked him not to move. That way, he could get more points. The one lying on the ground asked him to let him go. He wanted to be free from pressure and control, trying to regain the ability to act on his own will. But Lu Shu did not let him go, saying that he should rest. He kept him in place under the pretext of caring for his health. The man began to think that Lu Shu was crazy. His behavior seemed illogical and overly strict, combining harshness with apparent concern. Lu Shu, however, was only concerned with accumulating points for the negative emotions of the person lying down. His attention was completely focused on the system. In the end, he decided to confront Lu Shu. Lu Shu asked his sister to run away, trying to keep her safe. He blamed Lu Shu for what had happened. His anger and disappointment were directed at him. Xiaoyu refused to watch this, and, distracted from what was happening, threw snow at the one who was fighting her brother. She acted quickly and decisively. She demanded that he stop fighting her brother immediately. Xiaoyu tried to intervene and stop the conflict, defending the safety of her loved one, and at the same time, trying to regain control of the situation. But he started again, and Lu Shu felt a strange feeling in his chest. It was a combination of irritation, surprise, and hidden anxiety. Then, Lu Shu asked him if he was done playing, and he asked again to be let go. There was a tense pause between them. He let him go, telling him to come back and play again. As he left, he thought about how the family that had been building snowmen had once been full of kind people. But in reality, he was wrong, and he was unhappy about it. He decided that he did not understand people at all and ran away. Realizing his own naivety and inability to predict the actions of those around him, he chose to leave. Then, Lu Shu noticed someone else's presence. His attention instantly focused on it, causing a feeling of alertness. They were people in black, and Lu Shu immediately realized that a guy named Liang Che had run away from them. He noticed that he had no injuries and wondered why he was so weak. He also thought that he had overexerted himself in the fire show. His sister said that he needed to be more careful and not take unnecessary risks. She warned him that next time he should stay away from superhumans. He wanted her not to worry and said that now he was like that too. These words were meant to reassure his sister and show her that he was also strong. But she wanted him to show her the tongues of flame too. But he changed the subject, saying that he had to sell eggs tomorrow and suggested going to bed because it was already night. A friend told him that the new semester had already begun, hinting that it was time to go back and finish his business. Lu Shu took the news calmly. He was not too far away and was sure that he would be able to return on time without being late. The news reported that a fire had broken out in the shopping center. According to reports, the cause of the fire was careless handling of flammable materials. Investigative authorities had already begun an investigation. Lu Shu stumbled upon a note about an unusual event, the first wedding of the awakened. This news quickly spread throughout society, arousing widespread interest. He stumbled upon a website where long-forgotten videos about superpowers had been collected. Now, anyone could watch them in one place. Rank F was considered the lowest level among the awakened, but even its holders significantly surpassed ordinary people in strength. Rank E was already beyond human capabilities. Its holders possessed supernatural strength capable of destroying obstacles. Rank D was distinguished by a much higher level of ability. Those with this rank could not only display unusual strength and dodge bullets. Rank C was already considered a serious force, and its holders could withstand attacks that an ordinary person would not have the slightest chance of surviving. Rank B possessed the ability to influence not only their own bodies, but also their surroundings. Its holders could draw strength from nature. Rank A was characterized by complete fusion with the surrounding world, and its holders became one with the sky and the earth, gaining incredible strength. Lu Shu thought about how the organization that published information about the awakened did so as part of the public interest, but he was concerned that all this might become too commonplace, losing its special value. Someone approached him and asked if he was watching a video. He didn't even blink once, remaining focused and indifferent to what was happening around him. They asked him a question, noticing that on the organization's website, but then they added that even if he watched these videos, it would do him almost no good. They told him directly that people like him were not destined to awaken, and that even these eggs would only be bought by him, while the others would not even look at them. At that moment, a girl approached them and sternly told the man to get out of there, interrupting his conversation and trying to restore justice. It turned out that she was the school's top beauty from the first grade, Cao Qingqi, and she approached Lu Shu with the intention of buying eggs from him. Lu Shu set the price at 150 yuan and handed the eggs to Cao Qingqi. When Cao Qingqi put the money on the table, Lu Shu noticed that her hand was glowing. This manifestation of unusual energy caught his attention. He immediately realized that Cao Qingqi was also most likely awakened. Lu Shu even suspected that Cao Qingqi also understood that he himself was awakened. However, Lu Shu soon decided that she probably did not realize that he was awakened. His doubts dissipated, and he calmed down. Then, several guys tried to talk to Cao Qingqi, trying to get her attention and strike up a conversation, but she remained focused. He turned around and started to follow Cao Qingqi, but suddenly, Lu Shu stopped him, saying that he hadn't paid yet. He returned, put the money on the table, decided that he didn't need change, and told Lu Shu about it. After that, Lu Shu stayed to watch them leave. Then Lu Shu thought about how the number of awakened people was growing. This fact made him both curious and cautious. At the same time, he realized that he had to develop faster by increasing the amount of training and effort to improve his abilities. He understood that he had to start actively working to earn points for negative emotions. He thought to himself that his classmates should not worry. Deep down, he understood that he was not a demon after all, but he also had something else in mind. He entered the classroom and sat down next to a classmate, trying to behave naturally while observing what was happening. She asked him if he wanted to awaken and what power he would prefer to have. Lu Shu replied that equality and justice were important to him. Hearing this, she thought he was a very diligent and serious person, and a genius. One of his classmates said that Lu Shu would never awaken anyway, expressing skepticism about Lu Shu's abilities and questioning them. A new semester began, and the teacher addressed the class with a parting message, hoping that everyone would switch to learning mode and take the test seriously. The girl sitting next to Lu Shu asked him to let her copy his work, promising that she would be grateful for it. She was very nice and polite. Soon, other students also began to pressure Lu Shu, wanting to copy his answers. The atmosphere around him became tense as everyone tried to take advantage of him. Lu Shu remained silent and looked down, not responding to his classmates' requests. His calm indifference showed his inner focus. Finally, Lu Shu smiled slightly and nodded. The gesture was gentle but confident, showing friendliness, but it was clear that he had something in mind. Lu Shu understood that this was an excellent opportunity to earn points. Soon, Lu Shu quickly wrote everything down, and it didn't take long. All his classmates were delighted and rushed to copy Lu Shu's work. However, their faces soon contorted with anger. Their joy quickly turned to irritation and discontent. Lu Shu covered his notes with his hand, and his classmates could no longer copy them. They did not understand his gesture or why he had suddenly become like this. The teacher sternly told the students to stop looking at their classmates' tests, but Lu Shu was already scoring points for their emotions. One of the students stood up and started yelling at the teacher, demanding an explanation and indignantly asking what right he had to accuse him of cheating. The student began to clearly demonstrate his anger by waving his arms and raising his voice. His anger was noticeable to everyone around him, increasing the tension. The teacher tried to calm him down, saying that he was not accusing this particular student and urging him to calm down. His words were intended to pacify him. Observing the heated student, Lu Shu realized that he was also awakened. His rage and display of energy clearly revealed the presence of special abilities. Then the student loudly declared that he was awakened, shouting that the tests meant nothing to him and that he was not even afraid of the teachers. Lu Shu warned that if he tried to do anything, he would have to face the law. He replied that he was a minor. Even if he beat someone up, he would not be sent to prison. Lu Shu reminded him that according to the criminal code, anyone who commits a crime is fully responsible for their actions from the age of 14. He said that his actions now definitely constituted physical violence. Lu Shu advised him to read more in his free time in the future. His recommendation sounded like friendly but serious advice. However, the student did not listen to Lu Shu and ended up pushing his teacher. This unexpected action exacerbated the situation, demonstrating his disobedience and contempt. He began to yell at Lu Shu, demanding that he not stop him. His aggressive behavior reflected stubbornness and unwillingness to accept the words of others. Lu Shu continued to speak, reminding him that according to school rules, he would be required to compensate for the school property he had damaged. Students from other classes also came to see what had happened. Curious students gathered around, forming a crowd and watching the unfolding scene. Someone warned all the students that they must immediately return to their classrooms for self-study, and that anyone who was late would be punished. An adult man approached and ordered everyone to disperse. His appearance lent additional authority, causing the students to gradually disperse. Lu Shu noticed that the man's clothes were the same as those of the men in black he had seen earlier. This fact immediately aroused his suspicion. They quickly grabbed the student who was screaming and took him away. The student tried to break free, but he didn't have enough strength. His resistance was futile, and he was completely subjugated by those people. Lu Shu wondered who these men in black were and why they were so strong. There were rumors on the internet about the beginning of the era of the return of spiritual energy. He began to suspect that he himself might soon awaken. At that moment, he noticed that someone's gaze was fixed directly on him. This caught his attention and made him feel it. It turned out to be Chao Qingqi. Her gaze was fixed directly on Lu Shu. The students were informed that the entire building would have to undergo a blood test. Lu Shu did not understand what was going on and why such a decision had been made so suddenly. He was puzzled and tried to make sense of what was happening. He had a bad feeling about it. This feeling of anxiety and anticipation of trouble did not leave him. The teacher asked the students to come forward when their names were called, calling them one by one for the procedure. This created an atmosphere of tense anticipation. Lu Shu understood that after eating the metamorphic fruit, his body had become noticeably stronger than before. Because of the blood test, he could be exposed. He noticed that no matter how closely he looked, they were still the same people in black. Only this time, they were wearing white coats, which made them look like doctors. Lu Shu realized that he urgently needed to find a way to get out of there. Otherwise, he would find himself caught up in a situation from which it would be difficult to escape. He told the teacher that he needed to go to the bathroom. This was his way of leaving the classroom. The teacher demanded that Lu Shu go to the bathroom and return to class quickly. The man in the white coat stated directly that he would start with Lu Shu. Lu Shu tried to explain the situation and convince them of the urgent need to go to the bathroom, but he felt that few people cared about what he was saying. The man in the coat had already approached Lu Shu with a syringe, assuring him that the procedure would only take a few seconds. Lu Shu wondered if he should pretend to lose consciousness to avoid the impending procedure. Another classmate said she was afraid of needles, which added to the tension in the atmosphere, as everyone understood that the upcoming procedure was inevitable. Suddenly, she lost consciousness right at the table, causing a commotion among those around her. Despite the girl's loss of consciousness, the people in white coats paid no attention to it and took her blood sample anyway. Lu Shu was shocked and couldn't understand how a routine blood test could require such measures when a person was unconscious and no one cared about her condition. A man in a white coat approached Lu Shu, and he felt a sudden tension and anxiety. His heart beat faster, sensing that something bad was about to happen. Soon, the man who had caused the commotion in the classroom returned. All the students greeted his return with tension and interest. The teacher turned to Li Qi with a slightly frightened look and told him to return to his seat, trying to restore order and diffuse the atmosphere a little. Li Qi approached Lu Shu and gratefully acknowledged his help during his awakening, expressing his appreciation for his support in a difficult situation. He also told Lu Shu that the city was planning to create a Tao class where all the particularly talented students would study together and share their experiences. Lu Shu was very surprised to hear this, realizing that the creation of such a class could change everything. He said that the new class would be created at their school and that the results of the analysis would determine whether a student had potential. This was discussed on the internet. Lu Shu wondered if the class was created just to gather all the awakened ones in one place and use their abilities for their own purposes. He noted to himself that it seemed as if the authorities had officially recognized the existence of the awakened. While everyone around him was discussing the news, Lu Shu remained silent, trying to comprehend what was happening and figure out what was true and what was not. Then he thought that he would most likely be transferred to this class. When he got home, Lu Shu approached Xiaoyu and asked her to look at the gift he had bought for her, waiting for her reaction. But she remained silent and did not respond to his words, leaving Lu Shu slightly confused. When he entered her room, He saw that she was lying in bed and clearly feeling unwell. She was happy about the sweet potatoes. Lu Shu was distracted from thinking about the roasted sweet potatoes and told her to forget about it for now. While wondering about her sudden fever, she explained that she had been washing his clothes, which had been piling up for a week, and that the water was a little cold. He put a thermometer in her mouth and told her to be quiet. Lu Shu saw that she had a high temperature of 39 degrees, which clearly indicated that she was unwell. He realized that she urgently needed antipyretics to lower her high temperature and alleviate her condition. He thought about how the metamorphic fruit could not only restore her strength and improve her well-being, but also possibly improve her physical abilities. His sister looked at Lu Shu intently, but couldn't understand what he was thinking, and her gaze expressed a mixture of surprise and concern. Noticing his tense expression, she asked why he looked that way, clearly trying to understand what was going on in his mind. In the end, Lu Shu managed to get the metamorphic fruit, and he hoped that it would help his sister recover, and even improve her abilities. He handed his sister one of the fruits and asked her to eat it. She noticed that the fruit dissolved in her mouth before she even had a chance to taste it, and wondered what this unusual phenomenon was. After she ate the fruit, she immediately felt better, and her temperature began to gradually decrease, bringing noticeable relief. As he had correctly calculated, the metamorphic fruit really helped her body recover quickly by lowering her temperature. She asked Lu Shu in surprise where he had gotten this fruit, since its origin was unusual and rare. She wanted to find out if Lu Shu had awakened and argued with him about it. Lu Shu replied that he was not sure if it could be considered awakening, but he was definitely not the same as before. Then he asked her if she wanted to awaken too. When she remained silent, Lu Shu cautiously asked her again, trying to understand her thoughts and desires. But when she finally replied that she did want to awaken, Lu Shu said decisively that he would find a way to help her. She asked about the method, clarifying whether it involved singing a song like Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. He calmly told her to go back to bed, hinting that there was no need to discuss the details further. He realized that if one starfruit could provide him with star power for 15 days, then the metamorphic starfruit could increase the effectiveness of his training for 9 days. By using this to increase his body's potential, he would be able to significantly speed up his training and improve his progress. Now he was gathering starlight even faster than before. At the moment, metamorphic fruits were necessary for both him and Xiaoyu. He understood that he had to strengthen her to prepare her for awakening. He wanted his classmates to help him with all of this. Yesterday, he trained all night, but despite the sleepless night, he did not feel tired, marveling at his own endurance. A classmate told Lu Shu that the list of students admitted to the Dao class would soon be announced, which aroused his interest and slight excitement. Lu Shu replied that he was only concerned with issues of democracy and freedom, showing that principles were more important to him. She understood that times were changing and that studying was not as important as he thought it was, and she told him so. At that moment, someone entered the classroom, and Lu Shu looked up to see who it was. It turned out to be a young girl who entered the classroom with the teacher. Everyone in the classroom couldn't help but admire her beauty. However, one of the girls couldn't help but remark that her appearance was not that remarkable. The teacher announced that the city had decided to form a Tao class at their school to gather talented students and provide them with everything they needed. And this girl turned out to be their future homeroom teacher. The teacher began reading the names of the students from the list, asking each one who was called to stand up so that they could get to know them and meet their new homeroom teacher. When the teacher read the list, the name Liu Li was called, and he stood up. He was very happy that his name had been called and smiled, looking forward to meeting his new homeroom teacher and starting a new phase at school. When Lu Shu's name was called, he felt a wave of surprise and slight excitement because it meant that he had also been chosen for the new class. All the students turned to look at Lu Shu, examining him closely, and at that moment, he felt everyone's attention mixed with curiosity and envy. The teacher asked Lu Shu to stand up, saying that he had not misheard. Lu Shu stood up and apologized to the teacher, explaining that he had only helped his classmates make sure that their ears were working properly. At that moment, Lu Shu felt like he was getting points fueled by the envy and negative emotions of those around him. After that, the girl introduced herself. Her name was Shi Fei, and she was the homeroom teacher for the Dao class. Those whose names had already been called would continue to attend their regular classes, and at 7 o'clock in the evening, they would come to Dao's class. After finishing her announcement, she calmly left the room, leaving all the students behind. All the other students envied those whose names had been called. Lu Shu also received congratulations from his deskmate, who sincerely congratulated him on being accepted into Dao's class, noting his success. He asked his neighbor if she wanted to know the secret of how to get into the Dao class. She admitted that she knew about Lu Shu's determination and was sure that he would never leave her alone, no matter what. Lu Shu recited the spell with her, repeating the words about magic dust and maximum power, directing the energy inside himself. She reacted with disbelief and anger, thinking that Lu Shu was just mocking her. He looked at his phone and began to carefully read the information on the screen. He sent them a message in the chat saying that something good would happen, but not for them, which caused envy and anger in everyone. He deliberately angered his classmates, knowing that the path to Xiaoyu's awakening would be marked by their names, as if they were merely stepping stones on that path. The teacher explained that due to the organization of the Dao class at their school, the student body would be supplemented by a group of exchange students. A new student came to the class, and everyone immediately noticed her beauty, admiring her appearance and charisma. The new student approached Lu Shu, attracting attention with her appearance. Lu Shu looked at her in surprise, not expecting such a sudden move. She wanted to sit next to Lu Shu and asked the teacher for permission. Lu Shu noticed that the girl was addressing the teacher, but did not understand what was wrong with her voice. The girl sitting next to Lu Shu tried to say something, but couldn't finish her sentence, leaving her thoughts unspoken. The teacher announced that since Lin had voluntarily given up her seat, she could take it. She thanked her for giving up her seat. She smiled and bowed slightly, showing her gratitude for the kindness and attention. Lin was truly amazed because she didn't even have a chance to say a word. So unexpected was what was happening. The newcomer approached Lu Shu and then asked if he was all right, showing concern and care for his comfort. Lu Shu decided to joke and answered her question with a question of his own, as if checking to see if she was okay. The new student, Zhang Shu, had transferred from another school, Zhang. He turned out to be a boy, and his appearance attracted the attention of his classmates and shocked them. The students were shocked to discover that the new student, Zhang Shu, was a boy and not a girl as they had expected. After all, they were captivated by her beauty. Lu Shu soon realized that upon closer inspection, Zhang Shu really did look like a boy. Lu Shu then carefully examined Zhang Shu's clothes, noticing details that emphasized his masculine appearance. Then he realized that Zhang Shu had noticed him looking closely to make sure that he was indeed a boy, and this made him a little embarrassed. Soon, Lu Shu also introduced himself, giving his name, which allowed the new student and the rest of his classmates to get to know each other better. In the evening, when he arrived for extra lessons, Lu Shu wondered if they would really be taught to use the Tao. The teacher handed out documents to the students and explained that everyone had to sign them and leave their fingerprint. It was a non-disclosure agreement. Lu Shu thought about its contents. It clearly stated that any leak of information from the Tao class would fall under the jurisdiction of the military. The young man tried to understand whether this meant that the class itself was assisting the military in training the army of the awakened. The teacher looked at the assembled students and asked why they thought the Dao class had been formed. She wanted to test their understanding. One of the students raised his hand and replied that the Tao class was created to teach them how to use the Tao. She asked why they had been chosen. After a short pause, the teacher looked at the class and asked a new question about whether anyone had heard of sodium-potassium alloy. She looked around the class with a stern gaze and asked the students if they knew what sodium was. No one dared to answer first. The teacher lingered her gaze on Lu Shu, clearly expecting an answer from him. The other students also turned to him, since she had singled him out. Without batting an eye, Lu Shu replied with the most serious expression that sodium was a mythical heavenly path. The class immediately fell silent. Then the teacher, suppressing a smile, told Lu Shu he could sit down and calmly explained that sodium is a chemical element. She explained that an unusual property of sodium had been discovered by chance and that it could be used to assess the reaction of blood to qi. She explained that sodium is usually silver in color, but when it comes into contact with the blood of people with potential, its color changes from silver to black, showing the body's abilities. The more potential there is in a person's blood, the darker the alloy becomes. Potential was divided into levels, and it is not equal to a successful future. In any case, willpower is required for learning, regardless of ability. She added that if the material proves too difficult for someone, the student can put it aside and leave. The students noticed that there was much more competition in the Tao class training than they had ever experienced in regular classes. Now, they would be told the potential level of each person present, which immediately caught their attention and caused tense anticipation. There was no level A in the class. Level B was assigned to Liu Li, which immediately set him apart from the other students and highlighted his abilities. Lu Shu had level F, which meant that his potential was still low compared to the others, and he would have to work hard to catch up with them. Lu Shu realized that the measured potential level was obtained before he ate the metamorphic fruit, so it was not a final assessment of his strength. He was delighted, because now those in black would keep less of an eye on him. Lu Li asked the teacher if there were any students with an A level at the school. The teacher replied that there was only one student with an A level at the school, and that was Cao Qingqi. Lu Shu was amazed to learn that only one student in the school had an A level. This news surprised him greatly, making him realize the rarity and value of such potential among all the students. When he got home, Lu Shu thought about how he could only buy 5 transforming fruits for 5,000 negative emotion points. He felt irritated that the system had given him too few points, and he didn't like that his options were so limited. One of the fruits was specifically for Xiao Yu. He planned to give it to her as a way to show his care and strengthen her power. Lu Shu learned that the transforming fruit had reached its limit of use. From that moment on, the fruit would be transferred to the store's warehouse and would no longer appear. He realized that as long as he had negative emotion points, he could buy an unlimited amount of fruit, opening up endless possibilities for himself. He thought that he could even buy this fruit for his little fish, and that it could be stored for a long time and even sold to make money. Lu Shu understood that the fruit could be used, but had no idea how long its effect would last. He decided to experiment. He came to Xiao Yu and invited her to leave the room, saying that he had something delicious for her. About 6 hours after using it, Lu Shu noticed that the fruit's effect was gradually wearing off. Lu Shu felt that it would be difficult to get rich with this fruit. Its effect was not strong enough. He explained that the fruit was intended only for her. He watched her reaction, hoping that she would appreciate the gift. Without waiting, Lu Shu carefully placed the fruit in his sister's mouth, watching her reaction. He understood that the effect of the fruit was gradually weakening. She began to chew it, feeling its unusual taste and effect. Lu Shu watched her every move. Immediately after she began chewing the fruit, she closed her bedroom door, leaving Lu Shu outside. When Lu Shu knocked on the door, she screamed loudly, warning him that his noise would wake up the whole house, so he remained outside. Lu Shu entered anyway and informed her that he had more fruit, suggesting that they continue their experiment despite her protests. She asked if he could give her everything at once. While she was eating the fruit, he thought that after she ate it, her abilities and talents would become even brighter and stronger. She did not understand what exactly he had given her, and only watched what was happening with surprise, unaware of the hidden power and effect of the fruit. He told her that he had given it to her to improve her potential, and promised to explain everything in detail later, so that she would understand the true meaning of the gift. Although she did not understand the essence of what was happening, she completely trusted him and believed his words, hoping that everything he had done would be beneficial. She was also concerned about how expensive the fruit was, realizing that it was not ordinary, and that its value was high. He reassured her, explaining that after he ate the fruit himself, no harm came to him and there was nothing to be afraid of. He turned it all into a joke. He reminded her that she couldn't relax after the Spring Festival. She needed to continue her studies, even after becoming awakened, and develop critical thinking skills. She needed to become more educated in order to keep up with the fast pace of learning by the age of 16. He added that she should not try to avoid studying because he would find a way to earn some money and she would have to go to school earlier to keep up. After that, he told her to go to bed so she could get enough sleep and study effectively. Based on the results of the previous test, he had a potential level of F. Now, the changing fruit had reached its maximum limit of use. This meant that its effect had been exhausted and could no longer be used. He knew that the 5 stars were already burning. He remembered the question he had asked the teacher about whether the information published on the Foundation's website was true, and wondered about the reliability of the information. She explained that these levels were a universal system for categorizing awakened individuals around the world. An awakened individual is not born with an A rank. They have to constantly advance through the levels, improving their abilities again and again. She also explained that the maximum striking force of an awakened person of level F is 1,200 kilograms. Level E is 2,400 kilograms. He realized that his current strength was twice that figure, reaching 2,400 kilograms. He wondered if he had already reached level E, or perhaps even rank D, and felt the desire to know his true potential. After the changing fruit disappeared from the lottery, he realized that new fruits might soon appear that were even more valuable and useful than the previous ones. But he was already tired of her repetitive phrases. At that moment, the system gave him something new, like a reward, or a tool that could open up new opportunities. What the system gave him turned out to be not very pleasant to the smell, causing slight dissatisfaction. It was slippery and resembled tofu in consistency, causing both surprise and nausea. When Lu Shu tried it, the taste was so unpleasant that it was impossible to tolerate. Lu Shu was furious. He couldn't believe his eyes. The system had once again produced a ridiculous result. Instead of the expected reward, it had given him smelly tofu. How could such an important system behave as if it were a simple roadside stall selling cheap food? At that moment, his sister entered the room. As soon as she crossed the threshold, she immediately wrinkled her nose. She looked at her brother and asked if he had been beaten up somewhere along the way. He sighed heavily and, trying to find the right words, replied evasively that it was something else, not related to beatings. And she liked the tofu. They exchanged glances and decided to try it again. Each took a small piece of the ill-fated tofu. The smell was even stronger up close. Behind the pungent smell and bitter note, an unusual, deep flavor unfolded, as if hidden behind a veil. She thought it was incredibly delicious. Lu Shu stood silently. His face showed no sign of pleasure, only a hint of irritation. He did not like the taste of tofu at all. Xiao Yu, struggling to contain her surprise, looked closely at her brother. She asked if his awakened power had somehow manifested itself in the food. Still pondering this unusual discovery, she suddenly remarked capriciously that she would have preferred sweet fruit pancakes to tofu. But he was dissatisfied. He said that this was not a restaurant. Lu Shu felt the emptiness in his stomach growing stronger. Hunger could not overcome him, and he did not give in. Lu Shu was boiling with anger. He expected at least a formal reward, or a message like, "Thank you for participating," but the system gave him stinky tofu. He didn't understand why every step towards awakening was so painful. Then, his sister noticed that they were selling the same tofu outside, and that it was delicious. After his sister's words, a sudden realization dawned on Lu Shu. Everything that had happened, the strange trials, the bitter tofu, seemed to fit together into a single picture. Lu Shu suddenly realized that his sister was right. Everything that was happening made sense. Even this strange, smelly tofu. He decided to sell it. The smelly tofu seemed to have become a tool in itself, turning something unpleasant into something profitable. The stronger people's reactions, the more points he got. Passers-by wrinkled their noses, turned away in disgust, and for each negative reaction, he earned points. It was perfect for him. A man named Wang, who was trading with Lu Shu nearby, noticed how he was behaving with the tofu and asked about his sister, Xiao Yu, how she was doing. Lu Shu replied that Xiao Yu was fine and introduced Wang to the tofu. He explained that it was his own creation, stinky tofu, and very tasty. When Lu Shu offered Wang a taste of the tofu, he was wary. The strong and pungent smell immediately raised doubts about its freshness. Wang sniffed, but when Wang finally decided to try the tofu, he was greatly surprised. The unpleasant smell disappeared the moment the piece touched his tongue. He was sure that such a unique delicacy would be in demand among people because it combined unusualness, the element of surprise, and a pleasant taste. Lu Shu suggested that Wang sell his stinky tofu, and Wang could continue to sell his usual tea eggs. He reminded Wang that more than a year ago, he had removed tea eggs from sale for his sake. He emphasized that this step had slowed down the development of Wang's business. Listening to Lu Shu, Wang replied that, looking at him, he simply remembered that he himself had once been the same. He saw in Lu Shu a reflection of his own past life. He went on to explain that things were not easy for him and Xiao Yu now, and that together they needed to take care of the young people. He said it was important to support those around them. He said he would be happy if Lu Shu kept a little gratitude in his heart. Then Lu Shu began to actively sell his stinky tofu, setting the price at 5 yuan. He addressed passers-by with the words, "Don't hesitate." By selling stinky tofu, Lu Shu earned not only money, but also a huge number of points for people's negative emotions. It was his victory. Even when he came to class, Lu Shu continued to smile and feel joy. The unpleasant experience with stinky tofu became a source of profit and victory over the system. His classmates whispered among themselves, discussing Lu Shu. They had heard that he had weak potential and began to speculate that he might be expelled. The new kid sat next to Lu Shu and told him not to worry. He reminded him that the teacher had said that as long as he was persistent, his training would be successful. Lu Shu thought the new kid was just trying to comfort him. The new kid watched Lu Shu and smiled. His light, friendly smile was very beautiful. Lu Shu told the new guy that he still reminded him of a girl. He asked if he had already received any love notes in class. He added that letters from boys and attention and interest did not count. Only girls mattered. At the same time, Lu Shu sensed the negative emotions of the girl who had been sitting next to him earlier. Her irritation and dissatisfaction were very strong and noticeable. Lu Shu immediately realized that there was clearly a misunderstanding. He realized that her negative emotions could have been caused by his words or some kind of behavior. Then the teacher, Shi Fei, entered the classroom. Her appearance immediately attracted the attention of the students because she radiated calmness and confidence. Lu Shu and the other students involuntarily focused on her, ready to listen to her words, and Shi Fei's presence added a sense of seriousness to the atmosphere. The teacher asked student Li Qing to stand up. This immediately caught the attention of the class. Lu Shu and the others watched the scene and tensed up a little. Lu Shu didn't understand what was going on. He watched the teacher and Li Qing's actions, trying to make sense of what was happening, but he couldn't figure it out. Li Qing stood up, visibly nervous, not understanding what was going on. His eyes darted around the classroom, reflecting his confusion and anxiety. Li Qing had been absent from class for some time. His absence noticeably changed the atmosphere. Lu Shu and the others tried to understand the reasons for his absence. The students noticed the movement and excitedly announced that he was returning. Li Qing's appearance immediately attracted the attention of the entire class, and everyone watched him. Li Qing himself looked upset. His shoulders were slumped, and his gaze was dull and depressed. It was obvious that what had happened had caused him stress. The atmosphere around him became slightly tense, and his classmates noticed his depressed state and watched with slight concern. The students whispered among themselves, discussing how someone in the class had been expelled for violating confidentiality. A mixture of curiosity and anxiety hung in the air. Their conversations were filled with guesswork and gossip, while Li Qing himself remained silent. Some of the students in the class woke up after they were expelled. Lu Shu watched, and even small events could affect his mood. Later, those students were indeed taken away by people in black. Lu Shu thought to himself about the men in black, wondering about their strange tradition of suddenly taking people away. He tried to understand the logic and reasons behind such actions. Suddenly, Lu Shu decided to ask him why he did it. His question was dictated by curiosity and a desire to clarify the whole situation. He accused him of telling everyone about the potential of each of the students. He added that he would now be expelled for this. This statement created a tense atmosphere in the classroom. The students felt both interest and anxiety. Li Qing himself looked at Lu Shu in fear. He thought Lu Shu's words sounded ominous. The intonation and seriousness of his statements created a sense of threat, causing everyone to be on guard. He grabbed his head and frantically repeated that this couldn't be true. Panic and distrust overwhelmed him. A feeling of anxiety and helplessness took hold. He shouted sharply at Lu Shu, demanding that he keep his mouth shut. After that, he ran out of the classroom, leaving the students in confusion. The students stood for a long time, watching Li Qing leave. The atmosphere was filled with confusion and excitement, and everyone tried to make sense of what had happened. Lu Shu concluded that he was right, judging by the man's behavior. His actions and reaction clearly showed that he had done something wrong. The students did not understand Lu Shu's behavior and began to think that he was mocking Li Qing. Their eyes were full of bewilderment, and they condemned him. But Lu Shu himself thought that in this way, he would be able to achieve success by gathering the negative emotions of those around him. He saw this as an opportunity. By turning the doubts and irritation of others into a tool for his own development and strengthening of his abilities, it gave him a sense of control. In the evening, the teacher in the Tao class explained that the book in front of them was just a beginner's textbook. She tried to convey the essence of the material to the students. All the students were delighted to have the opportunity to learn something new. Their eyes shone with interest and curiosity. Then she turned her gaze to Lu Shu. Her eyes expressed interest and attention as she watched his reaction and behavior, trying to catch his emotions. She then turned to Lu Shu, trying to find out again what sodium was. He explained to her that it was the magical heavenly path. Once again, he pretended. The whole class was angry with Lu Shu. His strange and mysterious words, as well as his unusual behavior, caused irritation and discontent among the students. In the end, she decided to tell the others herself. She took the initiative to clarify the situation and convey the information to everyone. He thought she was afraid of repeating that ridiculous situation from the past. So now, she didn't even try to ask him anything. She said that 17 months ago, Reiki was revived, and every day more and more people were awakening. The world had changed dramatically. After the revival of Reiki, many new properties had been discovered in various metals. Moreover, students could now even create weapons. She added that with the revival of Reiki, metal was now also included. A huge number of materials that could be used had appeared. They will become a necessary tool for every student in the future. These new opportunities opened up new prospects for the students. She explained that although these materials cannot be compared to artifacts, their unique properties allow them to be mass-produced. In the future, many will be able to purchase such weapons, creating new opportunities. She noted that, of course, not everyone will be able to do so. He thought about why he constantly had the feeling that she was unreliable. When he got home, he thought that if he sold 50 servings of tofu, he would make a profit of 250 yuan, and then he could take Xiao Yu to the movies. He kept thinking about why he always got stinky tofu. It puzzled and annoyed him. He started playing the lottery again, hoping for luck and the chance to win something valuable. When he got something unusual, he felt real joy. This unexpected success lifted his spirits and gave him a feeling of elation. Then Xiao Yu entered the room, wondering what he was doing. And this object flew towards his sister. Suddenly, something unusual began to happen to Xiaoyu. She was surrounded by a strange energy or sensation that they could not explain. She became frightened, her heart beat faster, and her breathing quickened. The strange sensations around her intensified her anxiety, and she struggled to understand what was happening. Lu Shu froze in place, completely overwhelmed by the sudden situation. His body and thoughts seemed to freeze, and his gaze remained fixed on what was happening. She began to scream, her voice echoing through the room, reflecting her fear and panic. Lu Shu tried to calm her down, asking her not to worry, but she struggled to contain her excitement and explained that she had never seen a glowing piece of paper before. Lu Shu remained calm and asked her not to panic. He suggested that they first check if there were any abnormal changes in her body. He continued to maintain a calm tone, urging her to calm down and focus. He asked her to describe what she was seeing in front of her. Lu Shu listened attentively as she described her sensations, feeling as if a star had appeared in her chest, and then said that there were even 7. The stars in her chest seemed very strange and incomprehensible to her. She explained that these stars created something like a black hole. He gave her some fruit and said it would help her feel better. He hoped that everything would work as planned and watched her reaction closely. His inner tension was mixed with hope. She was simply delighted to have the opportunity to eat the fruit. Her joy was simple and sincere, completely unrelated to any unusual effects. Suddenly, something unusual began to happen around Xiaoyu. Strange glowing dots began to appear, slowly gathering into small sparkling spheres. The fruit suddenly flew up, disappearing from Xiaoyu's hands. Both watched this with amazement and bewilderment, not understanding what it could mean. Lu Shu thought to himself that Xiaoyu seemed to be repelling the starfruit. He noticed how her body rejected it, as if it were foreign. He noticed that there was not a single spot left on Xiaoyu's palm, as if the starfruit had left no trace. He told her that his cultivation trick had not worked because of her, expressing disappointment and confusion. He put tofu in her mouth and told her to leave. Lu Shu asked Xiaoyu if her constellation had tried to tell her something, such as making her sing, expressing curiosity about the phenomena happening to her. Xiaoyu replied that her constellation had not demanded anything. She wondered why she suddenly had to sing. She still couldn't understand if she had really awakened, experiencing mixed feelings of surprise and anxiety. He replied that she had awakened and asked her to leave. After that, Lu Shu fell onto the bed and relaxed, allowing his body to rest and himself to think about what had happened, while Xiaoyu was still trying to comprehend everything. Lu Shu didn't understand why the system made him sing while Xiaoyu was spared, which caused him confusion and a sense of injustice. He felt an inner rivalry and didn't want his sister to surpass him, although he tried to hide this feeling in order to focus on himself. That night, Lu Shu was determined, and he was going to awaken the 6th star, feeling the importance and necessity of this step for his growth. And indeed, that night, Lu Shu concentrated and was able to awaken the 6th star. In the morning, Lu Shu woke up feeling excited and impatient. He wanted to test his new powers right away and understand how the 6th star had changed him. He was genuinely glad he had taken this step. It seemed to him that his actions had opened up new opportunities and given him hope for unexpected discoveries. Suddenly, he caught himself thinking that, despite what had happened, he didn't feel any difference. Doubt flared up inside him. He decided to test his feelings in practice. He planned to conduct a small experiment to understand whether there really was no difference. He decided to test his feelings radically. He wanted to hurt his hand to understand how his body and consciousness would react, and whether there really was no difference. When Lu Shu was about to hurt himself, his power suddenly manifested itself, as if his body and energy worked in unison. The knife literally broke into pieces, and his power unexpectedly repelled the threat, revealing an invisible power that he himself did not yet fully understand. He couldn't believe his eyes, and the knife shattered into pieces right in his hands, which seemed impossible. He stood there, stunned by it all. Lu Shu was both happy and laughing at what was happening, his surprise and delight mixed with a slight irony, because he himself did not expect his power to manifest itself. Lu Shu realized that he had finally reached a new level. The thought that he had crossed another threshold filled him with pride and self-confidence. He walked to the door of the room and knocked. He told Xiaoyu to check their constellation, assuming that some changes might have occurred there. She was sleepy, as it was only 6 in the morning, and her movements were slow and her gaze slightly blurred from lack of sleep. He told her not to worry about the time, explaining that he had already lit the 6th star in his constellation. Oh smiled slightly and told her not to be upset, adding that he would wait for her if she needed him. He noticed that 3 stars had completely faded. This fact caused him anxiety and confusion. He noticed that she had made much faster progress than he had, even while she was asleep. This surprised him, and at the same time caused him slight concern. He noticed that the tomatoes were ripe and ready to be picked, and now noodles were planned for breakfast. He felt ashamed of his successes because they seemed insignificant to him. However, at least the tomatoes had grown well, and that brought him satisfaction. He noticed that someone was at his neighbor Lim's door. They were saying goodbye to her. This scene aroused his curiosity, and it seemed that she had guests. The guy said he would return when the ruins reopened, and thanked her for her help, expressing his gratitude for her support. Lu Shu felt that he knew this person's face, and understood that he was from the Temple of Justice. He became curious about what he could have forgotten here. Lu Shu realized that someone incredibly powerful was hiding inside. He really felt it, because the sudden power emanating from the man was so obvious that it seemed to physically weigh on him. Lu Shu did not understand why the man was staring at him so intently. His gaze was heavy and focused, as if the man was trying to look directly into his thoughts. Lu Shu felt irritated and anxious because of the intense gaze. He wanted to stop it and wanted the man to go away and mind his own business. Feeling the tension and not wanting to provoke a conflict, he decided to walk away. He chose the path of calm, deciding not to look for trouble and to leave the situation alone. As he was leaving, the man shouted after him, trying to stop him, but Lu Shu did not turn back and continued to walk away. He kept thinking that the man was looking for a fight, which made him even more cautious and forced him to act with restraint. He wondered if he could defeat him. However, the other man continued to follow Lu Shu, keeping up with him and clearly intending not to let him out of his sight. Despite the tension, Lu Shu decided to try to respond, and possibly even fight. He threw down the cup of tomatoes and clenched his fists, ready for a possible confrontation. The man reached out his hand, trying to show his good intentions and strike up a conversation despite the tension between them. He said he was very happy about this meeting, trying to show sincerity, but he thought that this time he had prepared answers to Lu Shu's questions. Lu Shu asked how happy he was to meet him and received the answer that he was as happy as he was. He clearly felt satisfied with himself and his answer, as if he was proud that he was able to express his thoughts accurately. Lu Shu was surprised by his cheerful appearance and asked what he was doing there, not understanding why he was so happy. He was confused by his question and wondered what Lu Shu was talking about, because he had expected a completely different conversation, for which he had carefully prepared. When the man left, Lu Shu was left alone and thought about the powerful force that was present here. He couldn't see it, but he could still feel it. Then Lu Shu remembered that he had to go, and began to pick tomatoes from the ground, lifting them carefully. He needed to prepare breakfast, so he put all thoughts aside and concentrated on picking tomatoes. He realized that this place was really not ideal for relaxation. Then he went home, still in a bad mood. Despite the familiar surroundings, his thoughts were preoccupied with the events of the morning. Zhao Yu asked him why he was breathing so heavily, noting that it had only been a short time since he had left. He told Xiao Yu that their neighbor was also awakened and possessed unusual powers, which surprised her, but he asked her not to tell anyone. Lu Shu admitted that the neighbor was indeed very strong, and although he had not yet fully realized his abilities, he felt strange around him. Laughing, she remarked that everything that was happening resembled a scene from a movie where an evil boss is relaxing in the countryside, adding a light touch of irony to the situation. She assured Lu Shu that he shouldn't worry, promising to cultivate diligently and protect him, expressing her sincere concern for him. Lu Shu thought about the unexpected revelation of his neighbor's status. It seemed to him that he had deliberately shown his power and wanted to be exposed. The next day, as he was leaving, he said goodbye to Xiao Yu, telling her to behave herself. She listened to his words silently and waved her hand in response, watching him go as if saying goodbye, without unnecessary words, with a feeling of respect and slight sadness. He walked down the street, puzzled and frowning, thinking about how strange it was to sell only this smelly tofu. Near his house, his attention was drawn to his neighbor's unusual movements. He literally exuded a strange energy, a slight glow emanating from him, as if the air around him was vibrating, filled with some invisible force. It was truly amazing. Everything looked both unreal and mesmerizing, as if magic had become tangible. Lu Shu opened his mouth in amazement and exclaimed that he was very strong. It was such a thrilling sight that it was impossible to look away. Although he was no longer young, the sight made a strong impression. His movements and strength seemed incredibly lively and energetic. Lu Shu thought for a moment, trying to assess the level of power he had just witnessed. He came to the conclusion that it must be level C, and possibly even B. Seeing Lu Shu, he smiled and wished him good morning, filling the atmosphere with warmth and friendliness. Lu Shu approached and asked what he was training so early in the morning, watching his actions closely. His neighbor explains that he was currently training by testing his sword. Lu Shu thought that anyone with eyes could understand what was happening if they watched closely. When Lu Shu said goodbye and started to leave, his neighbor suddenly stopped him. He wanted to talk to Lu Shu about something important that clearly couldn't wait. The man showed Lu Shu the sword in his hands, as if he wanted him to pay attention to his technique and strength, demonstrating his skill and level of mastery. When Lu Shu noticed that the sword was long and sharp, the man replied sternly that this was no place for jokes and suggested that they get down to business, demonstrating the sword. This sword could control everything in this world, be the root cause of all beings and events, change the world, destroy mountains, and control the essence of nature. For Lu Shu, this discovery was staggering. He suddenly realized that what he had before him was not just a weapon, but an instrument capable of radically changing the entire world. The man continued to explain that all events and forces in this world are connected, and every action affects the overall harmony. Everything comes together. Then the man asked Lu Shu for his opinion, but Lu Shu stood silently, pondering what he had heard, and not immediately daring to express his thoughts. His eyes were wide open. The man told Lu Shu that he would like to teach him how to use a sword. He explained that it was a weapon of incredible power, capable of influencing the world. But Lu Shu was stunned and did not expect such an offer. He stood in silence, pondering what he had heard. He was overwhelmed with a sense of surprise and excitement. However, Lu Shu decided to refuse. He did not want to learn how to use a sword. Despite the greatness and power of the weapon, Lu Shu understood that this was not his path. Having said this, Lu Shu quickly left, explaining that he had to leave the man. He had clearly already made his decision and did not want to upset the man by simply avoiding him. The man was angry with Lu Shu, realizing that he was refusing to learn, and, at the same time, realizing that he had very little time left. He saw him as a fool. He understood well that he could not allow his skills to disappear without a trace. He felt the need to preserve and pass on his knowledge to his heir. Lu Shu already understood the man. He constantly talked about needing a successor. He realized the seriousness of his words, but he didn't need any of that. He realized that the man simply wanted to draw him into a very rare and complex pyramid system full of hierarchies and rules of his own. Lu Shu wondered why this old man always seemed so gloomy. Although he left, he still continued to receive points for the old man's negative emotions. He didn't understand why the old man was so angry. Lu Shu tried to find a logical explanation, but the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. By this point, Lu Shu was already at school and headed to the cafeteria. The atmosphere was familiar and calm, but thoughts were still spinning in his head. He was still 3,000 points short. Despite his efforts, it wasn't enough, and he felt clearly irritated and confused. Lu Shu sat in the cafeteria, immersed in thoughts about how to get the missing points and what he should do in general. He was thinking about a strategy. A classmate approached Lu Shu from behind and leaned over to say that he wanted to show him something on his phone. Lu Shu turned around and looked slightly frightened. His classmate said that the video had literally gone viral and exploded on the internet. Regardless of the situation, it presented an amazing opportunity. Lu Shu saw that the video was recorded by a foreign awakened one and was intended as an advertisement for a soccer team. They could become popular. He paused for a moment, watching the video, trying to comprehend it, and also assessing how it might affect his own opportunities and life in general. He explained that many companies had begun to seriously consider the advantages of working with awakened people. For them, it was an amazing opportunity. Lu Shu didn't understand what exactly he was going to do next. He proudly said that he was just going to approach his parents' company, which was already planning to invest in this. He added that their company was already hiring awakened people and asked if Lu Shu himself was interested, offering him the opportunity to participate. He noted that Lu Shu came from a poor family and emphasized that this was an excellent opportunity for him, a chance that could significantly improve his situation. Lu Shu, a little surprised, decided to test how knowledgeable this person was about popular culture and asked him if he knew Justin Bieber. The man's eyes widened and he admitted that he did not know Justin Bieber. Lu Shu then sarcastically said that he thought this man had taught him to be arrogant. It was a scathing response to rudeness. The man became angry, grabbed his tray of food, and left, while Lu Shu received points for negative emotions. He watched what was happening with joy. As he left, his classmate contemptuously reminded Lu Shu that he should not dare to speak to him that way. His words sounded angry, resentful, and very arrogant. His classmates laughed at him and teased him, wondering how the young heir to the Liu family could not lure Lu Shu to his side. Their mockery was caustic. Lu Shu did not react and continued to eat calmly, as if nothing was happening around him. His indifference only angered his classmate even more. When Lu Shu returned home, the system rewarded him with new fruits. He examined them, realizing that each one had special powers and properties. He also slowly ate the fruits he had received, enjoying their unusual taste and anticipating the improvements to come. With each bite, he felt a change. Xiao Yu sat nearby, but looked slightly dissatisfied. She kept her eyes on Lu Shu, as if she wanted to say something. Perhaps she wanted the fruit too. Lu Shu noticed her intense gaze, frowned, and told her to stop looking so intently. He reminded her that the fruit was not for her. Xiao Yu did not look away and, frowning, asked where he got such unusual fruit. There was concern and curiosity in her voice. He remained silent, pretending not to hear the question, but inside, he knew the answer perfectly well. All these fruits were just the result of the negative emotions of the people around him. Lu Shu even choked under his sister's intense gaze. After regaining his composure a little, he decided not to dwell on it and to join in watching cartoons later. When Lu Shu entered his room, it was as if something had changed. The air became heavier, as if saturated with invisible energy. Everything around him seemed different. Lu Shu felt an unusual energy begin to flow through his body. It seemed to flow through every vein, causing a slight warmth and tremor at the same time. This sensation was new and unfamiliar, but at the same time mesmerizing, and he clearly understood that it was not just a physical sensation, but something else. He felt a sense of anticipation that his seventh star was about to light up. He understood that a powerful energy had accumulated inside him, ready to be released, and that this was important. Lu Shu noticed that all the stars seemed to revolve around the last and brightest one. This sight struck him, and he felt an unusual energy concentrating around one star, foreshadowing an important event and awakening him. Lu Shu tried to understand the meaning of this brightest star. He concentrated, feeling its energy, trying to understand why it stood out among all the others. Suddenly, the bright star blinded Lu Shu, and he was confused. The light was so intense that he lost the ability to clearly understand what was happening. Lu Shu noticed the dagger lying in front of him, but did not understand its meaning. He looked at it with confusion, trying to comprehend why it was there at all. The energy emanating from the dagger irritated Lu Shu. It was too intense and inappropriate, as if it were disturbing his inner balance and peace. Suddenly, Lu Shu realized that this system could not be relied upon. Lu Shu grabbed the dagger, thinking that having something was better than having nothing at all. Despite his doubts and irritation from the energy around him, he began to swing the dagger, testing its weight and balance. Each swing allowed him to feel the weapon a little better and test his body's reactions. He realized that there was enormous power hidden inside him. He felt its pulsating energy, ready to burst out. He had to be careful. Suddenly, he realized that the power he felt was not accidental. It was sure go. This energy had a special nature and meaning, and now he needed to figure out how to interact with it and use it wisely. Shugo was in his constellation. These were his 7 spirits. When he realized this, he was very surprised. This dagger seemed strange. Its shape was more like an elegant tool, not designed for combat. It looked as if it were meant for opening letters. He wondered if it might be worth learning a few techniques for wielding that sword after all. The thought wouldn't leave him, as if pushing him to action. He thought about how his elderly neighbor lived very close by. The thought remained in his mind, as if his proximity had some significance. Then Xiao Yu appeared. She ran up to him and almost jumped on him. She asked him to spend time with her and watch cartoons with her. Meanwhile, some people in long cloaks were moving across the roof. Their footsteps were barely audible, but a dark shadow followed their every movement. A shadow appeared ahead, and one of them immediately noticed something suspicious. His gaze lingered, becoming more alert, and his steps became quieter. The others also slowed down, realizing that there might be a threat or an unexpected witness to their journey across the roof. Soon, one of the men in cloaks said this aloud, trying to convince the others that there was no cause for alarm and that it was just a city dweller. The one who had been wary at first gradually calmed down. The tension in his body eased a little, and he allowed himself to move more freely again. Auntie Lim, Lu Shu's neighbor, was standing on the street. She calmly watched what was happening, as if she had accidentally witnessed these strange events. They continued on their way, carefully moving forward across the roof. Each step was measured so as not to attract unnecessary attention from prying eyes. The leader of the group kept an eye on his companions. He reminded them of the absolute necessity to obey and not to take any action without his instructions. Aunt Lim was still standing on the street, calmly breathing in the fresh air. Her gaze swept over the surroundings, and a light breeze ruffled her hair. She seems to be enjoying the moment of peace, unaware of the tense events taking place nearby. Her husband sat and watched her from the house. Then he thought that now was the time to return. Suddenly, one of those people appeared in front of Auntie Lim. His sudden appearance disturbed the tranquility of the street, and she seemed to freeze for a moment. Lu Shu also sensed this presence. He immediately looked in that direction. He also felt a powerful force emanating from the stranger. This energy was palpable not only physically, but also internally, causing him anxiety. Peering out the window, she thought this man was unrealistically strong. His presence caused a mixture of anxiety because it was impossible not to notice him. Aunt Lim was now staring at him without moving. Her gaze was calm and focused, as if she fully understood the situation. Xiao Yu also wanted to see, and tried to climb up to the window, her small body strained upward, her eyes burning with curiosity. The man seemed to notice Lu Shu and turned his gaze in his direction, directing his attention directly to the window. He was able to notice even hidden observations. Lu Shu was even frightened when he realized that the man had noticed him. His heart beat faster, and his thoughts were instantly filled with anxiety and the feeling that he had been exposed. The man told Auntie Lim that he was not here by accident and that his goal was to meet with Mr. Li. He immediately clarified the reason for his appearance there. She calmly looked him in the eye without looking away, and she was not afraid. Lu Shu thought that the old man opposite was hiding from his enemy, and now it seems that they had found him. All this caused him tension and anxiety. The old man spoke to him calmly, apologizing for meeting him in such a place. The man and Auntie Lim turned around at the same time at the sound of his voice. The old man invited the man into his home. His gesture was calm and hospitable, as if he wanted to move the unexpected meeting there. At that moment, Lu Shu thought about the Heavenly Nets, an organization created to gather the awakened. At the top were the Heavenly Nets. There were slightly less than 10 of them, and they united those of level B and above, whose power and influence far exceeded that of ordinary people. The strongest among them was Ni Ting. His power and status set him apart from the rest, making him a key figure in the Heavenly Networks. Lu Shu had already heard of this name. Nia Ting's reputation as the strongest and most influential awakened spread among other awakened ones. Now, Nia Ting was talking to the old man, explaining that the foundation would not collapse if the superpower awakened as soon as possible. His voice was serious, but the old man believed that this was not a coincidence, but a predestined fate. He perceived events as the inevitable order of things in this world. Nitin said that talking to open-minded people like him made the difficulties of this world easier to bear. Their presence made things easier. The old man listened attentively, his silence filled with reflection and consideration of Nitin's words. Then the old man asked directly why he had come here. He asked if the old man would like to join their mission in this era, while all kinds of superpowers were still being awakened. He was serious. At that moment, Xiao Yu was trying to hear what was being said behind the wall through the glass. She leaned closer, straining her ears and listening curiously. When she realized she couldn't hear anything, Lu Shu asked her to concentrate. Notin said that the place in the Heavenly Networks was still vacant and that they were waiting for him. The old man coughed, choking on the water he was drinking. This unexpected incident distracted him for a moment, causing him slight confusion. He muttered an awkward apology and added that he was just an ordinary old man who had managed to choke on plain water. He continued, explaining that he and his interlocutor had different views. Besides, all he wanted now was to spend the rest of his years in peace. Nathan said that he might not be able to compare himself to him, but the old man was the only one who ran the foundations in this country. The relics had not yet been found. He assured him that if they managed to find more medicine, they would definitely deliver it to the old man as soon as possible. He expressed hope that one day the foundations would not be their enemies, and that the old man sought to protect the world, while he himself wanted to protect his homeland. Nathan left, telling the old man to take care of himself. His words sounded like a caring farewell, showing respect and attention to another person. Then he went out and left. His departure was measured and confident, leaving behind a feeling of strength and calm. When Nathan left, the old man went out into the street, and Auntie Lim hurried to ask him how he was feeling. She showed concern and interest. The old man thought before answering. His pause was filled with reflection, as if he were trying to carefully choose his words to convey his impression. But as it turned out, the old man still considered Nathan to be that kind of person. The next morning, the old man went outside and began to exercise. His movements were focused and precise. When the old man heard Lu Shu saying goodbye to his sister and leaving, he became alert, as if he had been waiting for him to appear for a long time. His gaze became attentive. He swung his sword fiercely, as if trying to attract Lu Shu's attention. Every movement was filled with power and the intention to demonstrate his skill. Seeing this, Lu Shu thought for a moment and said that his sword skills looked amazing. He was amazed by the precision and power of his movements, feeling admiration. The old man seemed pleased that he had made an impression. His expression betrayed his inner satisfaction, as if he were evaluating Lu Shu's reaction. Then the old man asked with a smile if Lu Shu would also like to learn such techniques. The question sounded like an invitation to learn and train together. Lu Shu began to reply that he would like to, but there was one thing. However, he did not have time to finish. His words hung in the air, leaving his thought unfinished. The old man interrupted him, saying that there would be no problems and that nothing could distract them from their training while he was around. He was very insistent. He was even willing to give money to attract Lu Shu, saying that he could cover any expenses and that Lu Shu just needed to tell him how much he needed. He added that all he had to do was ask and he would help him. Lu Shu replied that it was not particularly important, but he was simply curious about the old man's studies. The old man replied with a smile and even self-confidence that they say he is an educated scholar who knows everything. Lu Shu thought this was amazing. He was impressed by his education and versatile knowledge, feeling admiration and slight surprise. Then Lu Shu said that he would have time to learn sword techniques if he helped Xiaoyu with her studies. This came as a shock to the old man. Then Lu Shu called Xiaoyu over, inviting her to join the conversation and possibly the training. But the old man froze in surprise. He reassured the old man, saying that his little sister was a true god's dandelion. Lu Shu told his sister that she would be spending the day with Mr. Li, who would help her catch up on her studies. The old man laid down the conditions, warning that if they didn't listen to him, there would be no tomatoes with fried eggs for 6 whole months. Lu Shu quickly jumped out of the yard, expressing his hope for the old man's help. Now he was alone with her. And of course, he did everything reluctantly. She looked at him and waited patiently for the lesson to begin. Her gaze expressed interest and concentration, and her posture showed her readiness to listen to every word. When she came into their house and began to eat sweets, Aunt Lim told her not to rush, reminding her that they still had more sweets. The old man was indignant, wondering how he ended up in the role of a babysitter, since he was an awakened level B. His words sounded irritated and surprised. Then he invited her to a lesson, giving her the opportunity to focus on her studies. The atmosphere became more serious and focused, and the old man took on the role of a mentor, ready to pass on all his knowledge to her. He admitted that he had not expected this, and that her manuscripts were indeed good. His expression showed slight surprise and approval. He carefully studied her manuscripts, concentrating on every detail. He hoped he had made the right decision, feeling a slight tension and responsibility. Internally, he listened to his intuition. The next day, the old man told Lu Shu that he should start training with sandbags starting today. This was the first step. The old man joked that Lu Shu could start with the lightest bag, trying to lighten the mood and make the training less intimidating. Despite this, Lu Shu lifted the heavy bag without any problems. His strength and perseverance immediately became apparent, showing that he was ready for serious work. The old man asked in surprise if Lu Shu was already able to carry heavy bags. He was amazed by his student's sudden strength, which exceeded all his expectations. He noted that Lu Shu could already compare his abilities to those he had during his training in the past. Lu Shu expressed his desire to call the old man his master, emphasizing how much he wanted this. He waited for the answer with respect and excitement. The old man calmly replied that there was no need to rush. First, Lu Shu had to pass a certain test before beginning full-fledged training. He continued his instruction and told Lu Shu to swing his sword 1,000 times, putting all his strength into it so that he could feel how the muscles in his body were changing. Lu Shu felt dissatisfied and thought that the old man had decided to make him his student without asking him if he wanted to, and now he was acting like this. The old man explained that it was impossible to become a real fighter until one learned to control one's own body, movements, and strength. He also asked Lu Shu who could be considered a strong person, trying to convey the idea that true strength lies not only in physical power, but Lu Shu believed that strength meant being so powerful that one could ignore the rules. The old man asked Lu Shu how he intended to reach the level of such people and become one of them. He watched Lu Shu closely, studying his every movement and facial expression, as if trying to read his determination and inner strength. Then the old man made a quick movement with his hand, as if demonstrating something important or testing Lu Shu's reaction. Lu Shu immediately understood that the old man's hand movement showed the true purpose of the sword. The old man thought to himself that now Lu Shu truly understood what he was capable of and what power he possessed. He explained that true mastery of the sword requires complete self-confidence. Every gesture, every swing must come from inner determination, and the heart must be filled with unshakable confidence. Lu Shu expressed a sincere desire to become the old man's disciple, hoping to comprehend his knowledge. The old man thought for a moment and asked an important question. When he mastered this enormous power, would he be able to shoulder the enormous responsibility? But Lu Shu understood that his responsibility was to survive and take care of his sister. The old man said that he was not talking about the present, but about the future. Lu Shu decided that he would focus on helping other people. It was already difficult for him to survive in this harsh world. The old man pondered how difficult it would be to convince Lu Shu to believe in their mission. He understood that his past trials and tribulations had made him cautious. Although the old man knew he couldn't take Lu Shu as his successor, he was still willing to teach him sword techniques starting today. He thought about his options and decided that the only thing he could do was to pay more attention to their lives and try to gradually influence him. 2 days later, the old man noticed that Xiao Yu had already gotten used to his presence. He realized that she felt confident around him and listened to him attentively. She was gradually mastering new skills, which gave him the feeling that his teaching efforts were beginning to bear fruit. The old man asked Xiao Yu if she wanted to become someone who would help others in the future. He wanted to understand her motives and goals. Xiao Yu replied that she did not want to become someone who would help others. This surprised the old man, as he had expected a different answer. The old man said that he had helped her. Xiao Yu replied that the house was quite old, and if Lu Shu had changed the light bulb, he would have been electrocuted. Xiao Yu considered Mr. Li to be old, so she was not afraid that he might die. The old man got angry when he heard this and asked if she had already done her math homework and wanted to check everything carefully since she had already done it. Xiao Yu started yelling at the old man, expressing her dissatisfaction and protesting against his interference, not considering it necessary to obey his demand. The old man began to carefully check her notes, studying each line thoroughly to understand how well she had mastered the material. She asked in bewilderment why, if the old man claimed to know everything, he was taking so long to solve the problem, clearly expecting confirmation of his mastery. He yelled at her, indignant that she was laughing at him. The old man proudly declared that of course he knew everything and had been solving such complex problems for a long time. He claimed that he had been solving these problems long before she was born because he was now 81 years old, demonstrating his long-standing wisdom. She exclaimed, amazed at the old man's age and experience, wondering how it was possible to study mathematics before she was born, and for so many years. She thought to herself that it was impossible for him to simply become her teacher. He said that he was indeed experienced enough and had gone through everything that made knowledge and skills truly valuable and worthy of respect. However, she began to argue with him again, showing stubbornness and a desire to defend her point of view, unwilling to immediately acknowledge his experience and authority. At that moment, a young man appeared and said he knew how to resolve the situation. The young man asked if the owner of the house was really not particularly happy to see him. The old man turned to Xiao Yu with a question, reminding her of the continuation of the text after the phrase, when there are friends who come from afar. Xiao Yu replied that after this phrase, the idea follows that they must be destroyed, regardless of how far away they are. Lu Shu, sitting in school, wondered why he was receiving such negative emotions from Shi Shuijian. Lu Shu also felt negative emotions from the old man. Something was happening to Xiao Yu, and it worried him. He then told the teacher that he needed to leave, and, without waiting for a response, hurriedly ran out. His excuse was that someone had illegally accessed his Twitter account from another device. He instantly ran over and called his sister to figure out what was going on together. Suddenly, he noticed the old man and the guy standing not far from his sister. Lu Shu instantly recognized the guy, and his face and mannerisms seemed familiar to him. He suddenly remembered and exclaimed that this guy was the one who helped them screw in the light bulb, confirming his acquaintance with him. The old man said that among all the heavenly and earthly networks, there was only one representative of the heavenly networks who did not have the proper physique, and that is Mr. Shi Shuijin. He replied ironically that he thanks Mr. Li and recognizes him as the creator of all foundations, adding that everyone respects him. And even despite the frailty of his muscles, it turned out that Mr. Shi had a deep knowledge of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. He is also the creator of double-digit meditation. She talked about the old man, noting that Mr. Li is not only a descendant of the sword, but had also devoted himself to his duties for many years. He had become a role model for everyone around him. Lu Shu realized that the training methods taught by the old man were created by him and were passed on as part of a special teaching material. 2 days later, teacher Shifei explains that this was a method of dual cultivation, a special approach that combined physical and spiritual training. Now she announced that she was going to teach them the first chapter of this method, gradually introducing them to the basics of dual cultivation and revealing its principles. She explains that the first chapter of dual cultivation is called the spiritual body. Students must fully master it before moving on to the next one. She warned them not to rush. She said that adaptation and cultivation are individual and depend on one's physique, but that they must try their best. Lu Shu felt an internal movement, a slight warmth and tension, as if something was awakening in his body. It was something new and very strange. A sword appeared before Lu Shu again, as if materialized out of thin air. It glowed with a soft light, reflecting the inner strength that Lu Shu felt. Lu Shu wondered, if the sword broke, would he really be able to achieve what he was striving for? He realized that he was unable to cultivate both at the same time, and felt that the constellation was too powerful, and the other techniques were useless to him. When they were still talking with Shi Shuijin and the old man, Lu Shu thought that the situation would become quite awkward if Shi Shuijin found out about his techniques. Then Shi Shuijin became interested in who Lu Shu was. He watched him closely, trying to understand his abilities, and asked the old man his name. The old man replied that this boy was indeed suitable for training, had an F-level physique, and was enrolled in their course. Lu Shu, trying to leave as quickly as possible, said that he would just pick up his little sister and leave them alone, expressing his gratitude for their help. At that moment, Shi Shuijin wondered if they were really just neighbors, or if there was something more between them that connected them. Then the old man asked him why he had come, trying to understand the motives and purpose of the visit, hidden behind his sudden appearance. He said that there were signs of the return of the remains, which were an important part of the country, and expressed his hope that the creator would not approach them until they were reborn in the future. He was ready to sacrifice himself, even if it meant dying at the hands of the old man. The old man did not understand why he should harm him, so he sternly told him to leave. Shi Shuijin said he was grateful and promised to leave a place for him in the earthly networks. The old man understood that his ambitions were no longer what they had been in his youth, and that he would no longer act with the same determination or audacity. The young man continued to insist that the old man reconsider, and added that he could always help him with math problems, but the old man sent him away. At that time, Lu Shu was preparing food at home, concentrating on selecting ingredients and reflecting on the events of the day. While cooking at home, he listened to his sister, who was indignant at the old man's behavior. She believed that the old man had no right to consider himself superior to Lu Shu. After all, he was not even able to solve simple math problems. Lu Shu continued to cook, and his sister assured him that he was the best cook in the world. She promised to tell the old man about this the next time she saw him. He said that there were always important people around him, and that he was protecting Lu Shu. After all, hiding his power was the best defense. Xiao Yu promised to be more polite to the old man from now on. He said that politeness was not necessary, and that it would make her look like a stranger. He needed negative emotions for points. Therefore, he needed her to be the same as before. The old man knocked on their door and announced that he had finally solved the problem he had been thinking about for so long. Lu Shu opened the door and was very surprised to see the old man who had come with unexpected news about the solved problem. Noticing Lu Shu's tension, the old man asked him ironically why he was so nervous, reminding him that he was only an F-level student. Then the old man asked if it could be that Lu Shu's level was actually higher than he himself had assumed, showing interest in his student's abilities. The old man had 2 flasks in his hands, and Lu Shu did not understand what they were for. The old man continued, explaining that the flasks contained a mixture of sodium and potassium used to test physique. He emphasized that he could bet that Lu Shu already knew this. Lu Shu replied that he was only an F-level student and had already passed the tests. Therefore, there was no need for testing. The old man left the flasks anyway, saying that Lu Shu should report the test results tomorrow morning. Lu Shu remained standing and watching him without saying a word, lost in his thoughts. Xiao Yu didn't know what to do now. Should she tell the old man the truth? Lu Shu replied that he would take the test himself before saying anything. After taking the test, Lu Shu did not immediately understand its meaning, feeling mixed emotions of surprise and doubt, because the results were unclear. Lu Shu realized that he had gone too far, and that was why everything had happened. The next day, Lu Shu sat behind the counter selling smelly tofu. He was focused on his work, watching the customers. A man who wanted to buy tofu approached him and asked if there was any left. Lu Shu replied that there was still a lot of tofu, and that there would be enough for everyone. But when the customer tried to buy the tofu, Lu Shu quickly stopped him, explaining that this tofu was not for sale. The customer left angry and upset, but Lu Shu used this situation to his advantage because it allowed him to transform negative emotions into points. He used the points for his own development. Fortunately, his system took into account not only the negative emotions directed at him, but also those directed at the fit. Lu Shu privately advised Old Man Li to stay strong. Xiao Yu kindly advised her grandfather that if he felt unwell or sick, he should take medicine to alleviate his condition. The old man replied that none of that mattered and wanted to know the test results. She replied that he should ask Lu Shu in the morning, but noted that he was still at level F, although she herself was better. The old man laughed at her words, thinking she was just joking with him. He noted that the potential of these children was truly unique, but he knew that they still did not trust him. When Lu Shu came into the classroom, All the students praised Li Qing, especially singling him out as a genius and a manifestation of true mental power. He did not understand what they were so excited about, because their discussions could be heard downstairs. Lu Shu noticed that Li Qing was holding a green onion in his hands, but did not understand what he was doing with it. The person sitting next to him explained that the onion had a special aura, which helps with cultivation when eaten. Li Qing had moved on to the next stage last night, so now everyone was celebrating this progress. Lu Shu was surprised to hear this because, according to them, it would take 9 days to reach this level. He did not expect it to be so fast. A classmate told him that Li Qing's parents had bought him a piece of blessed land, which had accelerated his training by twice as much. Lu Shu asked Zhang what this blessed land was, trying to understand how it differed from ordinary land and why it greatly accelerated training. Zhang explained that blessed land, as the name suggests, is a special place completely filled with an aura that enhances training. He added that blessed land not only affects people's training, making it more effective, but also has an impact on animals and plants. He explained that in places like the Luli families, the aura is not completely pure, and over time, it can harm the body. This meant that the land was bad. Lu Shu noticed that he also seemed to have almost moved on to the next stage. He was at level B. His interlocutor said that he had done so 2 days ago and noted that the blessed land in his house was slightly better than the one they had talked about earlier. Lu Shu thought to himself that this guy was really different from the others and had high-level potential and extensive knowledge. But the whole class eagerly turned to Li Qing, asking him to show them how to move on to the next stage. They watched him with curiosity. Li Qing happily accepted the attention of his classmates and enthusiastically demonstrated his biceps, eliciting admiration and amazement from everyone. He confidently declared that he saw no one who could compete with him in arm wrestling. His pride and confidence in his strength were evident. At that moment, Lu Shu stood up and said he wanted to try his hand out. Li Qing did not object and accepted Lu Shu's challenge, ready to see what the newcomer was capable of. Immediately after Lu Shu's words, the battle began, and the class froze, watching the tense struggle of strength and will between Lu Shu and the experienced genius, Li Qing. Li Qing was sure that Lu Shu would disgrace him and did not want to give him a chance to win, so this time, he had to win to maintain his superiority. In addition, Li Qing felt intense anger towards Lu Shu, his rage overwhelming him and fueling his determination to win at any cost. However, Lu Shu proved to be no weak opponent. Despite Li Qing's anger, he resisted confidently and demonstrated his strength by holding him back. In the end, Li Qing lost the fight, even though he fought with complete dedication. Lu Shu showed composure and skill, which allowed him to win. Lu Shu laughed and suggested continuing the fight with his other hand, saying that his left hand was stronger than his right. In the end, Li Qing lost with his right hand as well, despite his attempt to even the odds, which further emphasized Lu Shu's skill and strength. Li Qing could not accept defeat. His face reddened with anger and humiliation, for he had always considered himself the best among all his classmates. Lu Shu exclaimed loudly, as if he himself was amazed by his awakening. He spread his arms, pretending to be filled with energy, and declared that power was overflowing from his body. After defeating the class president, Lu Shu decided to play on the imagination of those around him. He pretended that it was the fight with Li Qing that had awakened him. Inside, Lu Shu laughed. For him, everything that was happening was an amusing farce. He understood perfectly well that there had been no real awakening. His neighbor leaned over to Lu Shu with curiosity and quietly asked if it was true that he had just awakened. His eyes sparkled with genuine admiration. Lu Shu pretended in front of him too. He said that he suddenly felt a surge of energy in his body and then woke up as a different person. His neighbor advised him to be sure to tell the teacher about his awakening that evening. The teacher explained to the whole class that these 2 stones were special resources. They were saturated with energy and could enhance cultivation. She explained that despite this, independent awakened individuals also have their advantages. They are entitled to 2 potential stones per month. Lu Shu understood that although the spiritual stone possessed enormous power, he could not use it with his aura. For him, this stone was useless. Then a classmate approached him and said that he had not lied to him. Suddenly, Lu Shu felt something inside himself. It was as if a very good idea had come to him. He wanted to offer him something important, or rather, some kind of joint venture. Lu Shu approached his classmate with an unusual proposal. He talked about the spiritual stone, emphasizing its value. The stone was not damaged, and he offered to sell it to him. His classmate replied that such stones were strictly controlled by the Tianluo organization in China. Any attempt to sell them would inevitably result in severe punishment. When his classmate asked why Lu Shu intended to sell it, He did not hide his feelings. Lu Shu admitted that he knew the price of the spiritual stone. He even shed tears, showing how sorry he was to do it. He reminded him that he and his sister were orphans, and now their entire existence depended on his sales at the market. His sister needed money for school. Lu Shu remembered the words of his teacher, who had instructed him to study hard. But in reality, everything turned out to be more complicated, and he said he would help Lu Shu. Right now, on the black market, such an artifact was worth at least 100,000, and that amount could completely change their lives. Lu Shu was able to elicit pity. After a short pause, his classmate spoke up and said that he knew someone who was willing to pay not 100, but 120,000 for the spirit stones. Lu Shu thought about what he had heard. Spiritual stones were extremely valuable, and the loss of even a small batch could result in huge losses. After a short pause, Lu Shu sighed deeply and said that they had a deal. In the evening, he went to an ATM and entered the necessary commands. When the balance appeared on the display, he saw that the money had indeed been transferred to the account. It was 120,000, as promised. These funds opened up a long-awaited opportunity for him and Xiao Yu, giving them a chance at school and a peaceful tomorrow. Lu Shu thought about how best to use the money he had received. Various plans came to mind. He felt a sense of responsibility in making his choice. Memories of his sister came to Lu Shu. She had once talked about a house that she particularly liked. He could clearly see her excitement and dreams. Lu Shu finally decided that he would buy the house. The thought of giving his sister the long-awaited home filled his heart with warmth. He picked up the phone and dialed the number to find out if the house had been sold or was still available. Early in the morning, Lu Shu began training under the guidance of Grandpa Li. The old man watched his every move closely and corrected his mistakes. Grandfather Li explained to Lu Shu a simple but profound truth. A martial artist who develops perseverance and fortitude becomes invincible. Lu Shu stubbornly continued his training, making 1,000 sword swings every day. Inside, the old man knew that the day when Lu Shu would become strong was coming soon. Then the old man said that training was over for the day. Lu Shu felt a slight relief after a long and exhausting session. Lu Shu asked aloud, trying to understand the meaning of early training and why sword training had to be done at 3 in the morning. Grandfather Li explained that early training sessions began at 3 in the morning for a reason. When he was training, it was his master's roosters that woke him up. Lu Shu asked why the old man always played the same song during training. He replied that this music was a source of inspiration. Now Lu Shu wanted to understand when he would be able to master this technique. Grandfather Li thought for a moment, acknowledging that Lu Shu was not yet at a high enough level to fully master this technique. But then he reconsidered his judgment and asked Lu Shu if he was sure he was at level F. Lu Shu thought to himself that the old man was being cunning. In order to accurately determine his true level of potential, Grandpa Li had carefully prepared himself. Then he said he would train hard. Determination filled his heart every day, and each training session would be a step toward his mastery. Then Lu Shu woke Xiao Yu and asked her what she had been doing at night. Xiao Yu replied that the old man had given her homework that included 10 binary equations. She showed everyone that the task was difficult. Lu Shu realized that Xiao Yu had stayed up to do her homework. He told Xiao Yu to tidy up first, and then they would go for a walk together. Xiao Yu quickly tidied up and happily accepted Lu Shu's suggestion. Her eyes lit up, and her mood became light and cheerful. Then they went to the store together. The atmosphere was lively. The shop windows were eye-catching, and passers-by hurried about their business. Fortunately, Lu Shu had a card and was able to buy his sister everything she wanted, and then he bought her a phone. His sister thought that Lu Shu had done something wrong and that he was apologizing for it. She noticed that Lu Shu had never been so attentive and caring before. The situation resembled a farewell gift from a television drama, a touching, carefully thought out, and emotional moment. Lu Shu reassured his sister, advising her to watch fewer television shows that had no useful information. He proudly and with relief announced that he had bought a house. He felt that from that moment on, their lives would change, and they would no longer experience hardship and suffering. Xiao Yu thought that Lu Shu had borrowed money, and suggested that they work together to pay back the debt. She expressed her willingness to help him with the stall. Lu Shu suggested going to the movies instead of working, noting that the movie King Rao Ming was showing today. He wanted to take a break from their worries together. They were happy that they finally had their own home. A feeling of security and stability filled their hearts with warmth and happiness. In the evening, Lu Shu continued to practice with the dagger, focusing completely on each movement. He wanted it to obey him completely. Lu Shu gave the order to break the target into small pieces. He proudly realized that he had mastered the art of swordplay. His training, perseverance, and concentration immediately bore fruit. Xiao Yu approached Lu Shu and watched his actions with curiosity, not understanding what he was doing. Her gaze expressed a mixture of surprise and bewilderment. She asked Lu Shu to cut another pear and 2 apples and peel 6 oranges, and not to damage the furniture in the house as if it were a toy. He was ready, but didn't understand why Xiao Yu always felt sleepy after eating. His bewilderment reflected his concern and desire to understand her habits. Xiao Yu said it was time for her to go to bed. She felt tired and decided to end the day to rest and recharge her batteries. However, Xiao Yu immediately added that she wasn't actually sleepy at all. Lu Shu believed that it was time for her to break through the next barrier. He believed that overcoming it would help her unlock her abilities. He thought that overcoming difficulties could, for example, give them the opportunity to change their diet. He saw this as a chance to improve their habits. He also understood that these changes could make them more independent and carefree in a good way. This approach gave a feeling of freedom. Xiao Yu quickly went to bed and asked not to be disturbed. Lu Shu replied that it was not a problem and agreed to the condition. Xiao Yu began counting sheep to fall asleep faster. This familiar method helped her calm down, relax, and distract herself from her thoughts. He sat down next to her and quietly began to hum a lullaby, imagining his mother rocking his little sister in her arms with her caring and gentle hands. To the lullaby he was quietly singing, Xiao Yu should have fallen asleep quickly. The night was calm and warm, and the atmosphere of comfort and care helped her. He asked Xiao Yu to fall asleep quickly, assuring her that everything around her was warm and belonged only to her. These words created a feeling of security and peace. Lu Shu felt something pulling him back. It was as if an invisible force was holding him back, making him feel uneasy and alert. He realized that Xiao Yu's diary was lying nearby. This discovery aroused his curiosity and interest in his sister's thoughts and experiences. He decided to take a look. In the diary were the words owl, eagle, raven, swallow, sparrow, and the general term bird. He didn't understand why she had written them. Suddenly, a bird appeared in front of him and tried to take the diary away. It fluttered around, grabbing it with its wings and beak, creating a sense of threat. While he was distracted by his sister, it seized the moment and stole the diary. He instantly rushed after it to get the diary back. His movements were quick, but the bird did not stop and continued to fly away without reacting. He was unable to catch the bird. Despite all his efforts, she slipped away, maneuvering deftly in the air, leaving Lu Shu with a feeling of disappointment and anxiety. He was angry. His irritation grew, mixed with helplessness, because the bird was slipping away and the diary remained out of his reach. His sister appeared before him, announcing that she seems to have broken through the first nebula. Her appearance was unexpected, and he was startled. It was so unexpected that the hairs on his head literally stood on end. He felt a sharp heartbeat and inner excitement, as if he had had a heart attack. The night and the unexpected appearance shook him. Soon, he noticed that the bird had landed right on his sister's head. He realized that this was her ability. She had noticed a black hole in the star map, and thinking about it in her dream, had turned the sparrow into a real one. She wanted it, but the black hole swallowed it up. He reacted sarcastically. Now, she decided that this sparrow belonged to her. He was pleased with the progress. She admitted that, unfortunately, it was just a soul, and the sparrow couldn't eat. He watched the bird. It looked like a real one, and asked how many souls it could absorb. She explained that the whole could absorb 1 soul. And as soon as a new one appears, the old one disappears completely, dissolving. He asked if that meant it was possible to absorb other souls, and then select something useful from them, such as labor. She was completely confused and did not understand how it worked, unable to imagine how souls could be controlled or extracted. He was on his way to find an experimental substance for capturing souls, and she, concerned, asked where exactly he was going, trying to understand. When they got there, she immediately noticed that the place looked very gloomy and unpleasant, and asked if they really needed to stay there. She asked who exactly was hiding in this place. He replied that the most evil creature in the world was hiding there, and that this place served as a refuge. He explains that, in any case, it was just an experimental facility. He headed for the door and asked if she was ready for what she was about to see. She said she was completely ready, and Lu Shu took that into account and opened the door. As the door slowly opened, Lu Shu noticed the tension on her face. Her gaze was focused and alert, as if she were expecting something unexpected. When the door was fully open, a strange scene appeared before them. There were only pigs. Their presence seemed unexpected and absurd. Lu Shu noticed that the setting looked quite nice, and there were quite a few pigs here. She didn't quite understand what was going on when she asked about what was happening, because it was all part of Lu Shu's idea. Lu Shu explained that they would soon be slaughtered. He said that this was a kind of free soul, and urged them not to give up and to take action. One of the pigs stared at them with obvious displeasure, as if condemning their presence and making Lu Shu and Xiao Yu feel even more awkward. They moved away slightly, feeling the tension from the pig's disapproving gaze, and froze for a moment, assessing the situation before deciding to move. As a result, the pigs suddenly attacked them, creating a chaotic and comical situation in which they were forced to react quickly and run away. Lu Shu quickly grabbed his sister's hand, trying to hold her back and protect her from the advancing pigs while trying to maintain control. Despite his efforts, the pigs pushed Lu Shu and his sister, knocking them off their feet and creating chaos in which they both barely managed to hold on. Lu Shu was struck by the strength and aggression of the pigs, realizing that the encounter with them was much more difficult and unexpected than he could have imagined. Xiao Yu noticed that the posture of one of the pigs seemed to be mocking them. Lu Shu asked her what she was going to do, trying to understand her intentions. She replied that she was going to take the pig's soul. She was clearly dissatisfied with it. He told Xiao Yu to forget about the pig's soul and focus on what they should do next. Then she pointed her finger, and Lu Shu turned his head in the direction she indicated, carefully examining what she wanted to draw his attention to. In the indicated place lay a pig, lying peacefully on the ground, attracting attention with its unexpected pose. He still couldn't understand what his sister really meant, trying to make sense of her gestures and hints, which remained a mystery to him. When they returned home, he asked his sister why she wanted to tame the little pig's soul. She replied that it was because it looked gorgeous. He noted that no matter how she looked at it, he believed there was no difference between this and real pig. He thought that the only difference between this pig and real pigs was that you could punch it. But she asked him not to be silly and to behave normally. She didn't want him to mock her, even though she was no longer real. When he started cutting her, a black liquid that was clearly not blood flowed out of her. His sister felt anger, and her emotions instantly intensified. She screamed, demanding that he stop for her sake, struck by how difficult it was for him to control his actions and emotions. In the end, his blade struck the pig, and the sister continued to watch angrily. The pig suddenly flew across the room like a burst balloon, hitting the walls and objects, while Lu Shu and his sister watched in amazement. Lu Shu tried to justify himself, assuring her that it was an accident, but the tension in the room remained, and his sister looked at him with displeasure. It became clear that Lu Shu had made a mistake, and now his sister was clearly offended, her gaze expressing disappointment and irritation. Since then, Lu Shu tried in every way possible to earn his sister's forgiveness, apologizing, trying to make amends, and even baking pies. He carefully peeled the fruit and prepared it for eating, showing his concern and trying to make up for past misunderstandings. He gave her massages, trying to help and show his care at the same time. He did not know what to do to earn her forgiveness, and every action he took seemed insufficient. He felt confused and anxious. She gave him the task of making an omelet with tomatoes every day for a month, starting today, to show his diligence. She said she would think about forgiving him, but warned that her decision could change and that forgiveness was not guaranteed. He was fully prepared to fulfill all her demands and do everything possible to earn her forgiveness, sparing no effort or time. The news reported on the explosion that caused panic and anxiety among residents. There was also a bank robbery. The incident caused a wide resonance. Everyone was frightened that it was done by an awakened person and not an ordinary person. It was officially announced that the robbers had been found. They were asked to stop resisting and surrender. They were told that they would not be able to escape and that all security measures had been carefully thought out. The criminals realized that any attempts to escape would be futile. Despite the warnings, they remained unmoved and continued to attack the police, ignoring the threats. One of them smirked and said that there was an obvious difference between them and Laozi, calling his opponents worthless rats. After that, they suddenly rushed to escape, trying to slip away from pursuit. Their movements were fast and chaotic, like a pack of wild animals. One of the attackers fell from his wounds and begged Buddha for help, hoping for salvation. Meanwhile, one of the enlightened ones appeared and began to help the police, actively intervening in the situation and trying to restore order. His appearance caused even greater tension among the criminals. They became alert, quickened their actions, and began to act more aggressively. He informed the crowd that he was not one of the criminals, apologizing for the possible misunderstanding and emphasizing that his intentions were completely different. He gave instructions to evacuate the crowd and leave the rest of the work to the professionals, wanting the situation to be resolved safely and without risk. He himself continued to pursue the criminals, following them so as not to let any of them escape and to try to stop their actions. The robbers were found just 200 meters ahead, and they were about to wreak havoc on that street. The western flank was assigned to detain the robbers and prevent them from continuing their destruction by creating an obstacle in their path. Soon, Sifei appeared, And of course, she wanted to help her comrades. The robbers encountered resistance from Shifei as well. Then, the robbers became afraid of Shifei. Her presence and confident posture instilled fear in them, and they momentarily lost their resolve as they assessed who they were dealing with. Lu Shu suddenly ran out of the house, sensing that something dangerous was approaching. He realized that he could not stay where he was and had to act. He knew that the robber was dodging the ground net, and at the same time making wide, powerful movements. He realized that his opponent was a D-level master. Lu Shu thought that if his guess was correct, he might be able to catch up with and catch the criminals using his skills and wits. He instantly climbed onto the roof, quickly gaining height. He realized that he was capable of jumping to incredible heights, marveling at his own strength and agility, which allowed him to cover great distances. He noticed that the area around him was busy and dangerous. He realized that going straight ahead would be too risky and that he wouldn't be able to hold out for even a minute. Before acting, he needed to look around carefully, assess his surroundings, and find a safe route so he could plan correctly. Everything around him was burning. Fire engulfed the streets and buildings, the flames rising high, flooding the space with red and orange light. Sifei had already used her abilities, employing various techniques against the robbers, creating protective barriers and attacking them with precision and force. The robbers began to realize that Sifei's attacks were endless and that resistance was futile, as each of their attempts was instantly neutralized. One of the robbers suggested that the others hide behind him, hoping to use himself as a shield to somehow reduce the risk and delay the inevitable. In the end, when all attempts to escape proved futile, he thought desperately that dealing with the women was too difficult and troublesome. He was literally stunned by what was happening, unable to comprehend how out of control everything had gotten. Another robber shouted that he couldn't stand on the bridge all the time and ordered them to find a way to fight off the woman and then move north. The other accepted the order and said to move away and that he would deal with the rest himself. They began to retreat quickly, trying to escape persecution and relentless pressure from the side. In the end, the robbers realized that further resistance was pointless and were ready to leave everything they had stolen behind and retreat. Some of the robbers still insisted on resistance, arguing that they should continue to fight despite the enemy's clear superiority. However, Sifei was already nearby, ready to intervene and neutralize the remaining opponents. Then they realized that their situation was hopeless, and that any attempts at resistance were doomed to failure. In a fit of rage and despair, one of the robbers tried to harm Sifei to knock her off her feet. Her partner immediately asked if she was okay. She quickly replied that she was fine, and asked him to continue acting cautiously, assuring him that she could handle it. He instantly rushed after the robber, trying to prevent him from escaping and regain control of the situation. Along the way, the robber grabbed an innocent civilian and took him hostage, further complicating an already tense situation. The man chasing the robber insisted that he release the civilian, realizing that his life was in danger. He gave the robber exactly 2 seconds to release the captive, emphasizing the extreme seriousness of the situation and his readiness to act. The robber did not respond to the warning, ignoring the ultimatum. He declared that times had changed and that now the world belonged to the strongest and the weak should be left to perish, showing complete disregard. Upon hearing these words, Sifei was shocked and stunned by the cruelty and coldness of what was said, unable to immediately comprehend what was happening. In a rage, he yelled at the robber, threatening to tear him to pieces, trying to intimidate and stop him. He insisted that the robber would pay for his actions, intending not to let him go unpunished. He began to act decisively, moving to attack in order to punish the robber and restore justice. The robber pushed him away sharply, pointing out that his actions were creating too much noise. Despite the strong blow and his opponent's words, the man struggled to his feet. He was not going to back down and instead rushed back into the attack. Meanwhile, another robber arrived at the scene. He quickly approached, clearly intending to help his boss. He shouted that the way was clear, urging his companion to hurry. In a state of panic and tension, they were about to seize the moment. At that moment, Sifei gathered her last strength and tried to do something again. Despite her injuries and fatigue, one of the men couldn't take it anymore and shouted loudly for them to stop resisting. He demanded that they simply bring them the money. He promised that then everything would end quickly. But the robbers did not want to retreat and give up the money. In the end, the boss, realizing that the situation was becoming critical, grabbed his own henchmen and roughly used them as human shields. Then, using them as cover, the boss took advantage of the confusion, rushed forward, and disappeared into the alleys. Those who were chasing him had to hurry, because every second increased the distance between them and the fugitive. All forces were put on high alert, and helicopters closely monitored the situation from the air. When Lu Shu arrived at the scene, he realized that all the searches were also focused on this object. There was a tense atmosphere, all around. He and the robber almost came face to face here. Lu Shu noticed the robber and managed to stop abruptly before reaching the corner. He froze in place, listening to the situation and trying not to give away his presence. He rushed forward, constantly looking over his shoulder to make sure none of his pursuers were getting closer. Lu Shu thought about how he needed to approach him unnoticed and disguise himself so as not to be seen and prepare for an attack. At that very moment, a dagger flew through the air, thrown by another pursuer. The robber did not expect such a turn of events and froze at the sudden threat. His attention instantly focused on the flying dagger. As a result, the dagger wounded the robber and he collapsed to the ground, stunned by the unexpected attack and unable to continue his escape. The pursuer approached the fallen robber and declared that he had to be detained alive so that he would not go unpunished. He knew that this man had already taken too many lives, so according to the established rules, he could neutralize him. The robber realized that he had nowhere to run and that there was practically no way out. He felt that the moment of reckoning had come, and the pursuer shouted that he should prepare to accept his punishment for all the crimes he had committed. Despite the inevitable punishment, he shouted that he hated all laws and rules, expressing his rage and resistance until the very last moment. He tried to stand up, saying that he felt like he had to do something right there. Lu Shu suddenly appeared next to him, ready to intervene. The two of them froze when they saw Lu Shu and were momentarily confused. The robber could not understand who was in front of him and stared in surprise and anxiety, trying to comprehend. Lu Shu himself was also very confused, trying to quickly assess the situation and figure out what to do next. He asked them if they would believe him if he said he was just out for a walk. He thought to himself that, fortunately, he had learned the star mantle technique, which could hide his true appearance and help him out of this situation. The robber shouted again, claiming that they were mocking him, trying to attract attention and provoke those around him. This was an alarming sign, as the robber was preparing to use his awakened powers. The robber raised his voice again, his cries becoming even more piercing, expressing anger and determination. Lu Shu looked like a ghost, and his appearance and movements created an illusion born of the effect of Shinshin Saya, making him mysterious. He realized that the technique hid his true appearance, making him unrecognizable to everyone. Soon, Shifei appeared at the scene, ready to intervene. She realized that she was too late and that this would complicate the situation, as force had already been used. Despite being late, she continued to try to intervene and rectify the situation. At that moment, one of the pursuers threw a dagger that hit the robber squarely. The blow was unexpected and painful. Lu Shu watched what was happening, feeling the power of awakening that manifested itself too sharply and cruelly. The one who wounded him with the dagger looked closely at the robber, assessing his actions and intentions. He thought that if the situation was really as it seemed, no one would be able to deal with this robber. He asked Shifei to cover him, and at that moment went back on the attack, using every opportunity to advance. He needed to wound the robber again, to completely disarm him and stop the threat, counting on Shifei's support. He was incredibly tense. Every movement was difficult, his breathing was rapid, and his thoughts raced with fear of making a mistake. Despite the tension, he concentrated all his strength, directing a burst of energy toward the robber. The robber was terrified by the attack. His movements became chaotic, and fear paralyzed his actions. He could barely react. He was clearly in severe pain and screamed as he tried to cope with the unbearable sensations that paralyzed his body. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore and collapsed to the ground, completely losing his strength and control over himself. His pursuers instantly realized that they had to act quickly and take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, the moment would be lost. At that moment, the robber demanded that Lu Shu reveal his face, as if hoping to see who was hiding behind the mysterious mask. However, Lu Shu remained motionless and silent, not revealing his identity. He was slightly shocked that the robber could see him through his cloak, but the robber wanted to take Lu Shu with him, even though he knew it could cost him his life. It was a desire not to let his prey get away. Lu Shu realized that this man possessed sea-level power and understood who he was dealing with. He knew it would be impossible to avoid the blow and prepared for the collision, gathering all his strength and concentration. He felt completely confused and afraid, not knowing what to do. The thought of his own death paralyzed him. He remembered Old Man Lee's words that he needed to focus on keeping his balance on his feet and on the ground. He had to keep his feet closer to his waist, concentrate his strength in his hands, and allow everything to remain under complete control. He realized that he had no choice and that he had to defeat the enemy. Otherwise, the consequences would be catastrophic. Lu Shu gathered all his concentration and began his attack, directing his strength directly at the enemy. His movements were precise. At that moment, Shifei felt a strong gust of wind coming from Lu Shu's attack. The other also did not understand what was happening, struck by the sudden force and gust of wind. wind. It seemed to him that he could see Lu Shu through the illusion and the cloak, but the image remained blurry, as if shrouded in a light haze. At this time, Lu Shu had already taken complete control of the situation. The robber's hand was also damaged, and its curvature prevented him from defending himself or attacking effectively. Lu Shu managed to defeat him. Using his skills and focusing his strength, he neutralized his opponent. Lu Shu himself was amazed at his abilities. He realized that he was now capable of performing attacks with a precision he had never imagined before. One of the pursuers, stunned by Lu Shu's power, asked him who he was and what his relationship to the robbers was, trying to understand whose side he was on. But Lu Shu had no intention of revealing his identity, preferring to keep his true intentions and power a secret. The pursuer insisted that Lu Shu repeat his words, trying to extract some information, but Lu Shu remained silent. He noticed how Lu Shu skillfully wielded his flying sword, demonstrating amazing technique. He now understood that he was facing a Class C swordmaster, capable of masking his presence and actions. The pursuer persistently tried to discover Lu Shu's identity, striving to understand who was hiding behind the disguise. Sifei approached, but to her surprise and the pursuer's surprise, Lu Shu had already disappeared, leaving behind only a slight ripple in the air. She realized that he had managed to escape, and although he was capable of fighting even a pseudo-C-class opponent, there was a clear sense of fear in his actions. It appeared that a true Class C master was hiding in the city, whose skills and strength remained hidden. They wanted to find him and discover his identity. Returning home, Lu Shu approached his sister's door and began to wake her up. Lu Shu smiled, thinking that most of the robbers would not have survived today. They were just one step away from encountering him. His sister suddenly threw a pillow at his face, causing Lu Shu to flinch. She angrily asked Lu Shu why he was rushing her and disturbing her sleep, reminding him that he hadn't won $1 million to behave so insistently. Lu Shu apologized, calling his sister a little shrew, admitting she was right and trying to smooth things over. He explained that they were going to a place connected with souls and that he knew a suitable place. His sister hoped that this time there would be no pigs there. When they first talked about the awakened Class C, there was a tense silence. No one knew who it was, and they wanted to find him and use his power. Another person nearby did not want to put up with the wait. He wanted to rush forward and seize the awakened one with his own hands. At that moment, Lu Shu and his sister watched what was happening. Their eyes were fixed on what she had done. Lu Shu was in complete shock. She asked him if he had never encountered a soul before, if he had never felt its presence. She looked at Lu Shu with contempt and incomprehension. He wanted her to dress him, but she replied that souls did not need clothes because their essence transcended the material world. But he was angry. He was boiling inside because he believed that children should not see naked adults. For him, this was a line that could not be crossed. But she unexpectedly pushed him away. Her gesture seemed cold and decisive, cutting off his cries and stopping further attempts to intervene. She told him that the most important thing in life was to be happy and that nothing else mattered. She went back to the shower, and Lu Shu felt like he had figured something out. He watched her closely and was about to say something. He took the cloth in his hands, intending to show her the magic of his latest research. He covered the spirit with the cloth and pointed at it. He told her to look at it, because now it was a fashionable spirit. Xiao Yu pushed her brother again, unable to contain her irritation. Anger built up inside her with every passing minute. She couldn't understand why he was behaving this way. He reminded Xiao Yu of her own words, that the most important thing in life was to be happy. Hearing this, she froze. She told him not to make her angry. She looked at him with obvious disapproval and added that, in her opinion, he looked completely unfashionable in those old rags, and the spirit took them off. It seemed that the spirit himself obeyed Xiao Yu's will. After her words, he silently took off the rags, as if acknowledging her rightness. There was submission in this gesture. Lu Shu, noticing how the spirit obeyed Xiao Yu's will, thought that he was deprived of all independence. He understood that his memory must have been preserved. He asked her if she noticed anything strange. His voice was calm, but his eyes showed caution, and he sought confirmation of his words. Noticing that she was lost, he suggested that she close her eyes. She had always done this before when trying to comprehend the essence of the world and find answers within herself. Images flashed through her mind: a bank robbery, people running in panic, the shadows of thieves dissolving into the haze. The whole vision was vivid and frightening. She also saw that her brother's blow was far from weak. On the contrary, it was quite strong and accurate. Finally, she recognized his strength and skill. However, Zhao Yu soon decided not to show her true feelings, and in order not to reveal her recognition of his strength, pretended that she was joking with her brother. She looked at him and warned that if he continued to play with that piece of rag, he could no longer count on talking to her. He was angry that she wouldn't let him cover up the unnecessary parts that no one should see. Now he was serving them. But Lu Shu was not thrilled. When he served Xiao Yu her food, she smiled and sincerely thanked him for his care. Xiao Yu saw Lu Shu off and promised to wait for his return. However, Lu Shu was still angry about the events, and his emotions were running high. Videos from the Wangchong Bridge had already spread across the internet, and everyone thought he looked cool. Everyone was already praising his feat, but no one knew it was him. The class president spoke about the hero of the video, emphasizing that he was only doing his duty. It was important that someone punished traitors and eradicated evil. Lu Shu asked his classmate for the latest news, to which he replied that people with C-level abilities were indeed very powerful. After all, they couldn't track him down. Lu Shu said that it was really cool to be so strong that even intelligent networks couldn't detect him, but he knew that he was the hero. His classmate also said that one of the agents had been sent here from the capital and was probably close to solving the mystery of everything that was happening here. He added that it seems that the agent had visited their school first. This puzzled him, and he couldn't understand why the agent had come there. Lu Shu felt uneasy, and deep down, he was afraid that the agents had indeed come for him. He understood that now he would have to be even more careful. He noticed a man on the podium and thought with surprise about his field and aura. He knew that aura. He had felt it from Neitin when he came to the old man. The man on the podium addressed everyone and asked them to line up. Lu Shu's classmates still couldn't understand who was standing on the podium. One of the teachers announced that the new principal was standing in front of them and wanted to give a speech. All eyes turned to the man on the podium. The man on the podium introduced himself as the new principal, Li Yishao. He spoke confidently and captured the attention of everyone present. The students froze in surprise. Lu Shu finally understood whose aura he had sensed earlier. It was the aura of Li Yishao, the new principal. It was too unusual to go unnoticed. The director spoke enthusiastically about the importance of the younger generation, reminding everyone that the future of the country was in their hands. He tried to inspire them. At one point, he lost his train of thought and fell silent. Trying to remain calm, he looked down at his palm, where he had written a few notes for his speech. In the end, the principal was unable to continue his inspiring speech. After a moment's hesitation, he suddenly changed his tone and, waving his hand, said briefly. He told them to just work hard, and then dismissed the students. His hasty departure left many with a strange feeling of awkwardness. After his speech, the students looked at each other in bewilderment. Many decided that everything the new principal said was complete nonsense. Even before arriving at the school, Li Yishao heard a phrase that stuck in his memory. Someone asked him, mockingly, if he was tired of life and why he had come. Someone called him fat and demanded that he never come back. But Li Yishao himself believed that he would be a fool not to return. Then, one of his senior partners told him that the city of Luo urgently needed a secret agent to deal with the mysterious fighter S-level. Everything had to be done as quietly as possible so as not to arouse the target's suspicions. Upon hearing about the mission, he couldn't help himself and shouted that he would become an agent. He believed that changes were coming. He spoke enthusiastically about the ruins of Luo, which would soon be reopened, calling them a gold mine. The world was vast. He did not want to obey any organization in the future and dreamed of choosing his own path and destiny. That is how he ended up in this school. Once there, he quickly realized that he didn't like the atmosphere. Everything seemed too strict. He thought that the beginning wasn't very good. Li Yishao gave a speech, trying to look confident. He emphasized that the school paid great attention to education and that this was a very important task. Li Yishao also officially announced that from now on, he would personally teach Daoyang's class. The students looked at each other because the news was unexpected. At that moment, one of the agents noticed that Nie Ting was very angry and asked him what had happened. He wanted to understand the reason for his gloomy face. In fact, Nie Ting was angry with Li Yishao for not fulfilling the condition to keep everything quiet and inconspicuous. His actions had disrupted their plan. Looking at the screen of his phone, where Li Yishao's speech was being broadcast, he was surprised. His manner of speaking seemed unexpected and very contradictory. However, he still believed that now that Li Yishao had become the school principal, his welcoming speech was entirely justified. But he believed that Li Yishao knew what to do after all. The agents understood that it was now impossible to change the situation. Decisions had been made, events had been set in motion, and everything was slowly moving forward. All they could do was wait, watch how events unfolded, and prepare for any surprises. The road ahead was full of uncertainty. Lu Shu, Watching Li Yishao could not shake a strange feeling. It seemed that Li Yishao did not take his mission seriously, as if he were playing a game. Someone approached Lu Shu and asked how much his tofu cost. He replied that it was not for sale, but a display item. It was Li's voice. Hearing Lu Shu's answer, the man muttered, asking how there could be only samples of stinky tofu. He clearly did not expect this. Lu Shu smiled and admitted that it was just a joke, and that, of course, everything was for sale. He happily added that a serving cost only 5 yuan. Hearing about the price and Lu Shu's joke, he noted that he could smell the aroma of tofu from afar and that he liked it. His words expressed sincere admiration. The guy, Li Yishao, then looked at Lu Shu and said that he seemed familiar and asked if they had met somewhere before. Lu Shu replied that he was a student in Dao Yang's class and had personally witnessed the new director's speech with his own eyes. The man was surprised to hear this. He also added that Lu Shu could always turn to him if he had any problems in the future. This gesture brought a little warmth, but he immediately added, reproachfully, that Lu Shu should not overestimate himself and could throw him a couple of servings of tofu as a thank you gift. At that moment, a spoon flew in unexpectedly and hit Li Yishao. This situation added an element of chaos to the atmosphere and their conversation. A man trading nearby loudly expressed his indignation. He shouted that Lu Shu was an orphan and a student, but still managed to run his kiosk. He continued to explain that Lu Shu had a little sister whom he was obliged to support. He was outraged that someone dared to rob Lu Shu. Li Yishao, lying on the ground after the unexpected blow, apologized and asked that such actions not be repeated. He wanted a peaceful resolution to the conflict. After the incident, Li Yishao got up and handed Lu Shu 100 yuan. The guy apologized to Lu Shu, admitting that he didn't know the whole situation. He asked for forgiveness and offered to take 100 yuan as an apology. This action showed that he wanted to make amends and show respect by trying to repair his relationship with Lu Shu after the conflict. Lu Shu calmly replied that stinky tofu costs 5 yuan per serving and returned the change of 95 yuan. He did not want to take more than he was owed. He expressed his gratitude for his visit and added that guests were always welcome here. His words sounded warm and friendly, creating an atmosphere of cordiality. The man was pleasantly surprised by Lu Shu's kindness and replied that he would definitely come back. His words expressed gratitude for Lu Shu's service. He noted that Lu Shu was a very good guy and expressed admiration for his honesty and decency, especially considering his young age. He said that they would become friends and true brothers in the future. As he left, he expressed confidence that everything would work out for them. It was an encouraging and optimistic statement that added hope for the success of their friendship. On the way, Li Yishao met someone again and asked if he was going bald, noting that he had met him before somewhere and knew that he was a student from Dao's class. He suggested that the superpower he had taken was not yet purified and offered to consider purchasing consecrated land. He promised a very good discount. The man who was trading next to Lu Shu couldn't believe that he had become the new director. He did not expect such a turn of events at all. Xiao Yu was still studying with Grandpa Li and was very tired. Studying was not easy. She felt completely exhausted and laid her head on the table. Grandpa Li sternly told Xiao Yu not to pretend to be asleep because she still had a lot of homework to do. Li Yishao came to see them. He said he had come just to visit Grandfather Li, but to his surprise, Grandfather Li did not even recognize him. Li Yishao was upset that Grandfather Li did not recognize him. Grandpa Li looked at him with a slight squint and kept asking who he was. Had they met somewhere before? This only hurt Li Yishao even more. But then the old man narrowed his eyes and looked more closely. He noticed the round head and ridiculous clothes, and suddenly, he finally recognized him. Grandpa Li said with surprise in his voice that it was indeed Li Yishao standing before him, and it was clear from his expression that he was not very happy to see Li Yishao. Li Yishao laughed loudly and sincerely, with relief in his voice, and added that he knew he would not be forgotten. He called it a great honor for himself. The old man thought to himself that how could anyone forget someone like that? He annoyed him. Even during the mission, Li couldn't resist sticking his nose where it didn't belong. He was warned not to touch it, and that it was a trap. Then, without fully understanding, Li Yishao grabbed one of the structures, unaware of its significance. Someone behind him shouted that it was a load-bearing column, and that was far from all that Li Yishao managed to do. Wherever he appeared, he was followed by a trail of confusion, spontaneous decisions, and disasters. And he laughed loudly and carefree, as if everything that was happening was just a fun game. Even when everything around him was falling apart and someone was clutching their head in despair, the old man watched Li Yishao, remembering the past. Ever since he had ruined an important operation, Jive had categorically refused to participate in missions with him. Then Xiao Yu and the old man exchanged glances. That brief glance conveyed a lot: fatigue, slight bewilderment, and agreement that everything was unpredictable. Grandfather Li calmly took Xiao Yu's notebook and began to check her work, as if Li Yishao was not standing next to him at all. His attention was completely diverted. Xiao Yu looked at Li Yishao and said that when a friend visits from afar, one must first break his spirit and will, exhaust his muscles and bones, and starve him. She added that you need to torment him with your troubles and burdens, finishing the thought with the same seriousness. There was something almost philosophical in this, and after several punishments with a whip and fists, they would drive him away for good, completely undermining his will. After the harsh methods of punishment were described, Li Yishao replied that he should not be frightened by such stories, as he was not very well educated. Li Yishao reported that 2 skeletons had been found in the ruins of Mongshan, moving freely around the area. They belonged to the early stage of level E. Despite the disturbing news about the awakened skeletons that had been found, the old man remained calm and unperturbed. He seemed not to care. Li Yishao expressed regret that he had been asked not to participate in missions to the ruins. It was a pity that they could not explore the ruins together. The old man replied that he was grateful for the offer, but would rather enjoy 2 extra years of his life than risk going on missions with him. In the evening after school, Xiao Yu and Lu Shu had dinner together. They shared their impressions of the past day, discussed plans for the future, and talked about each other's affairs. She didn't understand why he looked upset. Despite the friendly atmosphere at dinner, something was troubling him inside, and he couldn't explain it. She told him that the man from Tianluo had had a nice chat with her grandfather today. This event gave her peace of mind and confidence that there was nothing to fear. Lu Shu said that their secret would soon be revealed if he found out everything. Therefore, he warned her to stay away from him and not to talk. She reassured him, saying that she understood everything and would be careful. In this way, she confirmed her understanding of the situation and her willingness to obey him. Despite her words, he remained on guard and rose from the table, feeling that the situation required special attention and vigilance. He received an urgent message about the gathering of all the students of the Dao class. At that moment, at the border, Neiting noticed someone who caught his attention. He immediately realized that this was no ordinary passerby. His power was palpable, even from a distance. Neiting prepared himself for a possible confrontation. This man confidently declared that the ruins belonged to all of humanity, not to individual groups or organizations. He believed that access should be granted. Neiting tried to calm the man down, explaining that he was only trying to convey important information to him. He asked him not to be nervous. The man, showing anger, insistently asked what exactly he wanted to tell him. His tone was sharp and demanding, as if he was already expecting bad news. Neiting warned him that any border violator would be destroyed. His voice sounded decisive and uncompromising. He took his sword and began to attack. He showed his willingness to defend the territory at any cost. Naturally, Neiting proved to be stronger than his opponent. His skill and strength allowed him to easily defeat him, showing that he was in complete control of the situation. His determination and confidence played a key role in the victory. He showed himself to be very stern, without unnecessary words or hesitation, immediately moving on to decisive action. At that moment, he showed that he was not going to stop and would always be on guard to maintain order and security. On the other side of the ruins, Li Yishao stood looking at the defeated man. He realized that he had forgotten to ask an important question about how this man had gotten there. He really did not expect such audacity. Those people did not just cross the border. They did so with confidence, as if they were not afraid of anything. He stood silently watching the man and thought how incredible it was how many rats were gathering around these places. Li Yishao felt irritation growing inside him. All these presumptuous people were meddling where they shouldn't. He was looking for someone else besides him. When it was all over and the stranger's lifeless body lay on the ground, a bird flew in and landed on his chest, looking at the shiny pendant. The bird turned its head as if to check that no one was disturbing it, then deftly removed the pendant from the dead man's neck with its beak and spread its wings, soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, Lu Shu and the other students were heading to their destination by bus. The scenery flashed by outside the windows, and everyone was lost in their own thoughts. No one knew what awaited them there. Thoughts of possible trials and dangers caused tension. The upcoming events remained a mystery to everyone. Lu Shu asked a classmate what was so special about these ruins. The question reflected his curiosity and desire to understand the significance of this place. The classmate replied that there were, of course, many treasures in these ruins. His words added mystery and intrigue, fueling Lu Shu's interest in this place. The deeper you go into the ruins, the more you can find various magical herbs and spiritual tools. These finds make the place especially valuable. In the center of the ruins is something called the Eye. If someone reaches the Eye, all the ruins will disappear in an instant, but it was dangerous there. If someone enters the ruins without strict precautions and permission, only death awaits them there. The ruins have always attracted masters. Their mystery and hidden secrets attracted those who sought knowledge, power, or rare artifacts. They sought to unravel the mystery. They arrived shortly after a long and exhausting journey. The atmosphere around them was filled with anticipation, for the most mysterious ruins awaited them ahead. Lu Shu got off the bus and looked around, carefully studying his surroundings. His gaze slid over the ancient ruins and their surroundings. He was struck by the beauty of this place. The ancient stones, illuminated by soft light, blended with the surrounding nature, creating an atmosphere of grandeur and mystery. To him, this place seemed too good to be just ruins. He had a feeling that something was hidden behind the outer beauty. He felt confident and told himself that he could try his luck in this place. Deep down, hope for success was growing. His classmate urged him not to stand still, but to hurry up and train. This prompted Lu Shu to take action, reminding him that time was short. His classmate explained that there was a very strong aura around the ruins, which was why they had come here to take advantage of this opportunity. Lu Shu replied that he understood and was going to take a short walk first. This decision helped him gather his thoughts and get a feel for the situation before starting. He thought to himself that the idea of cultivation sounded strange, as if he were being asked to sing a song to a little star in front of a crowd of people. He didn't want that. Lu Shu decided to move away from everyone, to be alone with himself. He wanted to comprehend what was happening and prepare without unnecessary noise. The teacher reminded him that this was the purest aura and that he should not miss such an opportunity. He urged him to start training as soon as possible. Lu Shu was particularly focused and at the same time dejected. When he saw the head of the class, Lu Shu realized that he would not have to sing, and a better idea came to him. This sudden realization brought him relief and hope. All the students began to cultivate, working intently with their internal energy. Using the power of the aura around the ruins, they strove to improve their abilities. The headmaster also cultivated along with the others. His experience and focus served as an example for the students, helping them maintain discipline. Lu Shu decided to talk to the head boy, even though it might interfere with his training. The head boy opened his eyes and told him to leave and not disturb him. Ignoring the training, Lu Shu continued to ask the headman various questions, trying to distract him. He remembered how much he loved watermelons as a child. He continued to tell him that once his mother invited a man to their house to eat watermelon, and that man ate the whole watermelon. He added that the man praised the watermelon for its extraordinary sweetness. He said that when that person was returning home, he slipped on a watermelon rind and fell. It was clear that Lu Shu was doing this on purpose. The headman abruptly interrupted Lu Shu and exclaimed that he should stop talking nonsense, reminding him that he was an orphan. The points were awarded to Lu Shu. He thought to himself that he had earned 1,000 points of negative emotions and could now buy himself a starfruit. The other man shouted at him not to interfere. Despite the headmaster's stern warning, Lu Shu continued to interfere with his training. The head boy tried his best to concentrate, despite Lu Shu's constant jokes. He understood the importance of training and tried not to give in to him. In the end, the head boy couldn't take it anymore and ran after Lu Shu to punish him. His patience had run out, and Lu Shu was interfering too much with his training. Despite the headman rushing after him, Lu Shu was pleased because he felt that, thanks to his actions, he was now able to obtain the starfruit. He quickly ate the fruit, and its effect was immediately apparent. His body and mind were filled with new energy, which instantly increased his abilities. Lu Shu himself did not expect such a strong effect from the fruit. This inspired him even more to continue training and developing. Lu Shu noted with surprise and joy that he now had almost D-level spiritual power. He felt the energy boiling inside him. The village head, still annoyed, shouted for Lu Shu to come over and said he would now tell him how to behave. But Lu Shu felt that he didn't need any lectures or experience of this kind. He had already achieved his goal, gaining strength and the starfruit. The headman finally lost his temper. He shouted, losing his patience, and demanded that Lu Shu come out immediately. His anger grew with every passing second. Lu Shu asked why the headman was looking for him so late. The question came unexpectedly and raised speculation. Something suggested that the reason was not simple. The headman's words sounded mocking, and he asked if Lu Shu had the courage to fight him. He wanted to fix him and put him in his place. However, the teacher, hearing the head boy's harsh words, immediately intervened. Her voice sounded stern and confident as she demanded that they stop immediately. The teacher suggested that they resolve the conflict with arm wrestling if the disagreement was really that serious. But she immediately added that after the match, they should shake hands and make up. The class president was clearly angry because Lu Shu was constantly annoying him and distracting him from training. The other students supported the teacher's suggestion and loudly called for the competition to begin. They asked someone to find a large stone. His friend Zhang noticed that Lu Shu was acting strangely today and did not understand the reason for such behavior. It was very unusual for him. In the end, Lu Shu and the head boy began an arm wrestling competition. Everyone watched with tension and interest, waiting to see how the fight between them would unfold. The teacher encouraged them, reminding them that it was a fair fight and that they should not lose heart if they lost. She urged them to follow her commands. After the teacher's command, a tense competition began. Lu Shu and the head boy tensed their whole bodies, their arms clenched tightly, and there was silence all around. Less than a minute later, Lu Shu unexpectedly won. His strength and determination proved to be greater than everyone around him had expected. The head boy himself could not believe his defeat. He thought that Lu Shu had awakened a hidden strength or potential that no one had noticed before. When they began fighting with the other arm, Lu Shu won again. His strength and persistence confirmed that the first victory was no accident. The headman fell to the ground, stunned and puzzled by what had happened. He couldn't understand how this was possible and how Lu Shu was able to win twice in a row. The teacher also watched closely and asked Lu Shu if he had awakened some new power. She wanted to understand what was going on. She also wanted to test Lu Shu's strength and decided to fight him. It was a test not only for him, but also for her. She wanted to be sure. Lu Shu said that all his strength came from the blessing of the headman and even called it their secret to victory. The teacher couldn't understand how that was possible. Then he said that if he was no longer needed here, he would go and train. His words showed that he was ready to focus on his development. The headmaster was angry and thought that he would definitely put Lu Shu in his place. His desire to prove his superiority and restore order did not fade. Soon, Lu Shu learned that his points had been temporarily frozen, but would be returned after verification. Lu Shu said he was not afraid of verification and was ready. After these thoughts, Zhang approached Lu Shu and advised him not to waste time worrying about the opinions of others. He said it was important to focus on development. Lu Shu agreed with Zhang, realizing that his friend's support was very important. They agreed to meet later, and Zhang promised to cheer him on. Then Lu Shu just stood and looked at the night sky. The stars above his head seemed to him a symbol of new opportunities and inspiration for further steps. At home, Xiaoyu was asleep, but suddenly woke up. Something disturbed her peace. Perhaps a quiet sound or an inner restlessness that made her open her eyes. She felt anxious and uneasy. An inner premonition told her that something was wrong with Lu Shu. She began to worry about him. Lu Shu, looking at the night sky, noticed many birds circling above them. This sight caught his attention and made him think. The other students also began to notice strange sensations, and many felt an inner restlessness, as if something unusual was happening around them. Suddenly, Li Yishao appeared and loudly demanded that they leave the camp immediately. He ordered them to leave all their luggage behind and leave right away. Otherwise, it would be too late. One of the students suddenly shouted, drawing everyone's attention to the mountain. He noticed that something had descended from the summit. This caused excitement and anxiety. Thick smoke surrounded them, making visibility very poor. It was difficult for the disciples to see clearly what was happening, which increased their anxiety. Someone shouted to get everyone to leave the foot of the mountain as quickly as possible to avoid the danger. Everyone had to leave the camp immediately. Because of the impending danger, no one could delay, and they had to quickly drop everything and leave. All the students rushed to leave the dangerous place as quickly as possible. Panic and anxiety were everywhere. Suddenly, something unusual happened, and Lu Shu shouted loudly to his friend, calling Jiang Shui. He wanted to get his attention, to warn him about something. Jiang Shui turned around at Lu Shu's call, but did not immediately understand what had happened. His face expressed surprise because the situation was unexpected. Lu Shu disappeared right before Jiang Shui's eyes. He couldn't understand how and where he had disappeared so quickly and unexpectedly. Lu Shu noticed that there was ground beneath his feet. Lu Shu couldn't understand why there was a thick fog around him that hid what was happening and prevented him from seeing clearly. Unexpectedly, Lu Shu realized that he was in the ruins of Mount Beigong. This realization caused him a mixture of surprise and even fear. Lu Shu looked around in amazement. He could not have imagined that something so grand and mysterious was hidden in the depths of Mount Beigong. The mountain seemed silent, but the tension was growing. Suddenly, an axe fell from above and hit the rock with a loud noise, then fell next to him. Lu Shu recoiled from the fallen axe. Then he turned around and froze. For standing before him was a human skeleton. It glowed with a green light. Frightened, Lu Shu rushed away, stumbling over rocks and not looking back. His heart was pounding, and one question echoed in his head. What had happened in the mountain? After running a few meters, Lu Shu stopped abruptly, breathing heavily. He looked back cautiously, bent down, and picked up the axe, gripping the handle with trembling fingers. He gripped the axe tighter, feeling its weight in the cold metal. Fear gave way to determination. If they attacked, he would be ready. He looked around and prepared himself. Lu Shu saw their distorted figures with empty eye sockets, remnants of armor, and scraps of fabric. They were running straight at him, and he was already swinging his axe. Overcome with fear and rage, he raised his axe and desperately tried to drive away the approaching skeletons, calling them old, decrepit bones. In desperation, he shouted at them that he did not eat grass and was not going to become one of them. His words sounded loud, trying to scare away the eerie figures. He also shouted that it was time for the old men to rest, trying to keep the advancing skeletons at a distance. He thought he could handle it. When the skeletons thought they could attack, Lu Shu was the first to rush into battle. He swung his axe furiously, fending off the approaching enemies. Lu Shu quickly realized that these skeletons were too stubborn and would not retreat a single step. Despite his furious attacks, they continued to advance on him. Lu Shu shouted, proclaiming that the time had come for them to pay. With anger and determination, he raised his axe and struck one of the skeletons with a powerful blow. Suddenly, he realized that the only way to destroy a skeleton was to smash its skull. This thought came to him suddenly because they were F-level and strong. Lu Shu understood that if the students who had not yet awakened encountered these skeletons, they would die, one after another, with no chance of salvation. Despite this, Lu Shu considered himself stronger and believed that these skeletons could not be real opponents for him. He was confident in his abilities. However, they did not care about his confidence and began to attack again, and there were even more of them. Lu Shu found himself surrounded and faced with danger. His heart was pounding, and realizing his vulnerability, he decided to run, trying to break out of the encirclement and escape the impending danger. Lu Shu ran away from the advancing skeletons, shouting apologies for disturbing their peace. His voice trembled with fear, but he continued to rush forward. The skeletons not only pursued him, but almost caught up with him. His heart was pounding wildly, and fear paralyzed his thoughts as he tried with all his might to escape. Lu Shu felt fatigue weighing down his body, and realized that he urgently needed to rest. But they didn't give him a moment's peace and kept up with him. This gang of walking ribs was exhausting Lu Shu. He was exhausted and terribly hungry, but he couldn't stop, and every movement was extremely difficult. Suddenly, Lu Shu noticed something unusual in the glimmers of light between the rocks. His eyes lit up with hope, and he decided to change direction. He noticed something in the forest and thought hopefully that there must be food here. Noticing wild fruits among the bushes, Lu Shu felt relieved. Finally, he could find salvation and replenish his strength. But they had been eaten by animals. Despite his doubts, hunger got the better of him, and he decided to try them. After tasting them, he realized that they were a real delicacy, delicious and very unusual. Lu Shu noticed that all the trees were covered with fruit and realized that he could make money from them. He believed in his luck and considered himself a real lucky guy. One of the squirrels, noticing Lu Shu, quickly jumped and hurried to her little house in the branches. It was as if she wanted to hide or warn the others about him. She quickly reached her nest and, alarmed, conveyed very bad news to the leader. She reported the approach of an uninvited guest. She said that the stranger had dared to steal their fruit. This news caused alarm, and now they had to protect their supplies from the stranger. Upon hearing the squirrel's message, the leader was outraged and immediately decided to attack the uninvited guest who dared to steal fruit from their forest. The leader declared that the fruit trees and the fruit itself belonged to them, and that no one had the right to steal them. He was determined to defend his possessions. Then the squirrel who had reported Lu Shu pointed him out to the leader. She pointed to the stranger so that the leader could see for himself that there was an outsider nearby. Then the leader threw a piece of fruit at Lu Shu's head. He felt the blow and turned around to see who was attacking him, and there were 4 forest dwellers standing in front of him. The leader shouted furiously, accusing Lu Shu of stealing fruit from his trees. He demanded that the other squirrels immediately destroy the stranger without mercy. For Lu Shu, this attack came as a complete surprise. He did not expect such aggression and was stunned by the harshness of the leader and his subordinates. Without hiding his contempt, he shouted that he was not afraid of these stinking rodents. He promised that after taking the fruit, he would definitely return and deal with them. With these words, he ran away, trying to get as far away from his pursuers as possible. Watching Lu Shu run away, the leader thought to himself that now Lu Shu knew how strong they were and how ready they were to defend their territory. Running through the thickets, Lu Shu breathed heavily and thought to himself that it was no wonder everyone talked about the dangers of the ruins. It seemed that they were full of all kinds of spirits. Lu Shu was even more shocked when he realized that the squirrel was intelligent. He remembered Jiang's words that the deeper you go into the ruins, the better the relics are. This thought popped into his head unexpectedly as he ran away from the squirrels. Jiang also said that until someone got the eye of the ruins, no one would be able to get out of here. These words echoed in Lu Shu's head. Lu Shu grew angrier and angrier. It seemed to him that the whole forest was mocking him. Talking squirrels, reanimated skeletons, endless chases and traps. More than anything, he wanted one thing: to return home alive. He was tired of the madness of the ruins of spirits, and with every passing minute, his desire to escape grew stronger. He promised himself that he would definitely return and see his little Xiaoyu again. This thought warmed his heart and gave him the strength to continue. As Lu Shu ran without looking back, he suddenly stepped on something soft and warm. He heard a muffled growl and found a wolf under his feet. Lu Shu apologized fearfully for disturbing its sleep, immediately jumped up and ran again. The wolf growled even louder and rushed after him. He realized more and more that there were too many traps in these ruins. Whether it was skeletons, talking squirrels, or wolves, they all confirmed that this place was full of trials. Skeletons raged everywhere, filling the ruins with their sinister presence. The skeletons attacked not only Lu Shu, but also others, attacking mercilessly. Their fury and unbridled cruelty turned the place into a real trap, where even the strongest would find it difficult to survive. Only one person remained. The skeletons gathered around the one remaining disciple with a threatening look. He stood surrounded by them, defenseless and frightened. He didn't know what to do. Surrounded by skeletons, he bitterly said that he hated them. Despite his words, the skeletons did not retreat and continued to advance, coming closer and closer. Their relentless onslaught forced the student to retreat. Just when the student thought he would die, surrounded by the advancing skeletons, Lu Shu's axe suddenly appeared in the air. It flew swiftly between them. Lu Shu's axe struck the skeleton with force, hitting it right in the skull. The disciple looked around in fear and confusion, not understanding who had come to his aid. There was only silence and the bones of that terrible skeleton around him. Suddenly, Lu Shu appeared in front of the disciple. His determined gaze and confident posture immediately inspired hope that he had come to help and protect him. But at that moment, other skeletons attacked Lu Shu. Their bones creaked and cracked, their eyes glowed with evil fire, and they sought to overcome him. Lu Shu instantly joined the fight, resisting the attacking skeletons. He confidently parried their blows and tried to defend his life with each attack. The student whom Lu Shu had saved quickly looked back and warned him of the impending danger behind him. The threat could catch him off guard at any moment. Lu Shu immediately turned around, preparing to face the new threat. He gathered all his strength and once again entered into a fierce battle, not allowing his enemies to gain the upper hand. Lu Shu thought to himself that he was tired of these skeletons and that they were leaving him no chance of escape. But despite this, he was not going to give up. He shouted loudly to his student to take care of himself and not fall into the trap. Despite the intense battle, he wanted him to stay away. However, the student only clutched his glowing pendant tightly in his hands, as if drawing strength or protection from it. Despite the fear and chaos around him, he stood his ground. The student understood and acknowledged that Lu Shu was fighting magnificently, and his courage and skill commanded respect. He knew there was a chance of salvation. But then, the student began to mutter something under his breath, and his face darkened. With a serious look on his face, the disciple picked up a stick, as if preparing for the upcoming battle. He approached Lu Shu from behind, but Lu Shu instantly noticed his movement and warned him that it would be better to help in the fight rather than stand aside. The student nodded and said he would help Lu Shu. Now, they were ready to fight together, joining forces against the advancing skeletons and the dangers of the ruins. Standing back to back, Lu Shu and the other fought in unison, repelling the skeletons' attacks. Their combined efforts and mutual support allowed them to defeat the enemy. Realizing that there were many more skeletons in the forest, the disciple said that they needed to destroy all of these creatures in order to have any chance of getting out alive. Lu Shu admitted that he no longer had the strength to continue fighting, and the disciple apologized regretfully for his insistence. He sincerely thanked Lu Shu, saying that without his help, he would probably have died long ago. But Lu Shu wondered how he had managed to survive. Lu Shu noticed that he had only suffered scratches, while the others had already perished. This alarmed him, and he realized that something was not right here. The student noticed that Lu Shu was lost in thought, and asked if he was all right. Lu Shu replied that everything was fine, but that he was attracted by his friend's glowing pendant. He noted that the student's pendant was quite unusual, and that he always held it tightly, and that it even glowed with a bright red light. Chang Hengyu explained that the amulet belonged to his family, and that the skeletons in these ruins were very agile and dangerous, and had already tried to take the pendant from him. Lu Shu noted that, despite all the danger and clashes with the skeletons, Chang Hengyu remained unscathed. He concluded that he was lucky. Lu Shu then noted with relief that Chang Hengyu's amulet was indeed quite powerful. Otherwise, it would have been terribly difficult to cope with the dangers. Chang Hengyu admitted that he was worried about the danger posed by the skeletons, and asked Lu Shu to let him go with him. Lu Shu agreed to go with him, proudly introducing himself as a resident of Nianyang, and saying that he was known throughout the city for his friendliness. Chang Hengyu replied that he was from the city of Nianyang. Lu Shu felt awkward for some reason. Lu Shu suggested checking the ruins for any treasures, hoping to find something valuable. However, Chang Hengyu smiled ominously. He thought about how Lu Shu had no idea what his true nature was hiding. Chang Hengyu watched Lu Shu and knew his abilities. Chang Hengyu acknowledged that Lu Shu's sudden appearance had temporarily disrupted his plans, but he assured himself that it was not a big deal and that he would quickly adapt. He caught up with Lu Shu and mentally prepared to teach him the last lesson of his life: never trust strangers. He clearly did not wish him well. Chang Hengyu asked Lu Shu how long he had been wandering the ruins and if he knew anything important about this place. His question was filled with curiosity. Lu Shu replied that he understood the danger perfectly well, but had no intention of retreating. He knew full well that the ruins were home to many wild monsters. He pretended and asked if there was a way to find wild monsters in the ruins. Lu Shu warned Chang Hengyu to be careful and not to step on the tiny holes under his feet, which could be dangerous traps for them. Before them lay an entire area littered with tiny holes hidden under leaves and dirt. Lu Shu and Chang Hengyu noticed them immediately. A plan began to form in Chang Hengyu's head. He carefully examined the holes and began to think about how to set Lu Shu up and harm him. Then he admitted that he seemed to have stepped on one of the tiny holes. Suddenly, skeletons began to crawl out of the ground again, surrounding Chang and Lu Shu. Chang Hengyu pretended to be frightened and began to retreat, as if running away from the advancing skeleton. At that moment, Chang Hengyu thought that now was the perfect time to reveal his true identity and let Lu Shu die. Lu Shu realized that running away would not solve the problem. Despite the warning, he himself began to run away. Chang Hengyu was puzzled and could not understand why Lu Shu was acting this way, running away and destroying his carefully thought-out plan. He couldn't catch up with Lu Shu and, angry, shouted that he was running too fast. In the end, both were forced to hide to catch their breath and rest. Hiding in a secluded place, they were able to escape pursuit for a while. Lu Shu felt relieved because as soon as the distance between them and the others increased, the sounds of their footsteps and rustling gradually subsided. Chang Hengyu thought that Lu Shu was only strong because of his newly found axe, and gradually began to understand that without it, he would be weak. He decided to take Lu Shu's axe, realizing that it was this weapon that gave him great strength. He approached Lu Shu, noticing how hard he was working with the heavy axe. He offered to help lighten his load and hold it for him. Lu Shu refused to give up the axe, assuring him that it was not difficult for him to handle it on his own. He was on guard and did not want to relax. Lu Shu then advised Chang Hengyu to rest, warning him that the night in the ruins was especially dangerous. He insisted that he wait until dawn. Chang Hengyu's plan had failed, and he had no choice but to obey and follow Lu Shu's instructions. After entering the ruins, he had not eaten anything all day. Exhausted and hungry, he finally sat down, realizing that he could no longer hold back. Then he tasted the pleasant flavor of the food and looked at Lu Shu. Lu Shu was eating stinky tofu, an unattractive but affordable food that, although smelly, helped him satisfy his hunger and maintain his strength. He thought that Lu Shu had hidden the food and was now eating it in secret. He asked Lu Shu what he was doing and whether he was really eating the food. Lu Shu replied that he was eating stinky tofu and smiled as he did so. Soon, Lu Shu said that before sharing the food, he wanted to ask a few questions to better understand his interlocutor. He did not immediately understand what Lu Shu wanted to ask him and waited warily, preparing for an unexpected turn in the conversation. Lu Shu suddenly asked a strange question about why the pheasant had preserved the crane at the most opportune moment, causing him to think about it. The other was already about to reveal his true nature, and an ominous smile spread across his face, as if foreshadowing an impending threat. He suspected that Lu Shu had much more food hidden than he was showing. Lu Shu asked if he wanted tofu, realizing that he could no longer hide his true nature and would soon reveal himself completely. He realized that the other man was not a novice at all, and had been hiding his true strength all this time, pretending to be weak so that he could destroy him at the right moment. Although he looked weak, there was not a single visible wound on his body, and at the same time, he was incredibly fast, which made him even more dangerous. Lu Shu also noticed that the person standing in front of him was not a student of the Daoyang class. The man laughed and admitted that he was tired of pretending and wondered why Lu Shu had not said earlier that he had guessed his true strength. He considered himself stronger than everyone else, as he had easily destroyed a group of 20 students, despite their numbers and the complexity of the situation. Confident in his strength and superiority over Lu Shu, he was the first to attack. Lu Shu also began to fight back desperately, using all his skills and strength to resist the attacker. The battle became tense and fierce. The attacker clearly enjoyed causing Lu Shu pain. He relished the moment of struggle and the feeling of superiority over him. Lu Shu realized that this was a real battle for life, and that every attack and defense could be decisive, and that his strength and reaction would determine the outcome. His blade deflected blows, serving as reliable protection, and it seemed that he managed to land a precise blow on the enemy, breaking through his defenses. He understood that he had no right to die, and that his life was too important to simply give up. Lu Shu struck the enemy again with his blade, and the enemy could no longer stand, weakening and losing the strength to remain in place. The battle was becoming intense. The enemy realized that Lu Shu was awakened and possessed a high level of S power. Lu Shu stood in tense silence, waiting for the right moment. He knew that the enemy was about to attack. Every muscle in his body was ready for action. And then, with bloodshot eyes, he leaped forward and attacked swiftly. His movements were full of rage and determination, and he had no intention of holding back. There was a powerful collision, their forces clashing in a furious burst of energy. The earth shook under their blows, and the air was filled with tension. The enemy watched the proceedings with confidence. Unfortunately for Lu Shu, the light of the goddess flashed in the sky. He also realized that he had underestimated Lu Shu. The Seeker had undoubtedly wounded him right in the heart. Lu Shu looked at him and did not understand why he was still alive, and even more so, why he continued to fight. He knew that it remained a mystery to Lu Shu why he was still alive. He said that if Lu Shu begged him, he might reveal the secret. His voice sounded arrogant. He enjoyed his power over others. Lu Shu realized that not only was he still alive, but that his enemy's power had increased. He tried to hide, but the enemy only mocked him, teasing him and asking why he was hiding. His taunts sounded like a challenge. The enemy asked if the sea-level sword was Lu Shu's only advantage. He said this with confidence, trying to draw him into conversation. After listening to the enemy's words, Lu Shu came to an important realization. He suddenly remembered the pendant around his neck. It was the hidden power that allowed him to survive and resist. The enemy asked with interest about Lu Shu's flying blade, trying to understand what kind of treasure it was and what its mysterious nature was. Lu Shu made an offer and was ready to reveal the secret of the flying sword. But in exchange, he wanted to know the enemy's secret of immortality. It was a fair exchange. The enemy replied that there was a saying, that the less you know, the better you sleep. He hinted that he was not going to reveal his secrets, but Lu Shu, confident that the whole secret lay in the pendant, asked his enemy about it directly. He wanted to draw his opponent into a frank conversation. The enemy was struck and stunned by the fact that Lu Shu himself had guessed the true role of the pendant. His expression betrayed his genuine shock. He was angry and irritated that he had failed to keep his secret. His anger grew as he realized that Lu Shu had exposed him. Suddenly, he realized that Lu Shu had actually been bluffing earlier. However, Lu Shu himself was confident that true professionals would not fall for such tricks. The enemy threatened Lu Shu, confidently declaring that he would finish him off. After the threat, the enemy rushed into the attack again, his movements becoming even faster and harder. He didn't give Lu Shu a second to breathe, trying to end the fight. But Lu Shu managed to jump up in time, dodging the enemy's swift attack. His reaction was quick, and it was this movement that saved him from the blow. The enemy was left empty-handed again, and felt his anger growing. His confidence melted away with every passing minute, and his irritation grew with every failure. Lu Shu approached the enemy again, confidently responding that he had another trump card up his sleeve. And this was far from Lu Shu's last trump card. He had many more secrets and tricks up his sleeve, ready to change the course of the fight at any moment. Soon, Lu Shu managed to snatch his pendant. This moment became a turning point, and now the enemy's secret and power were in his hands. The enemy screamed furiously, unable to believe his defeat. His pride was hurt, and his mind refused to accept that he had lost the pendant and control. Lu Shu clutched the pendant tightly in his hand, feeling its power and significance. After Lu Shu clutched the pendant in his hand, the enemy's life force began to gradually leave his body. With each passing moment, he grew weaker. Lu Shu watched closely, realizing that every moment brought him closer to victory and the final end of this fierce battle. Soon, he lay before Lu Shu, completely defeated and destroyed. It was cruel, and Lu Shu still couldn't get used to this reality. Victory came at a high price, leaving a deep mark on his soul. He remembered his sister and thought to himself that if she were there, everything would be much better. Her presence gave him strength and faith in the good. Xiao Yu thought about Lu Shu. She understood that while he was not there was no point in doing anything or preparing tomato omelets for the next 3 weeks. She sat holding a bag of groceries. She looked pensively ahead, her thoughts with Lu Shu. Xiao Yu clutched the bag of groceries in her hands and quietly told herself that she would wait for Lu Shu to return, and then they could eat together. At that time, other students were fighting monsters that had taken human form. These creatures were cunning and difficult to distinguish. When they were exposed and caught, they were immediately destroyed without hesitation or mercy. The danger they posed was too great. After their pendants were destroyed, the monsters instantly perished. It was in these artifacts that their true power and source of life were hidden. The students themselves were stunned. One of the destroyed creatures had been disguised as an ordinary student, something no one could have imagined. One of the bravest students wanted to get closer and try to understand, but the others immediately stopped her, warning her that it was dangerous to approach. The students asked themselves the alarming question of who could have sent this creature here, ordering it to pretend to be human. The thought of this frightened them all. Now that the mask had fallen, the monster had almost completely returned to its true form. Its appearance was hideous, with a twisted body and uneven skin. The monster, having almost accepted its true form, said mockingly that if they had any questions, they should come closer. It was a sinister sight. That same student, without hesitation, was the first to rush into the attack. Her eyes burned with determination, and her movements were precise and quick. She no longer had any doubts. The student was not only brave, but also very strong, possessing outstanding abilities. All the students watched the fight in horror. Their eyes were filled with fear and anxiety, for the battle between them was very fierce. The monster's pendant was finally broken during the fight. With the destruction of this artifact, its connection to power was severed, and this became the decisive moment. After the pendant was completely destroyed, the monster lost all its life force and died. It collapsed to the ground, and the threat was over. She understood that she had to hurry and immediately report what had happened. Time was of the essence, and everyone's safety depended on their speed. Spies suddenly appeared in the vicinity. Their presence was alarming. One of the spies was discovered in Dao's classroom. Danger had infiltrated their ranks. Lu Shu returned to the squirrels for fruit. He said it was an order from a student. He announced loudly that he was returning for fruit, but he wasn't sure if they would even want to talk to him. He didn't know how they would receive him after everything that had happened. He called his opponents petty and doubted that they could harm him. The leader of the squirrels was extremely angry and gave the order to destroy Lu Shu immediately. His fury showed that he perceived Lu Shu as a threat. Lu Shu ran away, looking back with a smile and a sneer. He said that the squirrels would not be able to catch him, confident in his agility and speed. When he saw people ahead, he felt relieved and hopeful that he would finally meet the others and finally be able to get out of it. Lu Shu was surprised when he saw the students running towards him. It turned out that the students were being chased by skeletons, those terrifying creatures that caused them real horror. This threat explained their flight. Lu Shu was worried and afraid that some of the students had already died. As she ran past, the girl told Lu Shu to run, but another shouted at her not to pay attention to strangers because only the fastest would survive. Lu Shu smiled as he watched their behavior. He was already ready. He prepared for battle and began fighting the skeletons with his axe. He skillfully parried the enemy's attacks, demonstrating his strength and experience in this dangerous battle. The two disciples who ran past him were surprised by Lu Shu's courage and skill. They did not expect to see such a confident and strong disciple. While the two disciples watched in amazement, Lu Shu continued to tirelessly destroy the monsters. His blows were precise and powerful. The disciples guessed that Lu Shu was a student of the Dao class, but they couldn't understand where he got such a powerful axe and why he was so strong. One of the skeletons suddenly grabbed Lu Shu's arm, trying to stop him and prevent him from fighting. The guy next to the girl said that Lu Shu would most likely be able to defeat all the enemies on his own, but the girl thought he needed help. The student added that even if Lu Shu died, they could take his axe for themselves. Fortunately, Lu Shu managed to break free and defeat the skeleton. His strength and skill helped him overcome the danger. The one who had recently refused to help and tried to take Lu Shu's axe now approached him and said gratefully that the meeting had been unexpected. He wanted to introduce himself and possibly establish contact, but Lu Shu was focused on his goals and showed no interest as he was about to leave. The student noticed that there were no more skeletons left and urged Lu Shu to stay with them, reminding him that the ruins could disappear at any moment. But Lu Shu asked him to stop talking nonsense and let go of his leg. The student began to speak pitifully about how they needed Lu Shu's help and protection. Lu Shu understood that this was a kind of emotional blackmail and that the students were trying to appeal to his sympathy. Others thought that the power came from the axe. The disciples wanted Lu Shu to lend them his axe for a while. Lu Shu could have simply given the axe to the disciples and suggested that they try their luck and see if they could handle it. As he left, Lu Shu advised the disciples to head in the opposite direction from the sun, where the green town was located. There were 7 fruit trees there. Lu Shu understood that he was not a hero, and that his main goal was to get out of this dangerous situation and return home to his sister. The disciples were surprised and did not understand why Lu Shu had given them his axe so easily, as it was a powerful and valuable weapon. The student who had been rude all along was skeptical and asked who exactly Lu Shu had given the axe to. His questions could create tension. At that moment, it seemed that all the disciples wanted to get their hands on Lu Shu's axe. Such a desire could cause rivalry and even conflicts between them. A few days later, the path to the center of the ruins turned out to be the only possible direction. Something was wrong with the skeletons, and Shifei knew it. It was easy to identify the captain, the one with the sword. He stood out from the rest. She noticed this and told her other partner about it. Her partner noticed it too. In his opinion, the captain could be identified. Once the other skeletons were eliminated, he would remain vulnerable. Tianluo left to pursue the Class C spies who had somehow infiltrated the ruins. It was unknown when they would return. Communication was lost immediately. Due to the crowd of students, their supplies were almost depleted. The students wanted to eat, and the teachers did not know what to do about this problem or how to get out of there. They needed to get through the canyon to the center of the ruins as soon as possible. There was almost no time left. He promised to help neutralize the captain with the sword. But suddenly, they noticed something. Movement at the far end of the canyon. Barely perceptible, but too clear to be a trick of the light. They stopped immediately. Lu Shu was walking quickly toward them, and he was familiar and reliable. His appearance brought relief, and the tension eased a little. They exchanged glances. He quickly rushed into battle with the skeletons, his movements lightning fast and precise. He fought mercilessly, clearing the way for everyone else. He didn't give the skeletons the slightest chance. Each of his blows was precise. Lu Shu smiled as he watched the skeletons fall one by one under his blows. Everything went so smoothly and easily, as if fate itself was smiling on him. At first, the disciples did not immediately realize that it was Lu Shu standing before them. His appearance was unexpected, and no one could understand who he was or where he had come from. Shifei decided to help Lu Shu and immediately ran to him, eager to support him in the battle with the skeletons. Her determination was clear because it was much easier together. While Sufei was rushing towards Lu Shu, he was already preparing for a new attack on the remaining skeletons. His gaze was focused and his muscles were tense. He understood that he had to destroy the nearest enemies first, as this was the only way to break through. He could hear sounds behind him and didn't know what they were. He continued to fight, trying to break through the onslaught of skeletons. Every movement was dictated by the desire to survive and get out of the ruins alive. Each movement came easily and confidently, as if fighting was a natural state for him. Thanks to this, he confidently pushed forward. Of course, he was already tired of fighting. The exhausting struggle dragged on endlessly, draining his strength. But there was no way out. He couldn't stop. He understood that he couldn't stop and had to finish what he had started. Despite his fatigue, he gathered his last strength to end the fight. Then he jumped sharply from a height onto one of the last skeletons. His jump was swift and accurate, striking the skeleton squarely on the head. It was the last push, decisive and swift. At that moment, there was no turning back. His willpower helped him overcome all difficulties. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice calling him from nearby. This interrupted him and made him pause for a moment, reminding him that he was not alone. He turned around and saw his teacher, Sifei, calling him. He did not understand how she had ended up here in the middle of the ruins and asked her about it right away. Other students soon ran up after teacher Sifei. They couldn't understand how Lu Shu still had so much strength left despite the very long struggle. The teacher said that Lu Shu should not worry because they were not going to take his spears away from him. Lu Shu held the spears close to him, not wanting to part with them. She wanted to know if Lu Shu was there alone and if he had faced dangers by himself. She wanted to understand how difficult the journey had been. He addressed everyone confidently, stating that half of them were scared and needed help. They began to feel negative, and he earned points. One of the students turned to him with hope and excitement, calling him master, trying to awaken memories of herself. It was important to her that he recognized her. He recognized her immediately, and then asked what had happened to her friends. He was curious to know how the other students were doing and how everything had turned out. She told him that after he left them the axe, the students literally started fighting each other for it. It was a struggle for survival. As a result, while the students were busy fighting each other, they were attacked by skeletons. Chaos and panic engulfed the group, and only 5 managed to escape. Lu Shu thought about it. He wanted to give them weapons to save them and help them survive, but everything turned out differently. Instead of protection, it became a cause of discord. Another student asked Lu Shu where they could get food. Exhaustion was felt throughout the group, and the question of provisions was becoming increasingly urgent. Lu Shu silently reached into his pocket to get what he had left. He took a red fruit out of his pocket and held it up for everyone to see. He showed it to everyone and confidently announced that the fruit tasted like a juicy pear. Sweet and delicious, quenching thirst and restoring strength. Seeing that he had many such fruits with him, she exclaimed that he had so many and added that he should share them with the others. Lu Shu felt irritated. He thought the student was rude and too insistent. Instead of gratitude for his help, he heard a demand. Following her lead, the other students began to noisily express their dissatisfaction, and one after another they spoke, almost shouting that they were hungry too. Lu Shu abruptly interrupted the noise, and the students' voices fell silent. He said that they were right. He asked the teacher to distribute the fruit to those who were ready to fight. According to his calculations, one fruit for 8 people should be enough to support the basic functions of the body. They were very indignant. He sharply condemned those who preferred to remain in the shadows and hide under the protection of others. He considered such behavior meaningless and unproductive. Then Lu Shu thought about it and admitted that he really didn't need so many weapons and fruits, so he offered to sell them to the rest of those who wanted them. Even in such a situation, he did not lose his entrepreneurial spirit. The offer to sell weapons and fruit showed his ability to adapt very quickly. He began to talk about one of his weapons, a 4-meter spear with a sharp, long tip and 2 blades on both edges. He went on to explain that this spear was not just a weapon. It was capable of imparting spiritual power and even merging with their own spiritual energy. He began to demonstrate the spear, deftly twirling it in his hands. His movements were quick and precise, revealing his experience and complete mastery of the weapon. Teacher Sufei watched Lu Shu closely, and a thought flashed through her mind. This was why Lu Shu had become stronger when he used this spear. Without losing his confidence, he turned to Shifei and offered to sell her the spear. He called it not just a spear, but a relic made of a special material. According to him, she was the one who deserved to own such an item. Teacher Shifei did not even have time to realize what was happening before the spear was already in her hands. Lu Shu had already declared the deal done. She looked at the weapon in confusion, realizing that this was not what she had taught. The other man said he had no money. He wanted to pay Lu Shu after his return. Then, Lu Shu asked a counter question. How much did he pay for the jade pendant hanging around his neck? He understood that these weapons might have to be handed over to the government in the future. But he also knew that it would be much wiser to exchange them for money. But no one would carry cash in places like these ruins. Lu Shu offered to exchange the jade pendant for weapons or fruit. The other students couldn't resist either. One by one, they began to take off their jewelry, gold bracelets and rings. Everyone wanted to exchange them for something. Some students had few valuable items to exchange and no money, so Lu Shu did not remain indifferent. He simply gave them knives. Everyone wanted something. Students with money and valuable jewelry approached him, hoping to receive truly powerful and reliable weapons in exchange. They were ready to invest everything. Lu Shu could barely keep up with the flow of people, and he constantly handed out weapons and fruit, trying to help everyone. His hands never stopped. Lu Shu gave a rusty axe to one of the students who approached him with money and valuables. The student looked surprised and even a little indignant. Lu Shu replied directly and reminded him that those who received the best weapons fought like Liu Xuan Yu, while those who simply hid did not deserve anything more. He swung the axe energetically, demonstrating its capabilities. Despite its apparent simplicity and wear, the axe in his hands became a very formidable weapon. After such an impressive display, the student stopped being indignant. He understood that true power lies not in the outward splendor of a weapon, but in the ability to use it. Now, he was ready to take the axe and use it. Lu Shu now understood what it meant to cheat. Lu Shu noticed a beautiful pendant on one of the students and decided to offer in exchange. This shows that he is attentive and knows how to seize an opportunity. The student had no reason or need to exchange his beautiful pendant, so he refused. This made Lu Shu think about why the pendant was more important to him than even weapons or food. There was little time left, and Lu Shu began to ask the students if they all wanted to make a trade, realizing that soon they would all have to move on. Soon, Lu Shu felt his attention drawn to a strange response. It was his inner sense of detection. He felt that something or someone was very close. Suddenly, someone shouted, urging everyone to run away immediately. The atmosphere changed dramatically, and it became an urgent necessity to escape. The students instantly sensed the threat and rushed away in alarm, realizing that delay could cost them their lives. They couldn't stand still. They had to run. They had to run very carefully so that the monsters would not notice them and start chasing them. Every step required their attention and restraint. Half of the group, those who were ready to fight, instantly took up combat positions. They did not run away with the others, but stayed behind to hold off the threat. Their task was clear: to protect the other students. Lu Shu realized that now was not the time for deals and exchanges, and that his small business would have to be put on hold. The head boy shouted loudly to Cao Cheng, warning her to be careful. He noticed that she was too close to the monsters and skeletons. Cao Cheng ran with all her might, barely feeling her legs. Adrenaline drove her forward, and the head boy's voice echoed in her head. She knew she couldn't stop. While Lu Shu ran in the other direction, his attention was again drawn to the searcher. He felt her begin to behave as if she were trying to get out. He clearly understood that there were too many people around and that releasing the seeker now was too risky. No one was supposed to see what Lu Shu was hiding. Despite Lu Shu's caution, the headman still noticed the strange movement coming from him. He stopped immediately, his eyes widening in surprise. Still shaken by what he had seen, the headman tried to hide his confusion with a joke. He suggested that Lu Shu engage in heroism, just like in fairy tales. In the commotion, another student asked Lu Shu to cover for them. They were beginning to realize that there was someone strong nearby who was capable of holding off the enemy. There was almost no time left. Lu Shu knew he had to hurry. Everything around him was moving too fast, and any delay could cost them someone's life. He rushed past Cao Ting, and she involuntarily looked back at him. There was anxiety in her eyes, and she understood that everyone was acting at their limit. Despite the tense situation, Lu Shu seemed almost joyful. For him, the battle was not just a fight. It was an opportunity to demonstrate his power. When Lu Shu approached, all the evil creatures seemed to sense his power and began to retreat, fleeing in panic. His presence inspired fear. All the monsters and skeletons were genuinely afraid of Lu Shu. None of them understood why their enemies had suddenly started to flee. It came as a complete surprise. They just stared at Lu Shu in confusion. Noticing the surprise of those around him, Lu Shu justified himself by saying that he hadn't actually done anything serious yet. He knew that everyone had seen it for themselves. Deep down, Lu Shu understood that no one believed his words. To them, his excuses seemed like an attempt to hide his true potential. Lu Shu pondered, trying to understand what exactly had frightened the ghosts. His spears did not cause them fear, and other types of weapons were unlikely to have any effect, but they still ran away. The thought that it was all because of the Seeker wouldn't leave his mind. The soul of the pig that Xiao Yu had given him. It had also been destroyed by the Seeker, and the thought flashed through his mind that perhaps the Seeker had been born for a reason, perhaps to be retribution for the spirits. He realized with alarm that in the future, he might never be able to be around souls in peace. Fortunately, no one noticed her this time. Lu Shu wanted to stop the others from interfering and touching those he was going to fight himself. His fighting spirit was already awakening. He turned to Cao Qing with a request. Even though danger raged around them, he wanted her to do him a small but very important favor. After a brief request to Cao Qing, Lu Shu rushed back into battle. Without hesitation, he crashed into the ranks of skeletons, moving with precision and speed. Cao Qing did not stand aside and quickly joined the battle, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lu Shu. Her strikes were precise and confident, and she provided clear cover. She remained somewhat silent, focused on what was happening. She did not waste words, and her actions spoke for her. She did not get distracted. They could already feel that the outcome was near. Only a few opponents remained, and the tension reached its peak. Every blow could be the last. After a short pause, Cao Qing, maintaining her usual restraint, nevertheless shouted to Lu Shu that he needed to hurry. There was no time to delay. Lu Shu was distracted for a moment when he grabbed the skeleton's bony hand. He loudly called on Cao Qing to leave, noting that together they had gathered a good harvest and victory over their enemies. His words supported her fighting spirit. The teachers realized that the battle was almost over, and it was time to retreat. They understood that it was dangerous to linger, so they began to prepare for retreat. Now, they all had to head to the center of the ruins, the main place of their destination. They understood that important secrets and more trials were hidden there. When they approached the center of the ruins, one of the students suddenly heard the voice of his classmate. This alarmed him and attracted the attention of the group. The teacher looked around carefully and thought that he had no idea how high the peak was. He understood that it was impossible to climb there. They also noticed that other classes of Daoyang were present in the ruins. The head boy was confused and did not understand where exactly the goddess was. This caused him confusion and doubt. The goddess was Cao Qing. He felt irritated and angry that Cao Qing was so close to Lu Shu. This caused him inner anxiety and tension. It seemed that he was in love with Cao Qing and worried about her, as if he saw spiders symbolizing danger around her. He also noticed that there were jewels. Lu Shu looked intently at Cao Qing, while she was lost in her own thoughts. It seems that Lu Shu also felt some tension, or unspoken tension, but he himself could not understand the reason. This adds intrigue to their relationship. Lu Shu sat down right where he was, lost in thought. This moment showed that he was also trying to figure out the situation around them. He loudly announced to everyone around him that he was selling good and inexpensive weapons. He offered a profitable exchange for precious materials and urged them not to miss the opportunity. All the students couldn't contain their indignation. It was incomprehensible to them how anyone could even think about money and trade in such a dangerous and mysterious place. The other students whispered among themselves, discussing Cao Qing. They wondered how the genius of the class, Dao Yang, could fight side by side with Lu Shu. Lu Shu told Cao Qing that this was the way to gather everyone around, and that all they had to do was find that very treasure, and then the spy would be found immediately. Cao Qing nodded briefly in agreement with his words. She understood his train of thought and acknowledged that there was logic in it, and that this was how to find the enemy. One of the students approached Lu Shu, interested in his proposal, and immediately asked about the price. Lu Shu replied that it would be 10,000 or something valuable, but nothing fake. A crowd quickly gathered around Lu Shu. Someone declared that they wanted to buy everything, while others pushed and shoved, trying to squeeze through. Cao Qing noticed that one of the students was particularly persistent. He pushed forward, interrupting others and making no secret of his impatience. She quickly realized that none of the students had the real treasure that she and Lu Shu were looking for. Despite the noise and commotion, looking at the crowd, Cao Qing noted to herself how naive all these students seemed. They sincerely believed that they were simply bargaining for some kind of weapon. Seeing that Lu Shu still had weapons left, Cao Qing asked if he was going to sell the rest. There was curiosity and a desire to understand in her voice. Lu Shu calmly replied that there was no need to sell anymore, and that he needed to keep something for himself. He knew that the next stage of the journey would require it. As a token of gratitude for her help, Lu Shu handed Cao Qing a knife. He said that thanks to her, he had earned money, and his words conveyed his gratitude. Someone shouted loudly that the teachers from Tianluo were calling everyone to a meeting. She did not understand why they were being called now and not later. They understood that it was probably related to the spy, and that Tianluo was conducting its own investigation. But first, they needed to assess the situation. When Lu Shu approached the gathering, dozens of eyes immediately turned to him. Some looked at him with surprise, some with suspicion, and some with admiration. Lu Shu was adorned with dozens of precious jewels, pendants, bracelets, chains, everything he had received in exchange. He looked more like a black market trader. Cao Qing walked beside him. She remained calm, but her gaze kept darting around, and she watched the reactions of those around her closely. Lu Shu approached the gathering, noticing that everyone was already waiting for him. He apologized for the delay and suggested continuing the meeting, but for some reason, everyone remained silent. One of the teachers wondered if this was really the Lu Shu he had heard about earlier. He watched him closely. He introduced himself as John Rank C and said that he was temporarily replacing Heavenly King Li, who was leading the operation in relic activities. He counted on Lu Shu's support, noting that the situation was extremely difficult and required coordinated work. He emphasized the importance of joint efforts. He was sure that the OCA armed forces were in the center of the pit, but the local magnetic field was acting weird, which made things way harder. He noted that even advanced drones could not penetrate the zone because signal registration was disabled due to the unusual magnetic field. Someone suggested going down to check the situation personally, but most considered this unnecessary due to the dangers and complexity of the zone. John planned to use his sword for reconnaissance to check what was happening in the center of the pit. His sword had some special properties. He demonstrated the art of flying fencing, an unusual and impressive style that attracted the attention of everyone present and amazed them. Sifei noted that fencing at the level of a Class C cultivator was an important skill. She suggested that they would somehow have the opportunity to learn it. Lu Shu doubted whether all students would be able to master the art of flying fencing, as this skill requires considerable effort and inner strength. Sifei explained that it was certainly possible to master several sword techniques, but that this could lead to blood circulation problems. Lu Shu realized that until the search was over, his training and development of new combat skills would be impossible. This prevented him from starting work. John felt the breath of souls from below. There were too many of them. He realized that the situation was more dangerous than it seemed, and that their surroundings were filled with them. Lu Shu thought about his seeker, which could restrain souls. He believed that this place was suitable for this, and that the spirits could be controlled here. John realized that the situation below was too dangerous, and decided that no action should be taken to return and rescue Li Tianlu. Li Yishao's appearance immediately attracted the attention of everyone present, and they all turned and looked up, waiting for him to say or do something. Li Yishao quickly descended and landed right in front of everyone, causing even more tension and anticipation, because his appearance could change something. He looked at everyone present, behaving strangely and unpredictably, but still greeted them, which caused mixed feelings among those around him. He turned to Lu Shu, noticing his unique style, and expressed a desire to try on his jewelry, displaying a relaxed and slightly cheeky manner. John asked Li Yishao if he had been gone for a long time because he had been carrying some trees for a long time, showing interest in his absence and strange reasons. But Li Yishao replied that he heard accusations from them that he was just idling. Then he suggested dividing the fruit he had brought among all the students. In the middle of the conversation, a stone suddenly flew in, causing everyone to be on alert. The atmosphere immediately became tense, and a sense of danger appeared. The stone hit Li Yishao directly, causing everyone to be shocked and confused. This sharp blow broke the calm, and everyone instantly looked at him. The leader of the squirrels yelled loudly at Li, saying that he could not insult the squirrels and get away with it. He emphasized that the matter was not over yet. John watched this, thinking that, judging by what was happening, Li Yishao had probably taken the fruit trees, which the squirrel had noticed and immediately ran after him. In the crowd, the squirrel caught the familiar voice of Lu Shu. This unexpected sound caught her attention, causing her to stop for a moment and listen to it. Lu Shu, watching the squirrel, realized that despite the vast forest, this was the second time he had encountered this particular squirrel. He found this strange. The squirrel suddenly rushed at Lu Shu, shouting that this time she intended to finish him off. Her determination and anger were obvious to everyone around. However, Lu Shu caught the squirrel in his hand, holding it tightly and preventing it from continuing its attack. His confidence and calmness prevailed over her. He frightened her by saying that she had good fur and that he could tie a scarf and fry meat with eggs and sprinkle breadcrumbs on it. His words sounded threatening. After everything that had happened, Lu Shu spoke to John, but could not understand the meaning of his words. His speech seemed incomprehensible and confusing to him. Then, Cao Qing showed everyone a bracelet, drawing the attention of all those present. This object seemed significant and important, arousing their curiosity. She asked if this bracelet was the thing they were looking for. Lu Shu looked at Jian and said nothing. He looked very strange. Each of them held out what they had, and together they finally understood the true meaning of what was happening. It seemed that everything had now fallen into place. Lu Shu reported that they had discovered that spies had slipped into the ruins, and that such jewelry was of great importance and influence to them. But Cao Qing noticed that none of the people who came to exchange weapons had such jewelry. This observation helped narrow down the circle of suspects. Lu Shu believed that it was quite possible that the snake was frightened. He was sure that the spies were definitely planning something bigger and more dangerous than it seemed. He understood that it was impossible to hide something so big, and it all boiled down to one thing. They just needed to find someone nameless and get their number. They were incredibly lucky that there was another person in their group who managed to get food. All of Li Yishao's students praised him. He was a hero to them. They enthusiastically claimed that with Tianlou's help, they would now be able to pass through the ruins unscathed. However, he thought they were greatly exaggerating. John began to say that he did not know what the situation was like underground and was going to propose a plan of action. However, Li Xiao abruptly interrupted him. Li tried to explain his plan of action for the next day to the group, but John noticed this and intervened, reminding the others that he had not yet finished speaking. But he did not listen and confidently declared that at dawn he would lead everyone to the pit and they would only need to follow him, and then victory would surely await them all. He thought irritably about where his well-deserved applause was. After all, he had put so much conviction, emotion, and strength into his speech. He didn't listen to anyone. When John tried to object, Li Xiao stopped him, pressing his palm to his lips. He made it clear that there was no need to disturb everyone with doubts. Then he asked everyone to share the fruit, eat, and stop whining. Eat, sleep, and repeat all this again, even all night if necessary. The squirrel was angry. Lu Shu, noticing the squirrel's indignation, calmly said that she should not die for his sake and offered her some food, showing concern and trying to calm her down. Li Xiao wanted to talk to Lu Shu alone, suggesting that they discuss an important matter. He wanted to establish contact and resolve issues in a calm atmosphere. Then Li Xiao approached the squirrel and Lu Shu and snatched the fruit from her paws, demonstrating his superiority and desire to take control of the situation. Li Xiao approached Lu Shu and wanted to take his necklace and watch, suggesting that he get rid of this burden, as if considering them unnecessary. But Lu Shu did not give them to him. Then Li Xiao began to talk about how the Rocky was being restored, and that more relics and opportunities awaited them in the future. The necessity of Daliang's participation in the expedition to the ruins was in doubt, but if he went with him, there would be no obstacles in his way. Lu Shu thought about Li Xiao's words and realized that he was offering him help in earning money in the ruins, with the profits to be shared between them. Li Xiao offered Lu Shu 10% of the profits. Lu Shu realized that Li Xiao valued his ability to make money and wanted to earn some himself. Lu Shu, a little disappointed, asked why. Despite the fact that his ancestors had given Li Xiao a name symbolizing generosity, he behaved this way. Li Xiao did not understand why he should be generous. In response, Lu Shu reminded him of the meaning of his name, Luo, which translates as smiling and generous. He replied that he was generous with smiles and was not obliged to be generous in other ways. He objected that no one had asked him if he wanted to be generous, and that there was no need to bring ancient traditions into it. In his opinion, Lu Shu was trying to deceive him. Lu Shu replied that perhaps, given his high rank, and that cooperation did not make sense if it was not on equal terms. He added that he had already collected enough money and was not interested in joint ventures with him. The other man admitted that he had forgotten to take Lu Shu's rank into account, and agreed. He added that one cannot simply throw away one's chain just because it cannot be hidden. Then he began to talk about the distribution of profits, offering 55% and 45%. In the end, Lu Shu agreed to the proposed terms. He explained that he was not greedy at all. Lu Shu, looking through the system, noticed that Xiao Yu was expressing a lot of negative emotions and might be missing him. Then he suddenly noticed some strange emotions with more than 300 points, which surprised him. He wondered who exactly could be dissatisfied. He was sitting next to Zhang, who was sleeping peacefully, leaning on his shoulder. This should have created a sense of calm and trust between them. However, Lu Shu decided to go somewhere else to calmly figure out who was showing negativity towards him. He understood that he didn't need any extra eyes. Without wasting any time, Lu Shu immediately got up from his seat, deciding to leave immediately to deal with the negative messages and figure out who was behind them. At this time, Li Xiao had already fallen asleep, and other students began to gather around him, showing interest in him as they watched him sleep peacefully. Realizing that Li Xiao was fast asleep, the students began jumping around inside the cave, preparing for action. It seemed as if they were about to do something. The students thought no one could see them, but Lu Shu was already nearby. His presence was unexpected, and they did not realize that their actions were visible to him. Lu Shu grabbed one of the disciples by the leg, causing him to lose his balance and fall. Lu Shu then asked insistently if he wanted to go down there alone, expressing concern and trying to understand what they were all trying to do down below. Lu Shu offered to take him with them, promising to share the loot and showing him jewelry as proof of his generosity and willingness to work. The man acknowledged that Lu Shu did indeed have a keen eye and good skills, but noted that they did not have enough people. He suggested calling someone for help. Lu Shu pretended to believe his words and immediately pretended to run to call for help, hiding his true intentions from him. The man was pleased with himself and thought that this guy was too naive. He was easily persuaded, which gave him an advantage in his future plans. But as soon as the other man turned away and was about to run, Lu Shu seized him, taking advantage of the moment of surprise and his superiority and agility. The guy was so taken aback that he didn't even understand what had happened. He was stunned by the sudden blow and didn't have time to react. Soon coming to his senses, he began to wave his knife furiously, trying to scare Lu Shu away and defend himself from the unexpected attack. His movements were full of panic, but Lu Shu was too agile, easily dodging the chaotic knife blows, moving precisely and calmly, anticipating every move. Lu Shu shouted at the top of his lungs, hoping to wake the other disciples. His voice echoed through the cave as he accused the man of trying to sneak into the pit and take all the relics for himself. This turned out to be a very bad decision. Instead of support, he felt the situation spiraling out of control. The loud cry woke up all the students. They began to rise with surprise and caution, not understanding what was happening. The one whom Lu Shu caught off guard was overcome with rage and confusion. He did not understand what Lu Shu was going to do next and why he had intervened at all. Suddenly, Li Xiao appeared out of nowhere. He looked irritated and stated with obvious dissatisfaction that he had been kept waiting. He was ready. Without wasting a second, Li Xiao forcefully pushed away the person who was about to go downstairs. His actions were decisive. He made it clear that this was not acceptable. All the students watched what was happening with horror and surprise. No one expected such a reaction from Li. Silence hung in the air as everyone watched. Then Li Xiaohao gave up and admitted that he had deliberately lured everyone into a trap by claiming that they would go to the pit tomorrow, not today. In the end, Li Xiao was able to outsmart them. He exposed the deception before it could be carried out and did not let him get ahead of all the other students. Lu Shu looked at him silently, thinking to himself that he could not have imagined that this fat man would turn out to be so clever. His appearance did not match his intelligence at all. Then Lu Shu asked a question, looking at what was happening with cold calculation, wondering if it would be wiser to keep him alive for questioning. But the man ignored Lu Shu's words, and as if he hadn't heard his suggestion, turned to the others and told them to get ready to gather everyone and leave together. He addressed everyone gathered to establish order and discipline. He warned them of the danger and that they needed to protect their own lives. John, speaking next, reminded everyone that the abilities of the heavenly King Li were incomparably higher than theirs, but that they could not count on his constant presence. He also emphasized that they all needed to rely primarily on their own strength. At the same time, Li Yishao noticed that everything sounded as if something was wrong. Li Yishao told Jiang that his rank was too low and that it would be better for him to stay and protect the other disciples. He knew that Jiang should not take any risks yet. Jiang nodded in response and agreed with Li Yishao's decision. He understood that it was better to stay with the others and carry out the important task of protecting them. But Lu Shu didn't understand why Li Yishao asked Jiang to stay. He wondered if Jiang's level was really so low that he couldn't participate. Everyone gradually began to descend, gathering together and preparing for the upcoming test. The atmosphere was tense. Everyone was aware of the danger. John decided to stay put after all, warning the others to be careful. In response, Li Yishao reassured the team and him that everything would be fine. When Lu Shu was about to leave, Jiang called him back. His voice sounded insistent, as if he wanted to say or discuss something important with him. Jiang warned Lu Shu to be careful down below. His words expressed concern and a desire for Lu Shu not to expose himself to unnecessary risk. Lu Shu smiled and nodded in response, showing that he understood the warning and was ready to be careful. His agreement calmed Jiang a little. They slowly began to descend the stairs, looking around carefully. Each step was cautious. Everyone understood what might await them ahead. Lu Shu felt an unusual energy around him, as if the air was filled with tension and hidden danger. This feeling made him wary. He couldn't understand what exactly was glowing in the distance. The light was strange and mysterious, as if it was coming from deep within the ruins. This further intensified his sense of unease. Below, Lu Shu noticed a small house. It seemed lonely and somewhat mysterious against the backdrop of the gloomy ruins, and it turned out that the light was coming from it. After that, he kicked a stone and wondered why everything around him seemed so unusual. He didn't hear a sound from the stone hitting the ground, which seemed strange. The students began to notice that with each step, it was getting harder and harder. The atmosphere around them was thickening, as if an oppressive force was pulling them down. One of the students accidentally stepped on blood and was very frightened. This unexpected moment made him wonder what was going on there. The students who had descended earlier had bloodshot eyes, a clear sign that something dangerous or evil had affected them. Li Yishao suggested that some kind of dark magic capable of expelling or destroying people was at work in the ruins. He couldn't understand what it was. He realized that it was impossible to predict the moment of his death. Everything that was happening was too unpredictable and dangerous, but still, he had to go. Lu Shu looked around carefully and noticed something unusual, details that could help him understand what was happening around him. He noticed that something was wrong in these ruins, as if someone or something was watching unnoticed. The atmosphere seemed strange, and he felt it. He thought that suddenly everything around him had changed. The atmosphere, the space, even time seemed different. It seemed that the ruins were hiding secrets. Suddenly, they were attacked by spirits, mysterious and invisible beings that appeared from the shadows. They attacked quickly and very unexpectedly. Li Yishao was the first to enter the battle without wasting a second. He quickly focused, gathering his strength and preparing to repel the spirits' attacks with all his might. Li Yishao warned everyone that the ghosts were coming from everywhere and urged them to be as careful as possible. Everyone understood that something terrible awaited them ahead. Lu Shu stood nearby and felt no tension. Thanks to careful preparation and the Seeker, not a single ghost could even get close to him. He acted as if he was fighting with all his might, but in reality, his actions were aimed at ensuring that no one guessed that the Seeker was protecting him. Teacher Sifei was also surprised by his strength and asked herself how long he had been so strong. She noticed that Lu Shu had greatly improved his skills. But when Lu Shu heard her question, he replied that one should read more books and newspapers, snack less, and sleep more. He believed that all of this had helped him. He himself thought that it was enough for him just not to be persecuted. Lu Shu continued to create the appearance of a battle, carefully concealing his true intentions. He skillfully portrayed this struggle. Suddenly, the strange energy of the defeated spirit was absorbed by him, and Lu Shu could not understand what was happening. This caused him confusion and fear. Lu Shu stood there, confused. Thoughts raced through his head. He wondered if this energy was used to feed souls. And perhaps it was food for the very spirits that Xiao Yu was catching. Then what did he himself have to do with her training? He could not find any answers. Suddenly, amid the chaos, someone struck another student. It happened so quickly that no one had time to react. Lu Shu turned around sharply. Li Yishao shouted, unable to contain his rage. He angrily attacked the spirit, unable to believe what was happening. His voice trembled with indignation at how it dared to attack. Without waiting for an answer, Li Yishao rushed into battle with the spirit. His movements were quick, and he fought not only as a teacher, but also as a protector of his students. During the fierce battle, Li Yishao, overcome with rage, quickly challenged the spirit, ordering it to disappear if it wanted to play hide and seek. Realizing that the spirit had no intention of showing itself, Li Yishao no longer hesitated. Even though the enemy was hiding, he still went on the offensive, ready to attack. However, despite Li Yishao's determination, the spirit disappeared from view again. It dissolved into thin air, leaving behind only a faint trace of its energy. The disciples shouted with joy, unable to believe their salvation. The ghosts disappeared in an instant, as if they had never been there. Relief washed over them all at once. However, Cao Qing cautiously stopped the others rejoicing. She watched the events closely and immediately noticed that something was wrong. Cao Qing noticed a detail. The ghost that had just attacked them looked exactly like the dead man in the center. She pointed to one of them. The disciples were alarmed to recognize the ghost as Zhao Haiping, a former student of only D rank. However, he used abilities for C level. It turned out that he had hidden his abilities while he was alive. Lu Shu watched what was happening, and it became clear that this sinister ritual was far from simple. Lu Shu couldn't shake the thought that people had actually sacrificed their lives so that the person in the center could take on a ghostly state. He realized that the abilities of a C-rank ghost were only part of the problem. It was also clear that this spirit posed no threat, especially to Li Yishao. Li Yishao loudly warned everyone to be vigilant. He explained that it was impossible to predict where the ghost attack would come from. He noted that the most difficult thing was that this person had unexpectedly turned into a ghost in this very place, and that ghosts did not attack him. Moreover, he was able to disappear from time to time. But the ghost found it all amusing. It was as if he was playing, easily disappearing and reappearing unexpectedly. The ghost was confident in his impunity and even thought that Li Yishao was powerless against him. His contempt and arrogance stemmed from a sense of power. He pondered who to choose as his next victim. His cold gaze searched for someone weak and vulnerable among the students who was ready to become his prey. Suddenly, the seeker instantly reacted to the approaching danger from behind. Lu Shu, waving his hand accidentally, could not imagine that the enemy was right behind him. Li Yishao immediately joined the fight, impressed by Lu Shu's quick and precise reaction. He praised him for instantly orienting himself in this situation. Not finding the ghost, he loudly complained about how Lu Shu had found him. In response, Lu Shu calmly explained that he had indeed accidentally waved his spear. Li Yishao was annoyed and impatiently demanded an explanation, not understanding why Lu Shu couldn't just point out where the ghost was. But Lu Shu realized that he did not believe him, and, without losing hope, decided to resort to guesswork. He thought that perhaps the spirit was over there, and pointed in that direction. Li Yishao did not hesitate and struck precisely at the indicated spot. His instincts did not fail him, and the force passed through the air and struck the spirit accurately. Everyone froze in amazement, no one expecting the strike to be accurate again. They were still surprised and wondered how Li Yishao managed to hit the target. Lu Shu stared intently, thinking about the spirit that had suddenly appeared so far away. He did not understand what it was doing there, and how it had ended up outside the search area. The spirit watched Lu Shu suspiciously, unable to understand how he had found him. Lu Shu was only rank E, but he had managed to detect him. It seemed impossible. He felt no fear or doubt about the strength of his opponent. Only one thing was important to him. Lu Shu had to die here and now. His soul burned with rage and hatred. He wanted everyone to end up in hell. The spirit was convinced that those who were there now had brought this fate upon themselves. Suddenly, a loud cry rang out, and someone demanded an explanation as to why uninvited guests had broken into his palace. This made everyone there alert. No one could predict what would happen this time. Everyone froze in tense anticipation, and uncertainty and anxiety hung in the air. Suddenly, a huge warrior in shining armor appeared before everyone. Despite his imposing appearance, it was only armor, with no living body inside. The disciples immediately realized that they were facing the Guardian of the Eye, a powerful defender. The question of who had summoned the Guardian in armor hung in the air. The spirit laughed and decided that since it had not been possible to destroy them one by one, the next battle should be turned into a truly spectacular show. Everyone realized with horror that the spirit had completely merged with the Guardian of the Eye. It was not just control over the armor, now they had become a single entity. The guard, who was under the spirit's control, slowly moved forward, his heavy footsteps echoing through the hall as if foreshadowing disaster. He was walking straight towards them. With a voice filled with malice, he uttered words that sent a chill down the spines of those present. Since they had dared to enter, they would remain there forever. The pressure emanating from the guard was so strong that the air seemed to grow heavier. All the students felt their bodies bound by an invisible force. But Li Yishao gathered all his determination and stepped forward. He loudly ordered the others not to panic, trying to attack the guard Oka swiftly. Despite their fear, all the students waited for only one thing: Li Yishao's command. In the chaos of what was happening, he remained their support. Li Yishao, assessing the strength of the enemy and the condition of his comrades, shouted loudly that this guy was too dangerous and that everyone needed to retreat. The Devil's Spear was not just a weapon. It was a relic known as the Eternal Eye. He knew that he alone must get hold of this spear, and no one else. Before attempting to take the spear from the demon, he wanted to convince everyone of his determination and wanted no one to die and everyone to stay alive. Everyone watched his decisive action with genuine amazement. His willingness to fight such a powerful opponent amazed everyone. Despite their fear and doubts, everyone present felt a strong desire to support Li Yishao. They understood that his feat was not a personal battle. Shifei shouted loudly to everyone present, reminding them of the importance of Li Yishao's words and urging them to fight and not let the skeletons interfere with him in battle. The disciples united under the leadership of Master Shifei and, supporting Li Yishao, rushed into battle against the skeletons. Their movements were coordinated. Everyone sought to protect each other. The sounds of weapons clashing with bones filled the air, and the energy of the battle heated up the atmosphere even more. Chaoqin also showed her strength and courage by entering the battle with unyielding determination. She fought bravely, side by side with her comrades. Lu Shu thought of her with respect and admiration. He believed that she was truly worthy of the title of the only A-rank awakened one in the entire school. Compared to her, Lu Shu felt his own weakness. Her power and confidence seemed unattainable to him, and he realized that he still had a lot to learn. Teacher Sifei, noticing that Lu Shu was sitting alone, quickly ran up to him and asked anxiously if he was all right and if he was injured. Lu Shu confidently replied to the teacher, assuring her that he was fine. He pointed to the spear, explaining that because of it, no one dared to approach him. She believed that these were just objects and not something to boast about. For her, true strength lay not in weapons, but in the spirit and skill of the warrior himself. She added that no one knew how long this battle would last, so they needed to conserve their strength and focus on helping Li Yishao. Her words sounded like a call for unity and endurance, emphasizing the importance of joint efforts in the fight against a powerful enemy and mutual assistance. Everyone looked at Li Yishao, who continued to fight relentlessly despite his fatigue. His steadfastness and determination inspired everyone present. Li Yishao rushed straight at the Guardian without hesitation, his steps quick. He knew that much depended on this attack and did not allow himself to be afraid. He wanted the Guardian to get what he deserved, his evil deeds to be punished, and his power to be completely destroyed. And Li Yishao was ready to take the risk. The Guardian remained dangerous, his eyes burning with a bright fire, radiating a terrifying and uncontrollable energy. This malicious light seemed like a warning. Soon, Li Yishao gathered all his strength and rushed into a new attack on the Guardian. He knew that this was his chance to break through the enemy's defense and change the course of the battle. At the moment of the decisive clash, Li Yishao managed to push the guard sharply, knocking him off his feet. This very unexpected move gave him a great advantage. However, the Guardian quickly regained his balance and deftly got back on his feet, fending off Li Yishao's attack. His reaction was quick, demonstrating his strength. Despite Li Yishao's attempts, the Guardian remained a formidable and unyielding opponent. His power and confidence did not waver. Without wasting any time, he immediately went on the offensive against Li Yishao. His movements were swift and powerful. Li Yishao had to mobilize himself immediately. He was glad that he was able to grab the spear himself. This unexpected moment allowed him to feel in control of the situation, despite the danger. He felt a surge of strength, and now the outcome of the battle could change in his favor. Lu Shu watched him with admiration and surprise. He was so agile. However, the guard was not going to give up. His main goal was to get his spear back. He tried fiercely to wrest the weapon from Li Yishao's hands, using all his strength. Li Yishao declared that the spear was now his alone, and no one dared take it from him. He literally hung on the spear, clinging to it with all his might. One of the teachers noticed that Lu Shu and Li Yishao looked very similar. He suggested that they might be distant relatives, but Yishao still couldn't hold on and lost his balance, falling to the ground. However, he decided that he would take the spear no matter what. He wanted to see what the guard was capable of. In order to understand his strength and abilities, he was ready to fight, without fear of difficulties and obstacles in his path. He assessed the dragon that emerged from the spear and admired its splendor and power. This amazing image made a great impression on him. But he still continued to try to overcome the difficulties, not giving up in the face of obstacles and showing persistence in achieving his stubborn goal. He sought to prove his strength and determination, not wanting his opponent to underestimate his abilities. Despite the difficulties that arose, he fought on. He continued to taunt his opponent, provoking him to react, and trying to find out what else he was capable of. His provocations were very original. He took his spear and struck the ground with such force that the surface cracked. The powerful blow demonstrated the enemy's incredible strength and confidence. Li Xiao continued to taunt his opponent, saying that if that was all he was capable of, he would not be able to defeat him. His words sounded confident. He just lay on the ground looking very relaxed, as if he felt no anxiety. His calmness contrasted sharply with the tense atmosphere. But Shifei feared that Li Xiao would not be able to cope alone. She understood that a serious test lay ahead and was very concerned for his safety. She wanted to do something against these evil creatures to help Li Yixia and change the course of events. Her determination to confront the threat was strong. She asked Lu Shu not to mess things up in his attempt to help. But Lu Shu was confident in himself and his abilities. He was ready to come to the rescue right away. He wanted to focus now, so that he could then fully utilize the power of the stars and fill his weapon. This required maximum concentration from him. A little later, he threw down his weapon. This unexpected move showed his willingness to act unconventionally in the hope of gaining an advantage. Seeing this unexpected move, Shifei opened her mouth in surprise. Her reaction reflected her complete admiration for Lu Shu's courage and determination. He was ready to move forward and not retreat. Despite all the difficulties and dangers, his determination and steadfastness made him unshakable in this endeavor. And yet, Lu Shu managed to destroy the skeletons. His skills and determination helped him overcome the threat, now ensuring the protection of all his allies. He knew, in his heart, that everything he had done would work. He hoped and sincerely believed in the success of his actions without losing hope. But then, he heard a voice behind him, urging him to be careful. This warning made him alert and prepare for something. Li Yixia was still hanging on the spear and shouting loudly for Lu Shu to get out of the way. Even in the most difficult circumstances, he showed fighting spirit and concern. Lu Shu and Cao Qing looked at him, not knowing how to help. They felt confused and helpless in the situation Li Yixia found himself in. She was also being attacked by that guard. This created an additional threat and increased the tension of the situation. They needed to react quickly. But Lu Shu managed to shield her from the blow at the last moment. His action was full of determination and self-sacrifice. He wanted to save her. And together, they fell to the ground, knocked off their feet by the force of the blow. Dust rose into the air, and for a moment, everything around them froze. They didn't know what to expect next. His comrade asked anxiously if they were all right. His voice sounded alarmed, reflecting his concern for his companions. He wanted to run closer to them. Li Yixia shouted loudly for them not to worry. He assured them that he could handle the situation himself and did not need help. He wanted to overcome the difficulties. Then Shifei ran up, asking if Cao Qing and Lu Shu were all right. Her concern and anxiety were evident as she looked at them very intently. However, Cao Qing had dislocated her arm. The pain and discomfort were obvious, but she tried not to show weakness despite her injury. When Lu Shu noticed Cao Qing's dislocation, she quickly said that everything was fine. Despite her injury, she tried to reassure everyone around her, including him. Soon, she got up and set her arm herself. This surprised everyone present, who admired her fortitude and strength. The bone was put back into the correct position. Sifei told her that it was better to avoid sudden movements to prevent further damage. She needed to rest and not fight enemies, allowing her body to recover naturally. This was important for a speedy recovery. Lu Shu was ready to distract the guard and take on all the danger himself. His determination to protect them showed true courage and selflessness. Li Xiao himself was still holding onto his spear, even though the guard was shaking him, trying to throw him off. His persistence and willpower allowed him to hold his ground. No one understood whether he needed help or could manage on his own. The tense situation made it difficult to assess whether they should intervene, but Lu Shu made the decision for everyone to intervene and help. He realized that his delay could have serious consequences for everyone. Holding his sword in his hands, he leaped at the guard, intending to distract and neutralize the enemy. He wanted to wound and destroy him. In that same second, his blade pierced the guard, breaking through the enemy's defense and delivering a decisive blow. This moment became a turning point in their battle. After that, the guard tried to resist Lu Shu, trying to fight back and maintain control of the situation. His desire to continue the fight did not fade. He considered Lu Shu a petty trickster and underestimated his abilities, believing that he did not pose a serious threat. This was his big mistake. Li Xiao also helped Lu Shu by shouting at the guard not to forget about him. He continued to fight, demanding attention to distract his opponent. In the end, the tandem of Lu Shu and Li Xiao proved decisive, and their joint efforts and coordinated struggle helped them defeat the terrible guard. The guard fell to the ground, and all his armor crumbled to dust. This unexpected fact emphasized the final defeat of the enemy and his defensive. Li Xiao declared that they had played games for too long, and that the time had come to pay the price. He was delighted with the victory, his heart filled with pride and relief. Lu Shu remembered how he had asked him to attack and help when he blinked 3 times. This agreement became an important signal for him. Li Yishao also gave the order to the entire heavenly community to attack the ghost with all their might. The team was determined and ready to unite. Lu Shu was also sure that now was the moment when he could go somewhere to scout. He wanted to leave unnoticed so as not to attract attention. Lu Shu quickly left and began searching, carefully examining his surroundings. His actions were purposeful and very decisive. He wandered into a dark space where everything around him was shrouded in silence and darkness. Every step echoed, and the air seemed stifling and humid to him. In some mystical way, he suddenly moved even further, as if space itself had distorted. All this happened in a fraction of a second. A huge door, surrounded by massive statues, appeared before him. They towered on both sides as if they were ancient guardians of this enormous door. Lu Shu was happy and excited, because perhaps behind this door lay treasures, or something truly valuable. His heart beat faster with anticipation. He noticed that the stone statues had very good weapons. The shine of the blades and the elegant finish spoke of the high value and power of this ancient equipment. He tried to take the weapons from the statues and even threatened them with his blade, trying to show his determination and convince them that he was worthy of this equipment. In the end, he was able to take the weapons and was very happy with his luck. This equipment gave him confidence and strength and opened up new opportunities for him. He noticed that, along with the weapons, messages from Xiao Yu began to arrive in the system. She was angry that he had promised to come in a week but had not arrived. All this time, the spirit had been watching Lu Shu closely, following his every move. He was assessing his actions and intentions. Lu Shu did not see him. The spirit thought about his dissatisfaction and the many problems associated with Lu Shu's presence. He did not want to let him live under any circumstances. He focused all his power on Lu Shu and attacked him with fury. His anger filled the space around him, creating a tense atmosphere. Lu Shu stood with his back to the spirit and was unaware of the threat. His attention was focused on something else, and he did not notice the impending danger. He thought about how much his sister was waiting for his return. He missed her too, feeling the pain of separation. For her sake, he had to get out of there. Soon, he noticed that the Seeker had been activated again. Even if he himself did not notice the danger, the Seeker immediately detected the threat. Then, the spirit saw Lu Shu's blade and realized that he had reached a whole new level of power, and that was rank C. This discovery shocked and surprised him, but it didn't matter to him. He still considered himself stronger. His pride and confidence in his own power overshadowed all common sense. The enemy was sure that nothing could threaten him, especially some broken sword. He looked down on it, not believing that it could cause his downfall. He blamed Lu Shu for everything, believing that it was he who had destroyed his carefully constructed plans. Hatred burned in his eyes, and he repeated this more and more. Everything that had happened was because of Lu Shu. Because of him, in their opinion, others had sacrificed their lives. Because of him, they found themselves in such a terrible situation. The voices did not subside. They echoed in his head over and over again, demanding retribution. They wanted him to die, whispering about his weakness and mocking his every move. Lu Shu didn't understand. He looked at what was happening with confusion, unable to comprehend why everything had turned out this way. Why was this happening to him? He did not seek fame or power. The only thing he really wanted was to survive and return home. Thoughts of this never left him. The image of his sister came to mind, bright and warm, filling his heart with hope. He remembered the joyful moments when they were still together. He couldn't leave her because she had no one else but him. This thought became a heavy burden on his heart because he was responsible for her. Lu Shu simply wanted to be a peaceful and calm person, wishing no harm to anyone. His aspirations were modest. He only wanted to live quietly and peacefully with his sister. Now he couldn't understand why those around him wanted him dead. It remained a mystery to him, and he saw no reason for their hostility. At that very moment, Seeker appeared beside him, ready to protect him from his enemies. She stood between him and the threat, not allowing danger to approach. However, the spirit was confident that a broken sword could not harm him. He contemptuously dismissed any threat from such a worthless weapon. Then the spirit tried with all his might to resist Lu Shu's blade, using all his power and experience to prevent the broken sword from piercing his defense. Lu Shu proudly said that regardless of whether the sword was broken or not, his blade was capable of destroying any spirit, despite its appearance. He declared that the spirit had no right to blame him for its defeats. He emphasized that everyone is responsible for their own actions and should not shift the blame onto others. He was exhausted and almost powerless, unable to resist Lu Shu's blade any longer. His spirit was so weakened that any attempt to defend himself seemed futile. Lu Shu clearly understood that the end had come for him. He felt the last spark of resistance fading, and was sure that the outcome of the battle was a foregone conclusion. After defeating the enemy, the Secret returned to Lu Shu, bringing relief and support. Her appearance became a symbol of salvation and a new beginning. He noticed the beads in front of him and couldn't help but think about them. He decided to give the beads to Xiao Yu. He thought she would need them for her development. Now he understood that he had to hurry because there was little time left. His task was to find the eye, but the room was already almost completely filled with water. Overcoming the resistance of the water, he noticed a small box in front of him. It stood on the table and held a secret. His heart beat faster. He couldn't remember what exactly might be in this box, but his intuition told him that it was important. He paused for a moment and reached out his hand. Suddenly, the guard regained consciousness and immediately rushed into battle. His body was filled with new strength, his instincts sharpened, and he defended the treasure. The guard shouted furiously, demanding to know who dared to disturb his fortress. His voice sounded menacing and filled the air with great danger. Li Yishao couldn't understand why the guard had reappeared and was trying to take the Eye of Ruin and the spear from him. It was inexplicable to him. He saw no reason for it. He was angry that he was forced to fight the guard again. Fatigue and irritation accumulated, and it took away his last strength. He challenged him, saying that if he wanted to get rid of him, he would have to act. Otherwise, he would be forced to deal with it himself. He longed for it all to finally end. The fatigue and tension had gone on too long, and deep down, he dreamed of peace and an end to this battle. Suddenly, the guard quickly turned around and ran in the opposite direction. This unexpected action confused Li Yishao and made him think. Then he thought about the strange phenomenon, because even though he had obtained the Eye of Ruin, the ruins around him had not disappeared. This contradicted his expectations. Li Yishao suddenly realized that what he held in his hands was not the Eye of Ruin at all. This discovery stunned him. Instead of the long-awaited symbol of power, he was holding something else. At that moment, Lu Shu opened the box, and it glowed with an unusual, soft, mysterious light. This light filled the room with its mysterious energy. The light emanated from the box, and it was the seal of that very place. It radiated a powerful ancient energy, testifying to the importance of what was inside it. But immediately, a guard appeared, accusing Lu Shu of theft and indignantly asking how he dared to steal the seal of this ancient place. He slowly approached Lu Shu, his steps heavy and confident. His gaze was full of determination and anger, and every movement expressed readiness. But Lu Shu noticed that everything around him began to disappear, dissolving into thin air. At that moment, he realized that despite everything, he had still managed to obtain the eye. All the skeletons that had attacked them earlier also began to slowly disappear, dissolving into thin air, as if their presence was somehow connected to the seal. The destruction of these sinister creatures meant that the force holding them was losing its power, and now the danger was receding, and all people were protected. Lu Shu was in complete shock and amazement as he watched everything around him dissolve into thin air. The sight was both frightening and amazing. All the disciples noticed that the fog around them was beginning to dissipate. Someone in the crowd asked loudly when their children would appear. People began to worry, but the guards tried to calm them down, assuring them that everything was under control. Parents, exhausted by waiting and worrying about their children, watched what was happening with bated breath. And finally, the fog began to dissipate. For many days, they had been waiting for news about their children who had disappeared in the ruins. They stood at the edge of the camp, not moving an inch. And then the fog cleared. Many students had died in those ruins, and the parents did not know it. Yet they continued to wait, clinging to a tiny hope and faith in a miracle. When the fog began to dissipate, Lu Shu realized that they had returned. One of the students, trembling with excitement and exhaustion, ran out, unable to hold back his tears. He clung to Lu Shu's clothes as if he was afraid of disappearing again. Lu Shu instinctively wanted to push the student away so that he wouldn't cling to him too much. He had accumulated a lot of responsibility over the past few days. He himself was tired. Cao Qing stood aside, watching what was happening. Despite her fatigue and pain, she struggled to hold back her tears. They had survived, and that was enough. Teacher Shifei approached Cao Qing and suggested that she undergo a medical examination first, after everything they had all been through in the ruins. They were informed that all weapons found in the ruins would be recorded and counted as part of their income. This decision was made immediately for the students. All students in Dao Ying's class were told that they were free to return home. Transportation was also arranged for students from other cities. Lu Shu looked at his glasses in the system and realized that he had hurt many people around him. This moment of self-reflection reminded him of how difficult it was to find balance. Li Xiao himself was still in a state of shock. unable to comprehend how it had all happened. His thoughts were confused, and his feelings were mixed with shock, confusion, and anxiety. Lu Shu looked at Li Yishao and apologized to himself. He realized that he couldn't help someone who was wrong, and that even sincere intentions were powerless. Zhang asked if Lu Shu had gotten into trouble downstairs. Lu Shu replied that everything was fine because he had followed the orders clearly, but had fallen behind the teachers. After that, Lu Shu told Jiang that it was time for him to go. Jiang looked at Lu Shu in surprise, not immediately understanding the reason for his sudden decision to leave. Lu Shu thought about how few people had been able to return and how many had died. He imagined the parents who could not even imagine what awaited them. Passing by Lu Shu's parents, he heard their pleas and questions, asking if he had seen their missing children. He replied that he had not. He just shook his head and quietly replied that he did not know the people they were asking about. Inside, he felt a tightening of guilt and helplessness. He also thought that because of everything that had happened, there could be disagreements between Tianluo and the original social order in place. Nevertheless, Lu Shu understood that this was no longer his concern. He was tired of other people's decisions, responsibility, and pain. He just wanted to be with his sister. Finally, moving on, Lu Shu noticed his sister sitting on a tree branch. There was peace in her gaze, as if she had found her own little refuge there. His sister looked at Lu Shu, but remained silent, the hurt in her eyes obvious. She thought he had abandoned her, and words could not convey the depth of her pain. Despite her resentment, she still loved him and wanted only one thing: for him to be alive and close to her. This was stronger than her disappointment, and there was hope in her heart. Lu Shu looked up at his sister and shouted that he was back. There was sincere joy in his voice, and he wanted her to know that no matter what, he was there for her. In response to his cry, she jumped down from the tree, finally willing to overcome her resentment and approach him. This step signified her willingness to reconcile. She slowly walked around him, looking at him intently. Her gaze was full of mixed feelings of doubt, relief, and joy that he was alive. Despite everything, she remained silent, showing her resentment. Her restraint and silence told him this: he did not understand what was happening to her. Suddenly, she turned around and walked away from him. Lu Shu remained standing, not understanding what she was thinking and why she was leaving, because her actions seemed mysterious. However, after a moment, she turned around and waved her hand as if inviting him to follow her. This time, he gathered a lot of things from the ruins of the area. He showed his sister a gold chain and told her that if they sold all of this at a pawn shop, they could make a good profit. She asked him if he was hungry. When he said he was hungry, she smiled and said she would cook him something delicious and that all the ingredients were already prepared. Then, she invited him home. At that time, Li Yishao was already reporting via video link, telling about the strange methods, especially the sacrifices, which shocked him. Before he discovered Zhao Haiping's appearance, he was very scared. The uncertainty and threat caused him intense fear that paralyzed him. He thought that these spies must have taken the eye when he was distracted. All he heard after that were his boss's words about the stolen seal. One of those listening to the report thought about the seal of mountains and rivers. He had no idea how powerful this relic was. Rumor had it that the relic could activate the aura of heaven and earth. Then he abruptly declared that Li Yishao simply could not be trusted. He was disappointed. Li Yishao insisted that he not be forced to return, assuring them that he would find his own way to the ruins. He was ready to continue this difficult task. Anoting believed that it would be better to send 2 masters with keen aura perception to Luochen to check on the spies. He wanted to see how good the spies were. Given the circumstances, it was quite normal if the spies were not found. The number of all the dead students was still being counted. Everyone understood that it was significant. It was understandable that some would want to leave after everything that had happened. They would be compensated. After all, on the path to perfection, it is impossible to avoid risk. And because of this, one cannot constantly fear failure. It was necessary to change the entire training program. It was also impossible to deny the presence of several truly good students. Despite the losses and difficulties, it was their strength and determination that helped. They considered Lu Shu to be a very interesting and promising student. His unconventional behavior, potential, and ability to survive in the most difficult conditions. At the end of the day, Lu Shu and Xiao Yu finally had dinner together. The dumplings were for farewell, and the noodles were a sign of return. Since he had returned, it was time to eat noodles. But Lu Shu indignantly pointed out that instant noodles were not worth eating. After everything he had been through, he was clearly hoping for something homemade. Grandpa Li thought that this time, Lu Shu must have found a lot of valuable things in the ruins. He was sure that the boy had also changed, and that his energy had changed. His wife smiled and said that she also felt as if their own children were growing up right before their eyes. They rejoiced in their victories. Lu Shu showed his sister everything he had found in the ruins: a gold watch, a chain, bracelets. His voice sounded proud. He enthusiastically shared his findings. She didn't seem impressed by his finds at all. She just glanced at the watch and jewelry without showing any interest. She wanted something else. After that, Lu Shu enthusiastically showed his sister a spear, saying that it was perfect for battle. His eyes were now sparkling with excitement. Then he took a fruit out of the ruins and confidently said that it was an excellent product for quenching thirst and hunger. He was clearly proud of his unusual find. She finally said that the fruit looked amazing and wanted to try it. Her voice sounded surprised and curious. The squirrel began to squeak piercingly and resist fiercely, trying to keep the fruit for itself. It twitched and writhed desperately in its anger. Xiao Yu thought that the squirrel had come to them from Lu Shu because of the fruit. She assumed that the animal had probably left its habitat specifically for the fruit. Lu Shu explained that it had acquired physical intelligence as a sentient being. He had taken it with him to the city to tame it in this way. She liked it. Xiao Yu thought it was very cute and fluffy. Its appearance and soft fur immediately evoked warm feelings in her and a desire to care for it. Soon, she was holding him on her lap and stroking him affectionately. But he looked unhappy. Despite her care, the animal was wary. She wanted to know his name, hoping to establish a closer connection with him and understand him better. But he only squeaked, demanding fruit. Lu Shu suggested that she choose a name for him herself, giving her a sense of responsibility and a special connection with this new, intelligent creature. Xiao Yu thought about what to call him, trying to find a name that would reflect his character. She considered many different options in her head. She wanted to call him Cheeky, but he squealed in protest, showing that he didn't like that name. This made her think about choosing another one. Xiao Yu told Lu Shu that the squirrel understood them. This surprised her, because the animal clearly reacted to their words and emotions, showing signs of intelligence. She understood that the squirrel did not like the suggested names, and did not know how to come up with a suitable one. This caused Xiao Yu some concern. In the end, she decided to name him Little Fury. She thought the name was cute, and reflected his energetic, complex character. He didn't like the name, again, and Lu Shu realized that this little ball of fur was much more developed than he had assumed. At the same time, he didn't know how to persuade him to stay with them because the animal was clearly rebellious and independent. He thought about giving him some fruit. At that moment, Xiao Yu had already given it some chips, hoping to win the animal over and soften it up. She said that the chips were especially for it. The animal was angry, thinking that they were trying to bribe him. He felt distrustful and rejected such attempts, perceiving them all as attempts at manipulation. After trying one chip, he was very pleased. The taste pleasantly surprised the animal and softened him a little, causing him to relax, at least for a while. He appreciated their taste, clearly enjoying the treat. Xiao Yu told him that he could stay and enjoy the treat to his heart's content. Her kind words were an attempt to win over the animal and convince him to stay. He was very pleased and decided to stay with them. This decision meant that the first spark of trust had been established between them, and the animal was ready to accept them. Lu Shu was surprised that it took only one chip to convince the animal to stay. He did not expect that such a small thing could melt its heart. Then Lu Shu told Xiao Yu that he had to check one more important thing. He suggested summoning her D-rank spirit and giving it a bead to see how it would react. This should help them better understand what it was. Soon, they did just that. They summoned the D-rank spirit and gave it a bead to observe its reaction. This experiment helped them understand everything better. After everything that had happened, Lu Shu realized that the creature's level had risen to the middle of rank D. This discovery surprised him, and he had not expected it at all. The spirit became noticeably more cheerful and felt good. His mood improved. He did not look wary, but rather relaxed and content. Lu Shu and Xiao Yu watched him very closely, trying to catch the slightest changes in his behavior. Their eyes were full of curiosity and surprise. Lu Shu did not understand why he suddenly started laughing loudly. Was it somehow related to that seeker? The strange reaction made him wonder. He received negative points and, surprisingly, was very pleased with this. Lu Shu beamed with joy, as if this was exactly what he had been waiting for. He knew well whose emotions these were. It angered his sister, and she remembered the incident with the piglet when everything also went wrong. And now, Lu Shu had done it again, making her laugh. He justified himself by saying that he didn't know it would happen and hoped she would believe him. But she didn't believe that it was really an accident. He told her that he had another pearl, and that perhaps after that, her spirit would finally calm down. It sounded like an attempt to make amends. She yelled at him, forbidding him to even think about it. Now, as punishment, he had to cook omelets with tomatoes for her, and the white ones for a whole week. When he came into the room, he thought she was angry with him again. He realized there was nothing he could do and decided to focus on studying the seal of mountains and rivers. Despite his irritation and the situation at hand, he thought about how the ghost boss looked unhappy when he took the seal, which meant that it was a pretty powerful thing. He wanted to study it. He realized that there was a dragon inside the cube. This discovery amazed him, because the presence of such a powerful creature meant that the seal possessed great power. Then he realized that the dragon was a river that nourished the mountains and the earth. It symbolized the unity of nature and its incredible power and interconnectedness. He thought with admiration about how the whole world could fit into a small box. It seemed incredible, a whole universe full of secrets. Then he soared into the sky and flew over the city like a bird. The freedom and ease of movement gave him the feeling of flying, allowing him to see the world from above. He rejoiced at the opportunity to see the city from above. The view from the air opened up new horizons for him and filled his heart with admiration and pride. Looking through the windows, he realized that all these transparent sparks were spiritual energy. This luminous stream merged with others and filled the space. Before him was a divine thing, capable of controlling the mountains and the earth. This power was truly incredible and could control nature itself. He wondered what would happen if he imbued the seal with spiritual energy. This thought opened up endless possibilities for him. He realized that this seal was actually capable of controlling the aura of the entire city of Luo. Its power extended far beyond ordinary understanding. After all, such power could become even more potent, capable of influencing not only the material world, but also the very essence of all things. But in its current state, it was not even capable of absorbing the aura, only accumulating it. He understood that his powers were still very limited. Soon, he noticed something interesting and wondered if it was Mount Bay Man. This discovery caught his attention and raised many questions. He also did not understand where the gate came from. This mysterious phenomenon caused him surprise and caution, because the gate could hide something important. He tried to touch the gate, but was suddenly thrown back into his room. The resistance made him realize that the gate was protected by force. With his current abilities, he was not even able to open the door. This realization caused a feeling of limitation and a desire to develop. He understood that this might be related to the relics inside and wanted to try again to return to the ruins. He dreamed about it. If he could take the relics, he would become very rich. These ancient artifacts were of immense value and had the power to change his destiny. Two people were sitting on the roof watching the spy, and now they realized that spiritual energy was very active. They needed to report immediately that Tianlo, the spy, was on the loose. In the morning, Lu Shu came to the pawn shop to sell what he had managed to earn in the ruins. He hoped to get enough money to continue his research. When asked what he wanted to sell, he replied that he had several gold chains and a watch. The items were valuable and should have brought in a profit. Noticing the quantity and quality of the items, the pawn shop employee asked the young man if he was a wholesaler. There was surprise in his voice. He asked in surprise where he had gotten so many valuable items. There were so many that it even frightened his interlocutor, but Lu Shu just smiled back at him. His smile was calm and confident, as if he knew something important that others should not know. Lu Shu leaned forward slightly and quietly asked if he had heard of the ruins of Beimin Mountain. His voice was filled with mystery, as if he wanted to test him. The pawnshop employee asked in shock if there really were such relics in those ruins, and if skeletons wore brand-name watches and monsters were now fashionable. Xiao Yu told Lu Shu that the owner seemed to be confused and suggested that he go somewhere else. She noticed that the conversation was not going well at all. He tried to stop them and said that he was just surprised. Lu Shu said that he had exchanged these items with other students from Dao Yang's class. He added that all the items were of equal value, and if anyone had any doubts, he could confirm everything. This spoke of confidence. The pawnshop employee replied that since everything was in order, he was ready to buy the items, and asked how much Lu Shu wanted for everything. Now it was time to discuss the price. The man held Lu Shu's hand and drew something, surprising them both. This behavior was unusual, as if he wanted to show them something. However, he soon simply asked Lu Shu to name his desired price. But Lu Shu did not know what price to name, and also remained silent in response. Soon, he noted that he saw Lu Shu and Xiao Yu as good people, so he decided to add 3,000 to the amount, making the total 83. When Lu Shu and Xiao Yu took the money and started to leave, he called after them loudly, inviting them to visit again. He promised a good profit for the items. Lu Shu suggested that she renovate her home and update all the appliances and furniture. She understood that only good things and comfort awaited them in the future. Now, they were happier than ever. Everything that had happened in recent days, the discovery, the deal, the plans for the future, filled them with confidence and joy. Those sitting on the roof discussed among themselves that spiritual energy activity had been recorded here and that they would have to wait for it to reappear. A meeting began in Dao Yang's classroom. Parents came to learn about their children's progress and behavior. The atmosphere was still very tense. Lu Shu sat in his seat, adjusting the glasses that Xiao Yu had recently given him. He felt more confident, mature, and even grown up. The other parents talked among themselves anxiously, discussing the rumors. One of them mentioned that he had heard about many children who had died in the ruins. He suggested that this was the reason everyone had been gathered here. One of the parents admitted that he no longer wanted his children to study in this class. Everything that was happening seemed too dangerous to him. Lu Shu thought about how social norms had begun to change after the appearance of cultivators. The parents began to discuss Lu Shu. Someone compared him to a man capable of taming even bulls and who single-handedly defeated dozens of skeletons. Lu Shu stood up from his seat and, pretending to be one of the parents, began to speak aloud as if on behalf of someone else, saying that Lu Shu had a fist weighing 100 pounds. One of the parents noted that Lu Shu did not want to unite with the class. Pretending to be a parent, Lu Shu stated that children are detached from reality, and that is why they talk about philosophical things all the time. He believed that constantly imposing opinions hinders the natural development of communication within the group. It is better to give them freedom so that they can learn to build relationships and understand each other through lively communication without pressure and evaluation. Then, teacher Saifei entered the classroom. She immediately recognized Lu Shu and asked in surprise what he was doing there and why his parents had not come to the meeting. Lu Shu calmly replied that he was an orphan and therefore could only attend the meeting by himself. This made an impression on the others. When the other parents realized that Lu Shu was not actually a parent, but a student in their class, and had been pretending to be a parent, they began to accuse him of lying. The parents were extremely upset by Lu Shu's actions. It was precisely because of their strong emotional reaction that the system began to award Lu Shu points. Despite her initial confusion, the teacher decided to allow Lu Shu to stay at the meeting. She asked him to sign a special form. They said they understood that the incident with the relics was just a mistake. However, they urged him not to endanger their children again. Saifei replied to the parents that it seemed they did not fully understand the situation. She explained that no one was forcing the children, and that everything was happening without coercion. She added that if the parents really thought the situation was too dangerous, they could always leave the class. She walked over and opened the classroom door. They fell silent for a moment, then asked what would happen if the children continued their studies. After Saifei's words, the parents stopped talking to her rudely. The teacher said that the children would undoubtedly continue to take risks and face difficulties, but in the end, all their efforts would be rewarded. They would receive military ranks commensurate with their merits. She noted that the children would continue their education, but the rest of the details would remain confidential. The parents asked for some time to think. They wanted to consider what they had heard and make a balanced decision before continuing the conversation. They discussed among themselves that it was not worth rushing to conclusions. They agreed that it would be better to discuss everything with the children first and then respond. Lu Shu agreed to stay and politely asked where he should sign to confirm his agreement. He wanted to formalize his participation. The teacher said that Lu Shu could, of course, make his own decisions, but if he changed his mind within a week, he could contact her. Lu Shu asked only about his sister, whether she would also have to take the entrance exam when she went to school. He was interested in the future of his loved one. She explained that a family registry alone was not enough to enroll in school. In addition, she would also have to pass a qualifying test. When Lu Shu got home, he thought about how difficult it would be for his sister to get into school without a qualification card and without revealing her abilities. When Lu Shu entered the house, Xiao Yu shouted at the squirrel, reminding him that intelligent beings should not walk around naked, and he had been running around and playing with rats all day. Lu Shu reproached her for allowing herself to walk around dressed, asking where her dignity was. The squirrel looked depressed and broken. 2 days ago, she was caught eating fruit planted by this man. The squirrel was ready to accept the consequences, but refused to work. Lu Shu ordered the squirrel to come every day for a month and pull weeds in the garden, strictly reminding her that this had to be done without fail. The squirrel thought about how people could learn martial arts and use swords with the help of television, but in this house, everyone was invincible. She was terrified, realizing that she would not be able to defeat any of them. This feeling of helplessness and insecurity was very disturbing to her now. The squirrel believed that a mouse under the roof should act quietly and silently. When Xiao Yu's spirit brought Lu Shu his dinner, he was frightened, apparently because of the unexpected appearance of the spirit. Such a surprise caused him great excitement. After that, he went into his room. There, Lu Shu thought that he would soon be able to break through the sixth star and emerge from the second layer of the nebula. Secluding himself in his room, Lu Shu concentrated on studying the system. He had doubts about whether the golden page would appear again or not. Feeling the appetizing smell of food coming from another room, Lu Shu was distracted for a moment. This smell led him to a very unexpected thought. Then, with an innocent look, he asked his sister if she had recently felt the desire to try something unusual. Xiao Yu thought for a moment and said she would like to eat pancakes and fried noodles. She asked him if he would buy them for her. Then, Lu Shu stared at the system, So much time had passed, and only now had it begun to offer rewards that coincided with Xiaoyu's desires. Lu Shu was sure that the system was mocking him. Only now, after all the trials, did it start giving him a new qi fruit. He was dissatisfied. He looked at the fruit suspiciously. He didn't know what good it would do him and had his doubts. Carefully putting the fruit in his mouth, he wondered what would happen. He felt the fruit begin to penetrate his body like a soft cloud of energy. He froze, listening to the sensations, and a wave of power spread through him. The energy from the fruit gradually flowed from all his limbs like a river flowing into the sea. Eventually, it gathered in the area below his navel. However, after a while, no noticeable changes occurred, and Lu Shu was very surprised. He had expected a powerful effect, but everything remained the same. After the qi fruit passed through his body, Lu Shu wondered if it would be limited to just a feeling of comfort and nothing more. He wanted an effect. He couldn't understand why the kai fruit had no noticeable effect. He tried in vain to detect even the slightest changes in his body or consciousness. He couldn't believe what was happening. He considered it all nonsense and demanded more fruit from the system to understand what the real benefit was. In the morning, Grandpa Li told Lu Shu that since he had returned, he should continue his training. Today, he was to practice with swords and strengthen himself. For 2 days, Lu Shu ran frantically through the ruins, honing his skills. Suddenly, he felt that he could achieve the same effect by practicing diligently with the sword. Grandfather Li explained to Lu Shu that the mystery of the aura is infinite. Thanks to the aura, heaven and earth were created. Practitioners transform their bodies with the help of the aura while they use their will. Lu Shu asked how long he would need to practice to become stronger. He was very curious. Grandfather Li replied that practice is much more important than theory. He emphasized that one can know everything about technique, but without persistent training, nothing will work. He reflected on Lu Shu's words. There are no easy ways. Sometimes there are small hints, but now was not the time to give dubious advice. He remembered how, in the distant past, the aura was depleted, and even the strongest practitioners struggled to maintain their path to perfection. He remembered his master with warmth. Despite the difficulties, he always climbed the mountains in search of medicinal herbs to provide him with a foundation for growth. The master often repeated that if he ever died, it would not be of old age, but most likely of anger, because little Xian had never been able to completely free his qi. Grandfather Li remembered how his master once told him that he might be able to teach him one simple trick. He had to shout, "Open up," and do it every time he swung his sword. Shout it 10,000 times, and according to the master, the sea of qi would open up. But that's not how it turned out. The old man realized that his master was wrong. In the blink of an eye, the playful young man set off on a journey around the world with his sword and became a director. His teacher remained only a memory. His bones dried up in the grave. Grandfather Li suggested that with each swing of the sword, he should shout, "Open up." He needed to synchronize his breathing with his body. Lu Shu decided to follow Grandfather Li's advice, realizing that his experience and wisdom would help him. Grandfather Li watched Lu Shu closely and was surprised by his decision to follow his advice. He did not expect him to take his words so seriously. Lu Shu noticed that a chai cloud was approaching, and it was so dense and palpable that it seemed almost material. He pondered this phenomenon. The sea of qi was about to open up, and Lu Shu felt that this event would be significant. He was preparing to meet the changes and accept it all. But suddenly, Grandfather Li ran into his house and closed the door, leaving Lu Shu alone with his thoughts and the approaching sea of qi. Lu Shu did not understand what was going on. Lu Shu gathered his strength and decided to focus. He noticed that every time he concentrated, the sea of qi responded and grew. He understood that in any case, he needed to make more swings. Only then could he achieve results. Effort and persistence would be the key to success. Grandfather Li remembered that it took him 2 whole years of persistent training to unlock qi. Hearing Lu Shu's cry, he covered his ears with a pillow. He felt angry and irritated that Lu Shu had achieved in 2 months what he himself had spent years trying to achieve. The feeling almost turned into envy. He opened the window and told Lu Shu to stop shouting. It was enough to express his feelings once to open the sea of qi and use his will. Grandfather Li knew well that it was a sword made of aura. With its rebirth, any object could become a real sword, capable of serving its master. He told Lu Shu that the qi outside the sea was his own will, a force that came from within and controlled everything around him, opening up possibilities. He explained to Lu Shu that when the amount of qi became sufficient, he would be able to break through his sea, overcome internal barriers, and reach a new level. The more aura he gathered before liberating the sea, the more significant his future achievements would be. This energy would become the foundation of his power. He advised Lu Shu not to rush to break through the Sea of Qi, but rather to focus on gathering as much energy and powerful aura as possible. Closing the window, Grandpa Li confessed to his wife that he did not envy Lu Shu's promising abilities. He was simply afraid that his words would harm his future. Lu Shu thought about how it was the Qi fruit that helped him accumulate his aura. He began to understand how important this energy was and how it gradually accumulated. He realized that now he needed to hold on to the aura he had accumulated. He understood that his future success and ability to break through depended on it. And so Lu Shu continued his training. He understood that only perseverance and patience would help him unlock his true power and overcome obstacles. After training, Lu Shu was approached by Zhang, his classmate. Lu Shu did not seem very happy to see him. He asked why he had come to his house. Zhang approached Lu Shu and asked him directly if he planned to leave or stay. This question made Lu Shu think about his future actions, but Lu Shu said that his name was not even on the list for the parent-teacher conference. In response, he asked if Zhang was going to stay in the Dao class. Zhang replied that his family would be happy to send everyone to the Tianlo community, and he certainly could not be an exception. This showed his loyalty. Lu Shu added that he would stay in Dao's class because their future depended solely on training. He was not going to back down and give up. Zhang said that there were no plans to make changes to the class. However, the construction of a military school on Beimin Mountain was already awaiting approval. Students would be selected for admission, and not everyone would be able to pass this trial stage. This meant that the competition would be very high. Lu Shu understood that before the military school was built, he had to enroll Xiao Yu in Dao's class. Zhang wanted to continue the conversation, but Lu Shu interrupted him, saying that he had an important question. This showed that Lu Shu wanted to figure something out. Zhang asked in surprise what exactly Lu Shu wanted to ask. His reaction showed that he did not expect such a turn in the conversation, but was ready to listen. He asked Zhang if anyone in his family could help with his sister's residency issue, which was still under review. He could pay for it. Zhang replied that he would call and find out if anyone in his family could help with this issue. He promised to let Lu Shu know as soon as he received an answer. He offered to help Lu Shu for free and said he just needed to take the accounting book to the Jiao police station. Lu Shu then made an unusual request to Zhang, asking him to help him and give him 3 drops of his blood. This unexpected request surprised Zhang. This request was important and serious because it concerned his sister. The next day, Lu Shu called his sister to his place. He had prepared in advance, knowing that he now had the opportunity to help her and wanted to tell her in person. He showed his sister the family register and said with a smile that everything had worked out. His voice conveyed pride and relief that it was over. But his sister cried out and said she didn't want to go to school. Her reaction took him by surprise. He had expected joy, but instead was met with protests. Lu Shu, unwilling to give in, sternly said that if she refused to go to school, she would be deprived of her favorite foods, pancakes and tomatoes with eggs. She responded defiantly that she would only agree to go to school if Lu Shu brought her all of these dishes, pancakes and tomatoes with eggs, within 1 minute. He smiled and said that he knew she would respond that way. When she saw everything on the table, pancakes, tomatoes and eggs, and much more, she couldn't believe her eyes. She couldn't understand how he had managed to do it so quickly. Then she said sadly that she would gladly go to school, but they still wouldn't accept her. Her voice sounded doubtful and fearful of being rejected. Lu Shu assured her that everything would be fine and that she would definitely be accepted. He supported his sister, promising to help her overcome all difficulties and to be there for her. He explained that the school principal was his friend and even called him his brother. This gave her confidence because with such support, his sister could rest assured. She still refused to eat, so Lu Shu tried to convince her to try the lamb with sesame sauce, noting that the dish was simply divine. Li Yishao, who was with Lu Shu, said that he had heard many good reviews about this place, but had not had time to visit it before. He noted that this combo definitely lacked meat, and that it was only enough for 1 bite. The dishes may have been delicious, but the portions were small. Xiao Yu responded to Li Yishao with obvious contempt, asking him sarcastically why he didn't just take off his pants and jump into the bowl. After that, Li Yishao remembered that Lu Shu wanted to talk to him and asked what exactly it was about. He showed interest and willingness to listen to him. Lu Shu told Li Yishao that his sister, Xiao Yu, wanted to go to their school. Li Yishao replied that it was a good decision, but that she would have to study hard at school. He said that everyone only remembers the highest mountain in the world, and no one cares about the 3rd or 7th highest. She said that they were Kanchenjunga and Daolagiri. Then Li Yishao assured Lu Shu that he shouldn't worry about it and that he would take care of Xiao Yu's education and asked him to bring her to school tomorrow. Seeing that Xiao Yu was still angry, Li Yishao asked why she was still angry even though he had helped her. He admitted that it was very difficult to understand girls, but Lu Shu smiled and changed the subject and handed over his sister's DNA. He suggested taking it for a qualification test. He said that it hurt him to remember money because of such trifles, and asked Lu Shu to tell him the old legends about the meaning of his name. Lu Shu, not quite understanding what was going on, began to say that his name meant not taking things seriously and driving away all hatred with laughter. He agreed that it was indeed good to get rid of resentment with a smile, and that it was a useful habit. Such an attitude helps to cope with difficulties. As he left, he reassured Lu Shu, telling him not to worry and that everything would be fine. His words instilled confidence and hope, showing support. Lu Shu watched him leave, thinking about what he owed him, and promising to return part of the relic in the future. He knew that Li Yishao deserved his share. The next day, Lu Shu brought his sister to school, but Xiao Yu was unhappy. She was annoyed by the new environment and the need to change her lifestyle. Mr. Zhang asked if he was Xiao Yu's father, showing interest in their family and trying to better understand the situation before starting classes. Lu Shu replied to the teacher, introducing himself as a sophomore in high school. He expressed his willingness to help, saying that he could be contacted at any time. As he left, Lu Shu asked his sister not to get into conflicts with her classmates, expressing his hope that she would behave calmly and friendly at school. In addition, Lu Shu wished Mr. Jan good luck, expressing his respect and good intentions. He wanted to support the teacher and establish a good relationship. But as soon as Lu Shu walked out the door, all of his sister's hidden anger and irritation immediately came out. She could no longer hold back. Then the teacher entered the classroom with the student and introduced her to her classmates. He announced that she would be studying with them and asked them to be friendly. While the teacher was talking about the new student, the boys exchanged glances and whispered among themselves, agreeing that Xiao Yu was really cute. After the teacher's words, Xiao Yu stepped forward, a little embarrassed. She spoke quietly about herself, shared where she came from, and told them her name. When Xiao Yu finished her story, the teacher smiled and said that she could choose her own seat in the classroom. The girl looked around and hesitated for a moment. As Xiao Yu walked to her desk, some of the girls in the class looked at her with obvious hostility. Their eyes showed contempt and discontent. Xiao Yu remained silent, keeping a calm expression, but not a single detail escaped her attention. She felt the girls' stares and noticed their whispers. Shortly after the end of class, the classroom door opened again, and Lu Shu entered. He looked a little confused, as if he hadn't expected to see all this. It became known that Xiao Yu had not tolerated the insults and had responded to those who had humiliated her. This caused an uproar, and the parents of the offended girls were outraged. Now, all the anger of the adults was directed at Lu Shu. He was surrounded by parents and teachers accusing him of what had happened. They said that Xiao Yu had knocked out their children's teeth. Lu Shu looked down, struggling to control his emotions. He admitted his responsibility for what had happened and promised to compensate for all the damage caused. The parents, full of anger, did not believe that the problem could be solved with money. They pointed to the suffering of their children and demanded justice from him. Xiao Yu stood aside, barely holding back her tears. It was hard for her to see her brother being reproached and accused because of her. She felt guilty. He tried his best to smooth over the conflict. He tried to explain the situation, calm his parents down, find a peaceful solution, and protect Xiao Yu. She remembered that her brother had nothing to apologize for, because it was those who were now accusing him who had humiliated her in the first place. They had surrounded and insulted her. Realizing that Lu Shu had asked no one to scold Xiao Yu, she initially tried to control her emotions and not get involved in the conflict. She tried to follow his request. Later, some of those who had bullied Xiao Yu began to pester her squirrel and tried to touch it. They behaved rudely towards the squirrel would not tolerate the harassment, and she sharply pushed away the hand of the girl who was trying to touch her. The girl clearly did not like this resistance. Xiao Yu had to remain silent, even though it annoyed her. She restrained her emotions, trying not to aggravate the conflict and to follow Lu Shu's request. Then they started saying that animals were not allowed in school and threatened to tell the teacher. Xiao Yu understood that this attitude was unfair. Some of the girls started talking rudely about Xiao Yu again, calling her an illiterate savage. Their words were full of contempt and hostility. Xiao Yu looked at her squirrel, who was ready to come to her aid. The squirrel seemed to ask her how many chips she would get for this help. She promised to give her a whole bag of chips for her help. This little joke showed their close bond and support for each other in a difficult situation. Xiao Yu hoped that her squirrel would help her show her classmates who was boss and make it clear that they couldn't treat her badly. She went into battle. Xiao Yu's squirrel bravely intervened and gave her classmates a real beating, showing them that she was not to be trifled with. Her classmates scattered around the classroom. The squirrel spared no one, fearlessly defending Xiao Yu. Lu Shu, realizing the complexity of the situation, told Xiao Yu that he knew everything that had happened, but believed that fighting was not the right way to go. He wanted an apology from her. She had to apologize even though she didn't feel guilty. It was hard for her to accept, but she understood that this was the only way to try to resolve the conflict. Despite her apology, the girls only mocked Xiaoyu, refusing to accept her and continuing to express their contempt. Their taunts did not stop. Her parents were outraged and said that if all problems could be solved with apologies, then why would we need the police? They threatened to expel her. They insisted that Xiaoyu should apologize 100 more times in front of everyone, emphasizing their dissatisfaction and demanding a public admission of guilt. Xiaoyu was ready to listen to all the insults and ridicule for her brother's sake, trying to protect him and take all the blame despite the injustice. She was ready to endure insults for her brother's sake, but she did not want to beg anyone. And for her, this was the last battle with this unjust world. Soon, Lu Shu turned to his parents and said that, in his opinion, they were the real savages, not Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu herself was surprised by his words. He believed that even though Xiaoyu had made a mistake, she did not deserve to be expelled from school, let alone the humiliation they had all subjected her to. He was not going to let his sister apologize 100 times. He found it humiliating and decided that Xiaoyu should no longer bow her head. He calmly advised them that if they were so angry, they should write an official complaint demanding her expulsion. He was not going to give in anymore. Despite Lu Shu's words, the parents continued to shout, insisting that Xiaoyu should be expelled from school. Their voices grew louder and louder. After everything that had happened, they walked home in silence. He didn't say a word, his face tense and his steps very heavy. Xiaoyu walked along, almost crying. She cautiously reached out to take her brother's hand, but Lu Shu, without looking at her, hid his hand in his pocket. Xiaoyu was upset by this. She understood perfectly well that Lu Shu was angry with her. His silence, his gaze to the side, and that restrained gesture spoke louder than any words. Xiaoyu couldn't hold back her tears. As they walked side by side in silence, tears rolled down her cheeks. She understood that she was truly at fault in front of him. Soon, they turned off the usual road, and Xiaoyu noticed that they were going in an unfamiliar direction. Finally, they stopped at a secluded spot. Xiaoyu admitted to Lu Shu that she knew she had done wrong and asked him not to send her back to the orphanage. She was ready to accept the consequences. Lu Shu took her to the roof of the building and suggested they sit down to discuss everything calmly. He wanted to find a solution and help Xiaoyu understand the situation. When they sat down on the roof, Lu Shu looked closely at Xiaoyu and asked if she knew what her mistake was. He wanted to help her understand. He said that an era of people with unusual abilities had arrived. He explained that the day would come when ordinary people would not be able to defeat her and Xiaoyu. Power does not lie in abilities, and that is no reason to use them against others. Relying solely on abilities will lead to bad consequences. He reminded her that after leaving the orphanage, they had new opportunities, but despite all the difficulties, they continued to refuse to steal. He explains that being human means not crossing the line, and that this is the only way to live a life without remorse. He emphasized the importance of honesty. Xiaoyu admitted that she was wrong, and that she should not have been cruel. Lu Shu replied that force can be used when necessary, because the world is cruel. He explains that Uncle Wong and Aunt Lim were ordinary people, and that did not give anyone the right to harm them. The spirit beast also possessed strength greater than that of humans. He noted that people are not perfect, and that she punished them for having black noses and chubby cheeks. That is, for their natural characteristics. Therefore, he did not allow her to reward the squirrel for such cruelty. The squirrel believed that it was wrong to leave her without a reward for her work. Xiaoyu promised to take everything that had been said into consideration and apologized for the trouble she had caused. She was ready to sell tofu and wash dishes. He replied that he would earn the money himself, but that help with the socks would definitely come in handy. In this way, he supported Xiaoyu and her help with the housework. She admitted that she didn't want to go back to school and wondered if Grandpa Li could continue her education at home. She was looking for another way. But he replied that, as they say, skill and strength alone are not enough. She needed to learn to use her head, not just her hands. He emphasized the importance of wisdom. He added that it was not only about knowledge, but also about being able to understand and study the world around her. This would help her navigate life better. By learning about the world and people, Xiaoyu would be able to understand human hearts. To achieve this, she needed to step out of her comfort zone and learn the rules of life. Only by stepping out of her comfort zone and learning about life will she truly become strong and be able to put her abilities into practice. And she will gain experience. Xiaoyu remembered how amazing he looked when he stood up for her. These words reflected her pride and the strength he showed at that moment. She asked Lu Shu if he would continue to stand up for her, hoping for his support and protection in the future. He confidently assured her that he would always protect and support her, no matter what. This support gave her the strength to move forward and not give up. Xiao Yu expressed concern, asking what would happen if the whole world turned against them. She was afraid of loneliness and injustice, but sought reassurance. He replied that they would completely destroy the whole world if it turned against them. This statement reflected his determination and willingness to fight to the end. Soon, Lu Shu was training with Grandpa Li, who asked him what it was like to suppress yang energy. He admitted that it was very difficult and uncomfortable. Lu Shu added that it was very difficult at first, but now things were going quite well. He had progressed and gradually learned to control it better. He explained that every time he suppressed his yang energy, it returned twice as strong. But Grandpa Li thought that Lu Shu enjoyed suppressing himself. After the explanation, Lu Shu resumed his sword training, concentrating on practicing the movements and trying to improve his control over his body. Grandfather Li watched Lu Shu and thought that the boy's cloud energy could reach the same level he had achieved when he was on Mount Haishui. He wondered how Lu Shu was able to achieve such success in such a short time, since it usually takes years. His progress was unexpectedly rapid. Then Grandpa Li asked Lu Shu when he was going to awaken his Sea of Qi and Glacier, important sources of power that would help him in the future. Lu Shu replied that it seemed to him that Grandfather Li was saying that these cumulus clouds must first turn into rain before this awakening could occur. But Grandpa Li explained that those very cumulus clouds would first become rain, and the rain would turn into a river, and the river into a sea. But he himself had not gone through those stages. Grandfather Li wondered to himself whether this boy would really be able to achieve such a result, because it usually takes a lifetime to do so. Lu Shu asked Grandpa Li what it was like to open the Sea of Qi and the Glacier, wanting to understand what lay ahead of him and what sensations awaited him on this path. He explained that the air sea is like a boundless ocean, and the glacier is like a huge mountain covered with snow. And the meaning of the awakened sword is comparable to a mountain. Lu Shu himself was surprised by what he heard, realizing the scale of the work ahead and the greatness of the power he was striving for. This aroused a mixture of admiration in him. The heavenly community had established a DNA repository, and the blood of the Zhang family was stored there. Lu Shu had to replace the test tube with B-grade blood with the DNA of the Zhang family. His grandfather told Lu Shu that he did not want to reveal his abilities and those of his sister. He said that the DNA test tube was in Li Yishao's office. Lu Shu thought to himself that the founders had managed to penetrate so deeply into the community because Grandfather Li even knew where the test tube was kept. In the evening, Lu Shu followed Grandfather Li's advice and went to school, ready to carry out an important task and continue hiding his powers. He quickly made his way across the rooftops, deftly avoiding attention to reach his destination and remain unnoticed. Xiao Yu was with him. He told his sister that there were no energy fluctuations nearby and instructed her to release her spirit so that they could act discreetly and effectively. She was unhappy and did not understand why Lu Shu was taking risks by jumping across the rooftops. Her indignation expressed doubts about the correctness of his actions. She reminded Lu Shu of his promise, because she was helping him and he would have to take her to Qinzhou. Lu Shu did not understand when he could have made such a promise, but in the end, he agreed, warning her not to complain later, showing his humility. She summoned her spirit, which she skillfully controlled, to support Lu Shu in his endeavor. This spirit was a powerful ally, ready to help with their task. She noticed that the spirit was behaving very strangely, but Lu Shu did not pay attention and said that it did not matter, suggesting that he go to the director's office. He moved swiftly through the building, persistently and intently searching for the principal's office, despite the uncertainty of the events to come. Lu Shu asked his sister to focus on controlling the spirit and not to touch anything so as not to disrupt the process and avoid possible problems. At the same time, he suggested that she leave the external part of the control to him, so that he could handle this task himself. Soon, the spirit found itself in the principal's office and was about to replace the blood vial, carefully carrying out the task at hand. At this time, Lu Shu watched what was happening from outside, closely monitoring the situation and preparing to intervene if necessary. Lu Shu informed his sister that the guard was coming from the lower floor and he could not leave through the front door, so they had to act cautiously and thoughtfully. His sister replied briefly that she understood everything and continued to focus on her part of the task, relying entirely on coordination with her brother. At that moment, the guard noticed the spirit sneaking in, which put the entire operation at risk. The situation required an immediate response. Xiao Yu informed him that someone was in the room and sensed the presence of an intruder. Lu Shu realized that the situation was getting out of control. Lu Shu did not understand what had happened because he himself had not seen anything. He was alarmed by the absence of any visible signs of anyone else being there. The guard suspiciously addressed the spirit, asking who he was and what he was doing there. He was wary and clearly sensed that something was wrong. Xiao Yu told her brother that her spirit had been caught, and she sensed that the guard had a weapon. She was alarmed, and the situation was becoming dangerous. The guard watched what was happening with confusion and did not understand who was in front of him and why the strange creature was laughing. His anxiety grew. Xiao Yu panicked and screamed, accusing Lu Shu and saying that he shouldn't have given the spirit all that junk because now everything had gone wrong. The spirit began to laugh hysterically. He urgently asked Xiao Yu to make her spirit act quickly and simply knock out the guard, preventing the situation from spiraling further out of control. Hearing the shots, Lu Shu anxiously asked Xiao Yu if the spirit's condition would affect her if it was wounded or crippled. She replied that it would not. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the spirit was the perfect puppet. The shots alerted the others, and help was sure to arrive very soon. Lu Shu understood that Li Yishao would definitely find out that they had been there that night. This realization made him prepare for the possible consequences. He instructed his sister that despite everything that had happened, she had to replace the test tubes and leave immediately. Everything that followed was dangerous. Xiao Yu was confused. She didn't understand why they needed to replace the test tube again, since they had already replaced her blood. Lu Shu's actions seemed unnecessary to her. He replied that there were things he couldn't even tell the old man. His words made it clear that there was more to his actions than met the eye. The next morning, Li Yishao was informed that an awakened had broken into the school the night before. The guard shot him 3 times, but his followers were able to disable him. However, all their actions were recorded by surveillance cameras. Despite their caution, the school's security system proved to be very good. Li Yishao watched the surveillance footage and was puzzled. He wondered if an unknown C-rank cultivator had appeared in Los Angeles, and now he had made himself known again. Li did not understand why he always chose weak opponents. He believed that the man did not have the spirit to come and fight. Li Yishao's assistant suggested that perhaps the unknown person was not in his right mind. After all, the recording showed that he was only in the principal's office. Li Yishao was confused and couldn't understand what the stranger was looking for in his office. There was nothing valuable or secret stored there. Another person joined the conversation and reminded them that the office did indeed contain Dao class data. This information was strictly classified. Li Yishao then carefully examined the test tube, trying to determine if his fingerprints were on it. He ordered a check to see if his fingerprints were there. He was sure that if his fingerprints were not on the test tube, it meant that it had been replaced. Another person objected that it was a student's blood sample, and no one would risk coming here to change it because it was too dangerous and pointless. Then they came and reported that there were only Lu Shu's fingerprints on the test tube. Li Yishao ordered the alert level to be raised and not lowered. Li Yishao was confident in his competence and paid no attention to the opinions of those around him. For him, maintaining security was more important. He felt that there was no need to investigate the situation, but he was confused and did not like Lu Shu's behavior, which he found inappropriate. Li Yishao saw the spirit's face in the newspaper and felt angry, thinking that he was mocking him. His irritation grew with every passing minute. He decided to catch the fugitive and punish him for daring to laugh at him. He was unshakable and had no intention of leaving the challenge unanswered. Meanwhile, Lu Shu arrived at Li's grandfather's house. Li's grandfather's wife opened the door, greeting the guests warmly and creating a welcoming atmosphere. He greeted his wife and asked if his grandfather was home, as he wanted to ask him for a favor. He also apologized for the disturbance. Lu Shu entered the house, where he was warmly welcomed. The atmosphere was warm and hospitable, which made his stay comfortable and very pleasant. As soon as Lu Shu crossed the threshold, Grandpa Li wasted no time in asking about the results of the test tube swap. He was concerned about whether it had worked. He reported that he had intended to replace the test tubes, but had not had time to do so because the shots had disrupted his plan. He then asked Grandfather Li directly if he could help. Grandpa Li listened carefully to Lu Shu's story, nodded, and agreed to help, but emphasized that he was doing so only as an exception. When Lu Shu left, Grandpa Li looked thoughtfully out the window and then asked his wife what she thought. Was Lu Shu involved in the events at the Los Angeles school? His wife calmly replied that, in her opinion, Lu Shu looked completely innocent and did not have a single scratch on him. She was sure of him. Despite the efforts of the heavenly community, they were unable to find any foreign fingerprints at the scene, and he laughed all the time. However, the old man still couldn't shake the feeling that he was hiding something. Even though there was no evidence, Grandpa Li knew that he was not so simple. Li's wife looked at her husband doubtfully and quietly asked if he thought Lu Shu might have already revealed his abilities and cards. But Grandpa Li just smiled in response and calmly remarked that if Lu Shu didn't have a trump card up his sleeve, then he would be disappointed in him. Returning home, Lu Shu fell into deep thought. He clearly realized that their failure was caused by poor preparation and the lack of a thorough plan. Zhao Yu also understood the importance of caution and advised avoiding unfamiliar places. She emphasized that last time they didn't know about inspecting the corridor. Therefore, next time they would need to thoroughly explore the location. Fortunately, she had not lost her spirit. Otherwise, he would have responded and suffered for it. He assured her that there was no need to worry because in the future, he would develop a clear and well-thought-out plan. Now, she could completely rely on him. Seeing her dissatisfied face, he admitted that without his own reconnaissance, the plan would remain only on paper and could not be implemented in practice. Lu Shu called the squirrel, and it quickly responded and ran up to them. Xiao Yu grabbed it and reproached it for only remembering home and playing with mice. He was shocked by how harsh and strict Xiao Yu was, and couldn't get used to her unexpected severity. Then Lu Shu suggested that they all play together, and the moment came when the squirrel could also show its abilities and become part of their friendly team. Lu Shu gave the squirrel some fruit, emphasizing its beneficial and nutritious properties. He wanted the squirrel to prove herself and feel even better. He hoped for the squirrel's help, as she could control rats. He wanted her to bring him a couple of these animals to use. An hour and a half later, the squirrel brought a small flock of rats to Lu Shu. He was impressed and couldn't believe that she was able to bring him so many rats. Lu Shu approved of the result and asked the squirrel to help gather information and asked if they could all work together to help him. The rats made sounds showing their willingness to help Lu Shu. Their obedience and attitude inspired confidence that they would be able to work effectively. Lu Shu couldn't understand why the squirrel was dancing and wondered if it was trying to tell him something. He was surprised because such behavior was unusual. The squirrel thought the rats were too stupid to be used in this matter, but Lu Shu knew that himself. Xiao Yu asked what they should do now. He understood that first of all, they needed to overcome the communication barrier with the mice, and then use them and try to make them smarter. Then, Lu Shu wanted to give the squirrel some fruit to see how it would affect him, hoping that it would help establish contact and cooperation. Suddenly, the squirrel began to grow. The fruit gave it strength and energy, significantly increasing its abilities and physical form. Lu Shu and Xiao Yu were very surprised when they noticed that the squirrel had also begun to grow. Their transformation came as a complete surprise to them. She looked at herself intently, amazed by her unexpected transformation and the new strength that came with the growth after eating the fruit. Ever since the squirrel appeared, Lu Shu had treated her like a member of the family. Even though she couldn't speak yet, Xiao Yu also hugged him. The squirrel thought that even though she had become stronger, she still couldn't get out of there. Lu Shu thought that he should have become wiser after eating the fruit, but it was still angry. Lu Shu had doubts and wondered if his rat friends could really become smarter and understand the idea. Lu Shu decided to feed the rats the same fruit to see how it would affect their abilities and whether it would help them become smarter. He wanted to feed the rats delicious jam to test their reaction and establish a connection with them. But the squirrel strongly protested his decision. Xiao Yu believed that feeding the rats fruit was a waste, and that it would be better to eat it themselves so as not to waste resources. Lu Shu replied that there was still plenty of fruit left. He just wanted to try it on the rats, but emphasized the importance of controlling them all to prevent a rat disaster. Xiao Yu translated the squirrel's words, who assured him that there was no need to worry and that she already had experience managing squirrels. She made it clear that she could handle the rats. Then Lu Shu realized that her words made sense, because the squirrel was indeed the king of the ruins. Although he was the king among squirrels, it didn't matter. Lu Shu thought that these mice were just turning on their brains, and that it shouldn't turn into something terrible. He was worried that their development would get out of control. The fruit also affected the mice. They had the same reaction, began to grow, and also gained strength. Everything was going according to Lu Shu's plan so far. Soon, all the mice began pushing each other, trying to taste the fruit juice, showing greed and interest in the new source of wisdom and strength. Lu Shu watched the mice and thought that the fruit had worked, but they still did not understand how evolution worked. He needed to ask for a little time. He realized that the communication barrier between him and Little Fury still existed. He understood that he could not constantly rely on Xiao Yu's translation. Lu Shu asked Baby Fury to show his paw, and he obediently raised it, demonstrating his understanding. Despite all the progress, the barrier still remained. Lu Shu then decided to introduce Baby Fury to reading and literacy, realizing that they had a lot of important work ahead of them in teaching him. He gave him a task where identical red, blue, and green balls were lying in an opaque bag in a dark storeroom, and there were also cubes in the bag. The professor asked the student to take out 3 purple cubes. It was necessary to determine the minimum number of items the student should take. The squirrel was terrified and did not understand why she had to solve such problems, feeling confused and overwhelmed by unexpected demands. Since then, Little Fury has been bringing in more than 2,000 units of fixed income every day, giving negative emotions for every hour of study. A few days later, Lu Shu came to school and had to answer whether he was ready to continue studying in Dao's class. Teacher Sifei was waiting for everyone's answer. Lu Shu was one of the first to express his willingness to continue studying in the Dao class. His determination was evident, and he was eager to succeed. The teacher announced that Lu Shu, Jiang Shui, and Cao Qing would immediately receive the rank of lieutenant for their willingness to continue their studies and their determination. Of course, no one forgot the merits of Lu Shu, Jiang Shui, and Cao Qing in the ruins, for their achievements and courage were highly appreciated by all the teachers. After signing the document, they would officially join the heavenly community, becoming full members and taking on new responsibilities. From that moment on, they all became colleagues united by a common goal and new responsibilities. Now, Li Yishao ordered everyone to stand at attention and remain still. After the order, Lu Shu and his colleagues humbly stood up straight, showing discipline and respect for their new status in the heavenly community. They were happy. Li Yishao continued to welcome them all to the heavenly community, emphasizing the importance of their union and the new stage of cooperation. From today onwards, they would have to say goodbye to their carefree lives. The world had never been peaceful, and great changes were coming for them. Neither they nor he would be able to remain on the sidelines. The path to spiritual enlightenment had never been easy. It was a difficult and dangerous path. And despite the death of their comrades, they had to overcome the pain of loss, move past it, and continue the fight without stopping. They raised their right hands and swore to voluntarily join the heavenly community, accepting responsibility and readiness for the struggle ahead. They dedicated their lives to defending their homeland, praying for blessings for their fatherland and the sanctification of heaven, taking on the important mission of service and protection. And they all decided to devote their unique youth to serving their homeland, giving themselves completely to this important mission with youthful enthusiasm and determination. They all made this decision with joy and of their own free will. They sincerely asked for blessings for their noble aspirations and promised to unconditionally fulfill this oath, remaining devoted to their duty. They all swore never to break their word and to remain faithful to their oath no matter what. On that day, all over the world, Daoyang classes took an oath, binding their fate to the defense of their homeland and service to the ideals of the community. Their fiery oaths echoed beyond the territory, shaking the earth and inspiring everyone to loyalty and determination in serving their homeland. With each word spoken, the students sank deeper into the moment, like soldiers entering battle, ready to follow their calling with dedication. An oath of this kind, uniting everyone, was meant to inspire unity and strength, not cruelty or violence. It was more of a promise to protect. Some refused, and each may have had their own reasons: fear, doubt, disagreement with the system, or simply the feeling that this was not their path. Perhaps later, they or their parents would regret this decision, because the path that the others had taken could lead them to great power and respect. The class president was among the few who did not take the oath along with the others. His choice was surprising, as he was expected to be decisive. Lu Shu unexpectedly felt that if he did not fight side by side with his comrades, he might one day regret it. When Lu Shu returned home, Xiao Yu was the first to notice his approach. With joy on her face, she ran out to meet her brother, as if she had been waiting for him all this time. Shortly after Lu Shu's return, his friend Wang, with whom he had participated in street sales, came to visit them. He did not come empty-handed. He asked if Lu Shu had decided to stay in Daoyang's class. Wang wanted to understand his decision and support him. Lu Shu replied that he had indeed decided to continue. Lu Shu's friend came with many gifts and pulled him by the hand, showing his joy and desire to support him. Lu Shu did not expect this. Wang gave him 10 pairs of socks and a pair of large shoes, assuring him that everything would fit. Such a gift showed his care and attention. Lu Shu thanked his friend, trying not to burden him too much and showing modesty despite his concern, believing that it was not worth the trouble. Wang insisted that when Lu Shu became a warrior, he would defend his family and country, so he should accept his gratitude and sign of support. Soon, Lu Shu returned home and began preparing dinner, carefully attending to this task in order to feed himself and Xiao Yu. His sister wondered why Lu Shu had suddenly decided to cook, as this was an unexpected and unusual thing for him to do. Then, she decided that Lu Shu was acting strangely today and told him so directly, expressing her surprise and incomprehension at his behavior. She noticed his secretiveness and decided that he was hiding something, so she really wanted him to open up and tell her the whole truth instead of remaining silent. But despite her persistence, he continued to assure her that everything was fine, trying not to reveal his true thoughts and feelings after school. But she became increasingly irritated and insistent, demanding that he finally tell her the truth because she felt that something was wrong. But he thought to himself that he had always considered himself to be adapted to this cruel world. But now he doubted whether he was really ready for the future. He was not surprised by the hypocrisy and wickedness of the people around him, but he was very concerned about how to cope with all the difficulties and injustices on his own. During the oath, he really only thought about the battle and did not think about anything else. Later, he wondered why this particular thought had come to his mind. He remembered those moments during the oath when thoughts of battle took over his mind. These memories made him think about his true nature. Not only he, but also teacher Sifei and all the other mentors clenched their fists tightly and chanted the oath. This moment touched him. He asked his sister if they should fight for others. Xiaoyu replied that yes, if their loved ones, such as Uncle Wang or Aunt Li, were in danger. He asked his sister if it was worth fighting for complete strangers who didn't even know they existed. He wanted to understand whether it was necessary to give up everything to protect such strangers. She didn't understand why he was asking her all these questions. She was sure that he already knew the answer to his question, hinting that the right choice was already obvious and did not require further consideration. He laughed and noted that she was surprisingly smart for her age. He admitted that what struck him in the ruins was not people's thirst for destruction or their fear. It was not their self-sacrifice to become weapons, but the ordinary soldiers who defended the awakened students, the heavenly community, and everyone else. He honestly said that he thought the people of the heavenly community were slow-witted. He reflected on the fact that although someone was trying to preserve peace and was succeeding, he wondered what the real meaning of these efforts was. He was not sure about the meaning of what was happening, but decided to fight alongside them. He suggested that they stop being distracted by doubts and accept everything that was happening as necessary to protect their loved ones. He believed that the main thing was to focus. Then she promised to always support him and walk beside him, saying that if he wanted to be a hero, then she would become a hero with him. He said that they were too weak to become heroes now, and that the world did not need them. Therefore, they just needed to fulfill their duties. More than a month had passed since the discussion in Dao Yang's class. During that time, nothing had changed in the city, and everything remained as before. The roads were still congested in the morning and evening rush hours. The streets were crowded with people. The incident at the school was just a topic of discussion. Now he felt it was a clear sign of contempt for the military. He was angry at the woman and showed her his military ID, saying that she should give him a discount. But she behaved very indifferently. He encountered an insolent woman who demanded that he either buy 2 tickets or leave. Without hesitation, he replied that he would buy 2 tickets to Xinzhou. Xiaoyu asked Lu Shu where all his enthusiasm had gone and how much longer he would have to deal with this card. He wanted a discount and was angry. He was sure that she still had a child's ticket and he had an adult ticket. He thought that when she grew up, he would have to buy a full-price ticket. It seemed like a real waste to him and caused him anxiety. Suddenly, he felt clouds gathering overhead. It was getting harder and harder for him. He had to control himself, but he didn't know how to do it. Xiaoyu looked at him with concern and asked him what was wrong and if he needed help. Her voice sounded genuinely concerned. Suddenly, he realized that it had really happened. What he had been trying to avoid had already begun. The clouds he had been holding back turned into rain. When they got home, he started complaining that he had said to buy a white suitcase, but she had chosen a pink one. How could he now carry a girl's suitcase? She calmly replied that she could afford it and that she liked the pink suitcase. But he started yelling that she wouldn't be carrying it. He was a soldier. He also shouted louder, almost in a commanding voice, not to forget the tablet, Fury's notebook, and books. He insisted that they needed to realize the importance of education. Fury himself thought that everything should have been different. He imagined the trip as something joyful, just like they show on TV. After some time, even when everything had calmed down a bit, Lu was still angry with her. His irritation did not go away, and he continued to shout. He didn't understand why she was still fussing with her things when time was running out. She was exhausted, like a squeezed lemon, crushed by her own belonging. He didn't understand why she needed so many things. To him, it seems like an unnecessary burden and an extra worry that she had created for herself. They were going to spend about 10 days there. He said it gets very cold near Lake Xinzhou. They planned to watch the sunset there. He explained to her that they would have to dress warmer in the mornings because of the cold weather. They would also need a change of clothes for the daytime. To avoid worrying about food, he suggested taking instant noodles and chips. The train journey would take about 22 hours. She screamed, not understanding why they had to spend so much time on the train. She was annoyed that he hadn't bought plane tickets because she had never flown before. He tried to calm her down, explaining that traveling by train was also a new experience, since she had never traveled that way before. He thought it would be a lot of fun. After Lu Shu left for training, Grandpa Lee noticed and said that he thought he was going on a trip. His words sounded surprised. After lunch, Lu Shu invited Grandpa Lee to visit with Aunt Lee. Grandpa nodded and advised him to try to travel more and read books. After all, these activities help to better understand the world around us and broaden our horizons of knowledge. The old man initially wanted to advise him to have fun and not to forget to practice with his sword. He was sure that even without reminders, the young man would manage this himself, as he was very disciplined. Lu Shu said that rain had formed from the clouds, describing his inner state. Hearing this, Grandfather Lee suddenly choked on his tea. The old man reflected on the teachings of swordsmanship and realized that no one had ever confirmed the idea that a cloud of energy could turn into a sea. However, there were geniuses who managed to accumulate and condense such clouds. He also discovered a message from the first master who developed the rain technique. The records were passed down from generation to generation. His predecessors knew about the content, but still couldn't resist adding their own comments. Carefully studying each message in the instruction, it was noticeable that very few people were actually able to achieve such a rain effect. He himself was also unable to achieve it. Ordinary people in this field usually used breathing exercises. The practices helped to achieve balance. Turning clouds into rain remains a rarity and requires special skill and perseverance. The second stage consisted of conquering the snowy mountains. The third stage was the formation of the sword. Due to the cold coming from outside, imperial swords were formed. These were powerful symbols of strength and power. After the discovery of the sea, those who were able to transform clouds into rain were given the opportunity to lay the foundation for creating a sword. The process was quick. It significantly reduced the years of asceticism. Lu Shu had been fencing for 2 months without interruption. Every day, he trained diligently. He achieved what the old man himself could not, despite all his skill and under his own guidance. The old man understood this, thanks to his perseverance. He moved slowly but surely. Despite his unhurried pace, he succeeded in everything, and every movement, every exercise, brought him closer to his goal. He always treated him like a child, but Lu Shu turned out to be a genius. He was very annoyed by these two, Lu Shu and Xiao Yu, because of their daily training. He began to wonder if he had turned into an eternally irritable old man, but now he thought differently. It changed his attitude towards them and towards himself. Now he tried to cheer him up, urging him to be vigilant and not lose his ambition. He said it was important to keep going in the same spirit without giving up. Grandpa Lee, having changed his attitude towards them, did not just stay at home as usual, but went out to see them off himself. This farewell gesture showed his concern. As he was leaving, Lu Shu turned around and smiled, telling Grandpa Lee to take care of himself and promising to bring him souvenirs. Grandpa Lee listened carefully to every word, memorizing this farewell moment. When Lu Shu was almost out of sight, he suddenly called out to him loudly. When Lu Shu turned around, he calmly said that if Lu Shu encountered any difficulties, he could always turn to him for help without hesitation. Lu Shu was pleased to hear these words. They warmed his soul, reminding him that he was not alone. Knowing that he had support gave him confidence. Then Lu Shu and his sister approached the train car doors. There was a flurry of activity around them, with some people saying goodbye and others rushing to catch their trains. For them, this moment was special. Just as they were about to enter the car, the ticket inspector stopped them. She informed them that according to the rules, pets were not allowed. Lu Shu began to assure the conductor that it was not an animal, but an ordinary stuffed animal. At first, she even thought about it, but when the squirrel noticed the chips and started to move, thus, it gave itself away. After what happened, Lu Shu scolded the squirrel. Now, it would have to find another way to join them.